Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today? Welcome to NA. That's right. Time for the Master of the Arena, NA Regional Finals. We've got a lot of games here today. We've got drama. Oh, yeah. I know you guys love drama. I know you love it. Because we've got last-minute roster changes, people rage quitting at the last second. Goodness me, what a time to be alive here on the NA server. I'm going to be joined by the Dark Lord Nos relatively shortly. Actually, he's on his way. Some commentary. Until then, you're stuck with me for a while, okay? So you're gonna have to stick it in. You have to stick it out here for a little bit until I have arrived. So stay tuned for all of that. But indeed, it's an exciting time. We've got a lot of matches, and let's go and have a look at what we have coming up, actually. Let's look at the bracket. You can see we have the bracket. We actually have 5 teams today. Unfortunately, one of our teams was unable to actually make it today, so we are a set of gamers down, but not to worry. Still some fantastic matches to come up, and in fact, we do have a slight rename. No Port Hacks have actually renamed themselves the Copium Cuties. They're going to be going up against Team EU in the first round here. And of course, we have Zero missing, Team USA with a slight roster change. We have the Suwon Slayers, and then Team Nazio to round out this roster. We're actually going to be watching every single one of these games today. Right, we get to watch all of them because we have a slightly reduced player count, slightly reduced team count, so lots of content, guys, lots of gaming. Love to see that. It's fantastic. It really, really is. But anyway, we're going to go and have a look at that very, very shortly. First up is actually not going to be Team Copium, or rather Copium Cuties versus Team EU. It's in fact going to be Suwon Slayers versus Team Nazio. The reason for that is actually the fact that the Suwon Slayers and Team Nazio are actually a little bit more ready, whereas Copium Cuties are currently rearranging their roster in mysterious and fantastical ways to make sure that they actually have the ability to play. But should be some very exciting matches again, just like on the EU. The top 2 teams here are actually going to go ahead and qualify for the global finals tomorrow. Wow, global finals tomorrow. That's super exciting, actually. And they'll be going up against rank 55 Dragons and Ultra Scuffed, who qualified from the EU server yesterday. It's definitely going to be epic, and you know what's even spicier about that? We're going to have the entire set of gamers back there for commentary, so stay tuned for that. We're going to have Helseth, Rom, Nos, and maybe one more. You might be able to guess who might be making a surprise appearance tomorrow, but listen, I'm not going to spoil it. You got to put 2 and 2 together, I think, for that one. But anyway, we're going to be getting into our games very, very shortly. I believe we're actually doing the bans and picks right now for the Suwon Slayers into Team Nazio. So, yeah, we're more or less ready to go, actually, in that regard, and get started. Before we go ahead and do that, though, I want to, again, introduce to all of you the idea of the glorious charity that is indeed Cure Rare Disease. We actually have already got off to an amazing start on our charity drive today with a $50 anonymous donation. Thank you very much indeed there to the Overlord Anonymous. It's incredible stuff, incredible gaming there as well. And additionally, what is Cure Rare Disease? That's a great question. Cure Rare Disease is a non-profit organization that is dedicated to developing cures, treatments, therapeutics, and of course care for those around the world who have been diagnosed with rare genetic conditions that don't really have effective treatments or cures just yet in our current state of medicine. So it's an incredible cause. It really makes a difference. It's a big, big game changer indeed. So if you want to go and check that out, do ! CRD in the chat, ! Donate in the chat, all that kind of stuff. Go check it out. Go and learn about this incredible charity, this incredible organization. And of course, big shout out there to Cure Rare Disease, because once again, without them, we would not have been able to get this massive prize pool of $2,500 to $3,000 US directly from them. No, not from them actually at all. Or rather, with their assistance, we were able to attain that. So yeah, we really appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. But yeah, just to clarify, it's not from the charity. Like I've cursed myself, right? I'm not, like I've got to. You've got to be a little bit careful with how you say the stuff. I've cursed myself. It's not directly from the charity. That doesn't make any sense. We're not taking charity money for a tournament, but they did absolutely assist us in setting up the prize pool, and it feels damn good. It feels fantastic. It is indeed epic. So, Thank you very much to Cure Disease. Exclamation mark CRD in the chat. And let's go ahead and leap into our first matchup. Yeah, you don't have to tell, I'm a little bit sleepy today, guys. We're going to wake up over the next few moments. Don't worry. We're going to wake up a little bit here. You know, it's NA, and that means we need the energy level to make that happen. However, I was up all last night hitting the overlay with a hammer because there were a few little buggerinos, a few problems with our overlay yesterday, a few issues. But do not worry. I actually, look, I'm going to make a strong statement here. I'm going to make a big, strong statement here. I think I have fixed all of the bugs with the overlay. Although that isn't entirely true, actually. There will actually be some shenanigans with the bracket. I actually happen to know there's a bug with the bracket. But don't worry about that. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It might not even actually happen there as well. It might not even happen. It's good. I love to see it. I absolutely love to see it. And we're getting our picks and bans going down right now. Team Nazio, they haven't picked yet. Wait, no, mine Skyhammer hasn't even been banned. I don't know why I put Skyhammer. Well, it's because I was told that Skyhammer was banned. That is a lie, right? But yeah, Shield and Sword have been swapped. I fixed Stillness. I fixed a bunch of other bugs there as well, the secondary objectives. Loads of things got fixed. It's great. It's an amazing time. It really, really is. But yeah, we're just waiting on our teams to actually get started here and begin the pick and ban phase. It is actually Skyhammer that has been banned by Suwon Slayers. Not a lot of surprises there. Like Skyhammer, not a very popular map to see pop up there. And kind of, as we're going to talk about NA, you know, if we talk about NA here, the thing that I'm expecting to see is actually a lot of very similar compositions, actually. So the big thing here is on NA is that the teams tend to find the strategy that they think is the best, and a lot of the teams will play it. Now, that's not always the case. Sometimes you do see a little bit of variance, actually, in what teams actually end up playing. But I think we actually could be seeing a lot of mirror matchups, potentially. Because, again, NA typically finds the meta, and then they play the meta, right? They really, really go for it, and they refine the strategy. They get the execution and go big with that. I believe we now have both teams actually joining. Yes, we absolutely do. So now we should be moving on into the next ban and pick coming through from Team Nazio. What do you think, chat? I just want to say this. I don't want to say this is a competition, but it is a competition. EU were extremely well behaved, right? They were completely on it. They were all over the place, right? We were picking quickly. Our maps we were banning quickly, right? It was a good time, right? We were moving swiftly onwards. The administration was a joy. It was beautiful on the EU server. Will NA be able to match this? Is that possible? We'll find out. Colosseum coming up next. Here we go. And finally, what will be the second pick coming through from Team Nazio? Honestly, I actually agree with this. I think we have actually got to bring Frosty in here. I actually kind of like that. We're going to get Frosty in the mix. He's going to go ahead and cast. You know, he loves Guild Wars 2. He loves the NA scene in particular. He loves the Guild Wars 2 PvP scene. So I think that actually could work out really well. Could be very, very good. But yeah, no, do not worry, my friends. The Codecasters will be arriving shortly. There's a few delays this weekend. Halseth was at work yesterday. And Nos, the Dark Lord himself, will be arriving shortly to share his opinion on the NA PvP scene very, very shortly. So yeah, no, Snab is not available today. He's doing very important things like going to a wedding. Very cool stuff. Yes, exactly. The Suwon Slayers have defeated Suwon. I mean, how hard can it be, right? I mean, all they've got to do is like beat all the other PvP teams on NA. Like, that's pretty free, no? Pretty free. And yes, I think to put it politely, the NA scene is a little bit more volatile than EU. Right? Like a lot of things have been happening recently in the NA scene where, you know, sometimes the teams disband 10 minutes before the tournaments and then reform 5 minutes later. These things can happen, right? Like there are arguments, there are breakdowns in communication, people leaving Discords, right? People, you know, blocking each other. This is kind of like standard NA game. It's NA banter, right? You know, it's what we like to see. You know, feels NA man, right? It really is a big feels NA man, if you ask me. And here we go. That's our first map order. It's going to be Colosseum Kylo, and Capricorn. So a true test of if my overlay is totally broken, or at least somewhat functional. So let's go ahead and take a look. And yes, no. Roy, he is transcended above us these days, I'm afraid. We are beneath him. He's, of course, an ArenaNet overlord. Ain't it, Roy? Sadly, he cannot be with us. But you never know. There's always the dream, my friends. The dream can always survive. Okay, let's get into our matches here. Here we go. Suwon Slayers are going to be on the red team, and it will be Team Nazio coming up on blue. Get ready for some action here. Get ready for some gaming. This is going to be our first match of the NA Regional Finals. And you know what? I'm actually really excited. You know, I think that we've already got such a great setup, actually. We got a great setup from EU yesterday with a really cool dynamic between Ultra Scuffed and also between Rank 55 Dragons. I think the way that we have our global final seeded is going to be really exciting. Specifically, the top seed from EU will face the second seed from NA, and of course, the inverse of that as well. So, really exciting matches to come up here, actually, and certainly tomorrow as well. We can see, in theory, opposite teams on EU and NA battle each other tomorrow. And it'll be really cool to watch and extremely competitive, actually. Very, very cool stuff indeed. Wait. Oh, hang on a minute. I actually lied with the picks and bans, by the way, guys. Capricorn got banned. Final map is actually, final map is Legacy. Put the wrong thing in, guys. You hate to see that, but don't worry. It's fixed now. Look. Live updated overlay. Wow. That's so crazy. That's so insane. Wow. Why'd you ban those classic maps? Well, there's definitely some big reasons for that, right? So the reason you might go ahead and ban some of these maps is because they can be a little bit gimmicky sometimes. And generally, when you're playing PvP, gimmicks may not be what you're looking for, right? You're looking for consistency. You're looking for the game to be as skill-determined as possible. You don't necessarily want to have some kind of clown fiesta meme mechanics going on at the same time, which is not what you want. And yeah, that's going to be very, very fun to watch as well, because of course, you absolutely have this dynamic tomorrow where is it going to be an EU finals? Is it going to be an NA finals? You know, funnily enough, it's almost always EU and NA in the grand finals. Specifically, the historical matchup has been Rank 55 Dragons versus Team USA, which in this case would be Team Zero missing. This time around. So we'll have to see if that's going to happen again, because I think that there are some very strong performances from a lot of teams right now, and I think Ultra Scuffed into any of these NA teams will be really, really cool to watch, and certainly the reverse as well, right? Like a lot of these NA teams into Rank 55, I think also has the potential to be extremely competitive and extremely fun. All right, then. Yes, get the predictions going, get the Gamba rolling. You know you want to. You know you love the Gamba. And we actually have our teams loading in, more or less here. And yeah, this is actually something that we did see a lot on EU, actually, is this double thief composition using the Deadeye. Like, here's the Deadeye combined with the Spectre. Again, the meta has been freed up a little bit. It's a little bit less bunkery, a little bit more skirmishy. And that's where Thief and certainly Deadeye really shine, right? Like, this extreme mobility from the Deadeye moving around, able to pick up kills very effectively. And we saw some incredible gameplay from our Deadeyes yesterday, where these thieves were just running around, just picking up kill left and right. Like, the games were pure chaos. Everyone was so fast. The speed was so intense, actually, on these thieves that, you know, it was very difficult to really even, like, hold and bunker down for any of the teams. They were all very chaotic, a lot of downsights, a lot of kills, a lot of kind of desperate revival actions. And, of course, in some cases, no support. We actually do see a support on both sides right now. We have Peanut on fire here, going to be playing the Tempest on our red team, and actually the same for Team Nazio here on blue, as you can see there. Vans on Blaze, and we see the Core Necro from Nazio as well, and so of the Harbinger. I think maybe taking a look at what Gornet's been up to, actually, inspired by the Ultra Scuff Necromancer. We have an Orbanu here on the Herald. No surprise to see a bit of Herald here and there. And finally, of course, Bazil. Very infamous plan. She does play a different style of Spectre, you know, goes with the short bow and shadow portal. A lot of thieves don't go for this approach, actually, and don't play with the short bow, which is very uncommon for thief builds, of course. And, of course, this shadow portal is, like, combined with this, is a very high focus on mobility and just moving around the map extremely quickly coming out from these gamers. So yeah, we're good to go, basically. We're just waiting for our teams to go ahead and ready up, and we will begin. Yes, the game is about to begin. Let's do this. Let's get down to business. and bring some serious energy to the table. Similar rosters here again. It's going to be 1 thief versus 2. Is a very fast map, is a very thiefy map. Let's see if that's going to come into play here, of course. Let's see how loud the music's going to be. It's always a bit of a roulette for me. That's probably about right, isn't it? Yeah, that's not too bad. Not too bad, gamers, at all. We love to see it. Okay, anyway. And this is actually something that we saw a lot, by the way. So if you watch the previous qualifiers, what you'll notice is that Brazil, he loves to push 1v1s. He absolutely loves to push it on the Spectre and just be very, very annoying. And he's going to find the blades on it if he's going to be good, but needs to be careful to not just get immediately destroyed there. This is predicted by Urantian here on the Untamed. Able to immediately shut that down, actually. And whoa, we have a spicy build, actually, here from Urantian going with the Storm Spirit for additional CC and, of course, some pulsing booms. Their Spirit rework has actually reached PvE as well. Meanwhile, we actually have Aerox trying to do the same thing, actually, and pushing towards Vans. However, the Herald intercepts there. Aerox is managed to able to disengage. Gets supported up by Peanut there. So blue team so far with the slight advantage in this matchup, getting that double cap there. Let's see what Red is going to try and do about this. Now, this is a good place for Brazil to be again. Like, this Bladezone is going to eventually just get out-sustained here by the Spectre, and that's a little bit spooky, as this is a good place for that Spectre to be on blue. Aerox in a lot of trouble here on middle, like, in the team fight, getting caught up in that. The support is going to have... The Herald is actually down on the other side there. Who's going to rally here, actually, first? The cleave onto Aerox is very high, but it's not actually enough. The Herald goes down. The Untamed, just with so much damage output, completely destroys that, and that is actually going to be a fight in favor of Red, the Suwon Slayers. But can they convert it into something more? You know, this is something that we have historically seen a lot. Can they get more? So far, Nazio and our Tempest from blue holding on very, very nicely. Heal skill is available here. Not a crazy amount after that, though. So Core Necro has to be careful. Shroud is available, keeping that stain up there as well. Aerox trying to push for the kill onto the Core Necromancer. Core Necro, very slow. Doesn't have maneuverability here, so is a very, very good target. Does still have the Worm, though. And, of course, this Spectral Ring. And it looks like blue actually going to try and turn it around, but never mind, because Aerox gets that kill. The pet was just harassing this Core Necromancer, and that should be a Storm Power. Yes, that revive is not going to come through in time. Cancels the glyph at the last second, realizes that that was not going to happen in time, and a very, very tricksy kill coming through with the combination of pet control from Urantian and, of course, the Spectre mobility and kind of chase and hunt potential there from Aerox. However, again, we're in this very similar situation. We really are. What is Red Team going to do? They need to convert this. Brazil essentially in this 1v1 over here on Spectre on the blue team, trying to hold. This is very, very greedy here. They actually did, Red Team did swap in the Deadeye. Now, the Deadeye actually is fantastic in the 1v1 matchup. We've been seeing Azadome actually win this into the Spectre 1v1, so I actually do like the decision from the Red Team here as well, and it does pick up a kill on the blue Spectre. Maybe a little bit greedy, to be honest, a little bit greedy coming out there from blue Spectre to try and hold that and greed for that 1v2. Understand, port does not work there, unfortunately, for blue Herald. That's very annoying, actually. Will now be able to get there and should be able to intercept the buff, I think, just barely. Yep, does intercept the buff. There we go. So now we're going to have this 1v1. Oh, that's a big knock, actually. That might be a huge steal. Is it going to happen? No. Oh, the Spectre, of course, will have a lot of ports on that sword too, able to climb back up, ascending to the new heights of the buff, able to deny that there, but a very nice play there by the Herald. However, blue team consistently having difficulty in these fights. The Tempest now in the downside here, like Nazio desperately trying to get away, getting hunted down by the Deadeye. Core Necro cannot face Deadeye whatsoever. There's simply too much mobility, too much range, and I think we might see Ink just pick up a quick kill here. There may be some support from Vans and blue Spectre. Actually, that's exactly what is happening right now, but will it be enough? I think it will be. Yeah, I don't think the Deadeye can really afford to push. Could maybe be super annoying and force a downset and kind of force the enemy team to go for a revival. But actually now, with Pimap, they feel confident to be aggressive, particularly now with Peanut coming in as well. And that's going to be a kill onto Nazio and Suwon Slayers. They're absolutely making this work 100%. They mean business. They're setting themselves up an excellent map state right now, actually. Pushing towards 3 nodes, in fact. Nazio does get revived, so a little greedy for Red to not actually get that cleave. And I think they've got to be a little bit careful not to overcommit. It is a 4v4. It's going to turn into an all-out 5v5 when the Untamed and Revenant from both teams gets back into the action. But I think Red, they want to be a little bit safer. Yes, Suwon says they're going to back it off. They're going to play fairly safer. They're going to chill out here. Here we go. Deadeye very pressured from Red. Will even get hunted down a little bit there by the Spectre. Barrier and support and healing coming through onto Ink. Ink holds on quite nicely, and this fight has been defused. I do think this is a really nice play there and some good good control from Suwon Slayers to not overcommit into it, to not feed, essentially, and end up with a wipe, right? It's very risky, right? Ooh, and yeah, that's that Deadeye, right? The 7.6k crit onto the Spectre, and the Spectre can't hold this. The Shroud is running out now for X-Slave. Does just barely match a Shadow Portal away. Gets a bit of a sneaky juke back over towards this node, but the Deadeye is on the hunt from Ink. It is not over just yet. There is a healing skill on this port, which is very, very good, but the rotation has essentially been completely denied by the Deadeye, and Red Team keep control of the game. And the thing here is that Red Team have been doing well in these fights. Now, Aerox is in a bit of trouble and may end up going into the downstate. Is there a potential revival here from Peanut? There actually is. Let's see if that's going to land. It could be potentially used any second now. It will be needed. Let's see if it's going to land. Of course, interrupt potential is indeed high. Here we go. We see the glyph. Does it land? It does. That was water glyph too, so it guarantees the res with a mega 100% heal, particularly combined with all of the healing modifiers that Tempest has. So even with poison, basically impossible to deny that revival. And yeah, this is what very often happens. Like, this is really, really big. And yeah, Shroud UI is buggy, guys. Don't trust it. This is a classic guild. Yeah. Oh, wow. This is textbook. I'm actually going to... Look. I'm going to try and do an instant replay of all of that, because that was absolutely textbook. What happens is you commit all of your resources to a kill, which was on Aerox. The other team is able to turn it, right? They're able to get the revive, and then you've got nothing left. You've been cleaved down while you're going for the cleave. You've used all of your defensive cooldowns. You use all of your offensive cooldowns to try and get that kill. And that's exactly what happened here. Blue team hard committed, like brutal commit onto that. And wow, Suwon Slayers punish that. An absolutely brutal punish. And they're also picking up side objectives at the same time, possessing both the Sword of Reaping and the Shield at the same time. And that's going to give them a massive combat advantage. And that's actually going to be GG. Wow. GG called. And Suwon Slayers take that first game. Yeah, you can really see here just how advantageous that was for Suwon Slayers. You can take a look at this. Suwon Slayers actually with 9 kills to 0 in that, and with total dominance over the secondary objectives, grabbing both of the swords and both of the shields. And, oof, yeah. Very, very tough stuff there. A lot of deaths, as we can see there, for the blue team. You know, it's and not a lot of kills, unfortunately, for them. They were not able to pick up a single kill in that matchup. You know what? Should we do an experiment? Let's see if I can get my replay to work. This is from yesterday. Will it swap? Oh, yeah, this is... Doing instant replays, guys, very difficult. And it has failed, unfortunately. I think I can force it to work, actually, but let me see. Give me just a moment. Give me just 1 second. Here we go. There you go. Now it will work. But yeah, a little bit awkward there. Not exactly according to plan. It's a little bit gimmicky. My technology, it's not polished here. But you can see this is actually like a real... This is basically the turn point. This was like the one moment of the game, right? So we have this fight. Aerox goes into the downstate. You know, Bazil actually also in the downstate here gets cleaved out. And then we see the revive come through here from Peanut. And now the fight is done, right? Because they got the revive and their opponents didn't. They totally turn it. Nezio's caught out. Blue team try and disengage. They can't do it. Nezio now down as well. In this situation, we're going to see Vans also follow suit very shortly. Yeah, and they commit hard to that revival. Vans gets blasted. He's now in the downstate too. Tempest unbelievably pressured as well, and this is just, yeah, that's basically the end of the game from that point there as well. Look at that. Wow. Insane instant replay technology. I'll try and make it work a little bit down the line, actually. But again, it's a little bit gimmicky. I haven't quite perfected this. It's one of those things that I really want to work on for future events, but regrettably, it's not really quite there yet. Check this out, by the way, though. I can do this. I can... Wait, can I do it? Oh, no. Yeah, it's not really working. Let me try and reset my... script. It's just not very happy. Not having a good time. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, look, I can do... Okay, I think it might work now, actually. Yeah, it's working. Okay, nice. I just had to reload the script. Check this out. I don't know. Look, I don't know if you're interested in this, but look, I can do slow-mo. Check it out. Look. Slow motion. Whoa. Look at the frame rate. That is a cinematic experience. I bet you guys feel like you're playing a console game right now. Wow. Insane. I guess you're used... Look, do you see, look at that. I want to take a look at that. Look at this. Where did that happen? Where was that? Do you see that dodge jump, guys, from Vans? Absolutely pristine. Where was that pristine dodge jump? Let's go ahead and go through here. And we're going to see this dodge jump in slow motion. Where was it, actually? I've lost it. I don't know what I'm doing. Was it over here? Did he try and go for it now? What's going on? No, this is too late. It's not out. It must be all the way at the start, maybe. I want to see some dodge jumps, guys. There, yeah, wow. Insane. Incredible, right? That's pretty big. Anyway, yeah, like that's, it mostly works, okay? it mostly works, all right? Oh, is this it? Is that my dodge jump? Oh, no, I've lost it. I'm a professional. Professional broadcaster, professional streamer, professional overlay, maker of overlays, all that kind of stuff. That probably sounded really weird, by the way. The audio is probably quite unusual. Oh, wait, is the audio slowed down right now? It probably is, huh? That probably sounds incredibly unusual. The good news is I don't hear it, so I'm going to subject you to it, and I don't have to. So honestly, I'm having a good time, right? Yeah, like... But anyway, let's go ahead and get to our next match. But yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. You know, this is something, while you wait to get into the next game, you know, I actually want to, say that this has come up on stream a lot recently. And I've been talking a lot about, you know, am I satisfied with the things I do on stream, right? Like, am I satisfied with, you know, the tournaments, right? Like with my stream. Master of the Arena so far, I actually do quite like it. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Oh, there's no audio? Oh, you don't hear any audio. Ooh, maybe it was really quiet. There actually should be audio. Let me go back. Well, you guys don't hear that? Oh, that's weird. It's showing up in OBS, actually. But you just don't hear it? I'll have a look at that later, huh? But never mind. It's game 2. Is it just very quiet, or is there none? Right, I don't know. Could be both. Who knows? Who knows, gamers? I don't know. Maybe you know. But never mind. We're in the mix. I hear it. It's just very, very quiet. Oh, well. Never mind. Unlucky. Oh, there was audio. It's very quiet. Yeah, I set the audio very, very quiet because I was worried it was going to be extremely loud. I guess I was a little bit, I guess I went too far, right? In any case, here we go. On the red team, it's the Suwon Slayers. They're up 1-0, actually, with a very commanding performance, I think, actually, in this particular match. They did a great job there, actually. Had a very decisive fight. Very decisive, very big. They wallop the enemy team. Let's see if they can do it here again. And welcome, my friends, to the Battle of Kylo, featuring the nodes the right way round. Look. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so good. But anyway, here we are. We're going into this. And do we actually see the same rotations? We actually do not. We're actually going to see Blue Spectre go for a slightly different approach here. We actually did try to go for the push, but then backs off immediately, gets caught. And I think Red Team, they're just so aware of the way that our Blue Spectre plays, they just immediately counterplay it, right? Like, they already know that, yeah, Bazil X-Slave always goes for the far push. Just shut it down immediately. That's exactly what happens here. And Spectre already so low, actually. Lich is out for Blue Team right now. That should give some room for the Spectre to maneuver right now. But yeah, Aerox and Urantian are just going for the hunt right now. There's nothing left right now for Blue Spectre. This is so dangerous. And yeah, Blue Spectre now fully in the downside. That's going to get cleared out. I think the Tornado should deny any kind of revival. Yeah, Interrupt on the Glyph as well is going to shut that down very, very hard, actually. That is not good at all. Okay. And there it is. Now we see Blue Team trying to jump around, trying to kite around here. But Red take a great fight then. That's going to be another kill on the Tempest. Almost certainly could maybe go for a Fire Glyph self-res, but no, that is not going to happen. And Red Team, the Suwon Slayers, They are out for blood today. Goodness me. They are, of course, the second seed, actually, into this qualifier. Oh, that's a nice bleed as well from Aerox. Aerox gets to cap this node and bleed the Tempest out at the same time. That is absolutely decadent, my friends. Delectable, indeed. And they may even get themselves to very close to a triple cap in the early stages of the game. I believe they actually have it. Yes, they actually do. They have all 3 nodes in their possession. 62 points up already. They pick up another kill. There's the final bleed out on the Tempest. Herald from Blue, unbelievably pressured as well. This is very, very tough. Yeah, Herald now fully in the downstate. Yeah, my audio is not, this is not good. I want to do a little bit like this. A little bit more effects. That's maybe too much effects. But look, live audio mixing. Again, I'm a professional, okay? I know what I'm doing. This is bad. They're dead. Team Nazio have been eviscerated by the Suwon Slayers. Peanut on fire. Urantian, Pimap, Aerox Sakura, and Suwon Cranox. The only member of the Suwon Slayers who actually remembered to create a new character. Cranox. Got a lot of respect there from me. Absolutely love to see that. Feels damn good. But yeah, that's... this isn't good. I don't really... I mean, Blue, they're going to try to make something happen because they know that, of course, they need to win this game, otherwise they are going to go to the lower bracket. So they've got to make this happen right now. It's not going to be easy, though. They're going to be having a massive Clown Fiesta 5v5 here. That's how we know we're on the NA servers, am I right? But anyway... Nazio coming under some serious fire here is obviously quite a good, slow and fat target. However, Blue definitely holding their own in this matchup. They're trying to make some progress on the map, going towards middle, trying to neutralize this stuff. Actually get it, and then we have the Shadow Portal here from Blue Spectre immediately going to the mansion. Starting to get that capture. That does, of course, leave the blue team outnumbered on this fight a little bit. Although, not entirely, actually. As we actually see Aerox kind of off to the side as well. So it kind of stays as a 4v4. But Blue haven't been able to get anything done just yet. I mean, Nazio now has managed to grab the mansion over there. But this is not really enough. They're 200 points. They need to win like a big fight. And they're not winning a big fight. They're actually losing a big fight here. Herald goes down, say, does come through the glyph. Very nice glyph from the support Tempest there. You love to see that. And that's okay. So they're keeping saying Water Overload does land. And there's some good support here from the Tempest. But this is not really going well enough for Team Nazio. And they do get a massive kill on Peanut. So the Caster Curse in full effect there, unfortunately. Is there going to be the Spectre Res? There is not actually. There's no Shallow Grave available this time by the looks of that. So Red are going to have to disengage this. And they're doing a good job of that as well. The player who has at risk is Cranox actually and does go down. And Blue, they're going to actually flip the map a little bit. They're flipping the script quite nicely. Okay, and yeah, killing the Storm Spirit there. That's big. Cranox now bleeding out, Peanut coming back into play, so that's a good recovery moment here from Team Nazio. Now, this is the thing that you do want to really think about too, actually, is that this map can be very, very snowbally, right? It's a small map, right? It's a compact map, so if you do manage to get a good position, you can hold it pretty nicely. You can absolutely, like, triple cap your opponent and force them. You can kind of enclose them, keep them in their spawn, so it's very difficult for them to push out onto the map again without essentially getting harassed a lot by your damage output while they try to reposition. So there is that potential here for Blue Team to really get back into this, but it's a bit of a mountain to climb right now, and Red Team, they very wisely just fully regrouped, fully repacked, and they're pushing back out into the map. I think where Cranox is going to go is where things are going to get spicy. That big Herald Playmaker Roma is going to be a really big deal, but we actually might just be going into another massive team fight, actually, as you see 4 players here just about to go at it over here. Well, we have this Thief 1v1 with Aerox into Brazil, ex-Slave, and it does appear that it is going in favor of the Blue Spectre. This is actually a really important 1v1. If you do have this Spectre v Spectre dynamic, it's super important that you are able to, well, win that 1v1. It's often very, very game defining, actually, these thieves playing against each other, like which thief out-thiefs the other, which one gets the outplay, and so far it did appear to be the Blue Spectre, and yes, in fact, that is exactly what's happening right now. We have Blue Spectre able to secure that node fully, and now Blue Team are on a triple gam, and Aerox goes down, and Suwon Slayer is actually in a world of pain currently. We do have some good splits here. Yantian moving over to the mansion, and of course Pimap rather, going to, well, also Vans too, actually, going over to the windmill, so we're going to have some 1v1 set up here and another big 3v3. Peanut very pressured, but with Aerox down, there is some room on the map right now for Blue to get even more value. And yeah, Blue, they are absolutely closing the gap right now. It's a very even game, I want to say right now. Super, super close currently. Just under 100 points in it, but very volatile. And with Peanut dying and with Cranox also going into the downstate, that's actually very, very spooky. There's no recovery on that, no revival there, no possibility of any hand revival. And all of a sudden, Blue, they're going to find themselves again with that triple cap position and advancing very quickly towards their victory. This is absolutely massive for Team Nazio after really struggling in the first game. And honestly, I think that might be what's going on with that GG. They're like, oh yeah, we've just screwed this up on first map. GG, go next. And I like that. That's some strong mental. Right, Pimat now getting revived up. I think the cleave is going to be just so huge. There's no way that's going to work. Oh, and Urantian does well. Oh, red team maybe getting a little rustled here, a little stressed, I think. That's an uncharacteristic mistake there. That was not a good revive to commit to whatsoever. The amount of cleave damage there. And now we're in a very, very rough spot. We're in a staggered situation. Nazio moving over directly to this clock tower to get that locked down, get that captured in favor of Blue team. Aerox a little bit locked down, getting chased over, is being supported by Cranox and Peanut. And look at that gap. Blue team now absolutely skyrocketing in terms of their points. This is very, very scary indeed for Red. They've got to get something done here. This is a super scary position. It's not over. Again, you know, we already saw the map flip towards Blue, so it could absolutely do the same in the other direction. No questions about that, but it's going to be tough here. Let's see what they're going to do. What's their opportunity? They're going to go for a big fight. They're just going to say, you know what? Let's go. Let's go 5v5. Let's end it on a 5v5. Let's do it. And that's exactly what Red are going to go for. They've got to do it quick, though, right? Because, again, you know, they're on their triple cap right now. They need to fight. If they want to fight this, then they got to go hard. They got to go now. And that looks like that's what they're trying to do. But Blue team playing pretty well here, sustaining themselves. The Herald being the focused here on the Blue team. Herald trying to hold on as best they possibly can. Doing a good job of it. In fact, the support from the Tempest is good. Turning it around onto Cranox, in fact. Cranox about to go down. So does he have his glint heal? He does not actually. 21 seconds on that. And that is going to be look at the cleave damage there. There is no way that is getting back up. There was, of course, the glyph, but it had to be cancelled. Good cancel there by Peanut to actually save that powerful resource. They're now going to try and invert it. Can they now trade with this Heralded to go for a 1-for-1? No, they can't. The positioning from the Blue Herald is fantastic. Keeping that player very, very safe indeed. However, Peanut, a little bit isolated here. Throughout all of this, Blue team, they've still kept their map control. Vans, locked down over here on the windmill. Aerox pressured, and with the Tempest, it's going to be a tough one. There's actually a 4v2, so Blue need to respond to this. They pick up a kill on the Tempest. As long as Vans and Sept don't die here, this is really good. And they aren't going to as well. Yeah, Nazio just finishing off that kill, and the support actually does arrive from Blue to sustain the Herald and the Warrior. I think this actually might be the end. If Aerox dies here, surely that's the end. Aerox, though, does have a decent chunk of Shroud left over. They won't be going down just yet, but I think this is the end. Again, look at the scoreline here. Look at this. Look at that redemption up from Blue. Node possession just absolutely dominant currently from our Blue team. This is going to be a 1-1. We're going to a completely different game, a huge switch up. And I think maybe a big part of this, there's no Deadeye right now from the Red team. They actually did swap things up a little bit. So they've changed their composition. The Deadeye was honestly doing so much work in that first matchup. Maybe they just don't feel it's so good on this map. They don't want to, you know, they feel that Colosseum is where you can really abuse that mobility. Kylo, perhaps a little bit less so. Lots of line of sight potential here. But yeah, they just get punished for it very, very hard. It has not worked. And well, obviously you have to give credit for Blue. I think Blue definitely stepped up here. They rallied their mentality actually from their first game. Yeah, GG, go next. And I like that. That's where you want to be to us. Oh, nice 1v1 from Blue Spectre Just picks up the Ranger. That's going to be the end of the game. Wow. Very commendable performance here. And as you can see by my overlay, the overlay thinks the game is well and truly over. And I am inclined to agree with you, overlay. Good job, overlay. You really understand what's going on in the game. And we're going to go to a 1-1. That is it. GG does get called. I mean, yeah, that's the time to call it, I guess. And we're going to a 1-1. It's going to be Suwon Slayers versus Team Nazio. And our first match on NA. Going all the way to 3 matches. That is absolutely spectacular, is it not? I'm gonna get a sip of tea here, guys. Oh. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who's already here. We're seriously, I really hope you're all enjoying the show. Look, I'll tell you something, guys. I'm feeling, I'm feeling transparent today. Like I want to talk to you. I feel connected to the Guild Wars 2 community. Yeah, I was super, super nervous about this tournament. Seriously, right? I was talking to people. I wasn't even speaking English. I was literally going like, "Ah!" That was me. That was my form of communication. A few days before the tournament, like actual just screeching, like screaming. And it's going so well. I'm loving the reception, right? The overlay, people seem to really like it. The production is working, right? The games are excellent. The admin is clean. We haven't had any issues with the teams, right? I just want to say thank you to everyone, right? Like, thank you to everyone, for all the administrators, obviously all the players, and all of you guys for watching. Really hope you enjoy it. Everything's been going really, really well so far. It's fantastic. Hell yeah. All right. Okay. Okay, Nos has arrived. Let me go ahead and get him into the arena. 1 second. Wait, just 1 moment. The Dark Lord has arrived. Okay, let's get him in here. Let's get him in here. Right, what are we doing? What are we doing? Right, what is the arena name, actually? Okay. There it is. Okay, let us call the Dark Lord. Here we go. Let's bring him in. Ooh. Calling. It's ringing. The phone's ringing.
Hello.
Yo. Hello.
Is this the Moda?
It is. Are you excited for some NA PvP?
I love NA PvP. I just inhaled my cope, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a banger of a match here. 1-1 here. Some insane triple caps, reverse triple caps, full 4v4, 5v5 fights. Off node a lot of the time, just sometimes in roads. Teams just going at it, playing deathmatch.
What's been your favorite thing so far today?
Favorite thing so far? I mean, I'm not sure I can say that. We've only just got started. I would probably say it was like a big team fight on the first map that got completely insane and immediately swung the match. Classic overcommit and then get cleaved down while you try and res. It was explosive. Very exciting.
Been there, done that. Not a great feeling. But my favorite thing is Yura. I'm looking at what he's got cooked up. I see a Storm Spirit.
Yes.
I don't remember the last time I saw a Spirit. And a bunch of catnips. Good to see catnips back in the mix.
Indeed, indeed. So definitely an innovative approach here as well, actually. It's definitely a very curious skill. But I'm actually looking, now that I'm reading the tooltip, I think I understand why, Nos. You see the damage on Core Lightning? It says 2,000 tooltip damage. That's quite a large number in PvP, actually.
To commit a whole utility for 2,000 damage? I hope it does more than that. The days seem pretty impactful.
I mean, for reference, though, like, Maul has a 1,200 damage tooltip, right? So it's like nearly 2 Mauls, potentially, if you land this ability.
All right, I guess we just got to keep an eye on the Storm Spirit. See its contributions.
It's definitely going to be hard to land. Okay, it's going to be hard to land. You have to cast it, and then it has to teleport over. So it might be a little bit difficult, but I like the experimentation. Definitely some crazy science here.
I'm sure he'll make it work.
Yeah, and we're back to the Deadeye here as well from their team. They played a Herald in the last match. Didn't really work out for them. Now we're living the double thief dream, which a lot of teams have been playing. The Spectre and the Deadeye being brought into play. Very nice.
People have been sleeping on Deadeye for too long. It's gone unnoticed for years. Now that everything's out of its way, it's risen up.
Yeah, it absolutely has.
It's been in hiding.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I mean, that's the role play. It's just been role playing. It's been in the shadows, ready to snipe But here we go. We're going to get into this. Do you have any thoughts looking at the compositions of these teams? Do you prefer one of them to the other, or about even?
They seem fairly similar for the most part. I've noticed one team has a Necro, a core Necro, and the other doesn't. And for Necro, it's not too good lately. I haven't really had a chance to play myself, but we'll see what it's made of. Looks like there's going to be a big team fight on mid. Blue team rushing towards the mid node graveyard. Red team stacking stealth. This may just be an even split on the opener. No, they're pushing for far. Red team going for the waterfall node. Let's see how the Spectre lives. So far gets off a good days. You're coming with the stealth. Will he land a decent burst? He's looking for it. No dice. They just choose to peel out. The Revenant, though, taking a lot of damage. Tempest doing a good job keeping him up, backing away. Not a great opener for the blue team so far. No nodes on the map. And to top it all off, it looks like, positionally, health, cooldowns, they're in a significantly worse place. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent assessment. In fact, we see the Spectre from blue team being just straight up driven away, unable to continue in that fight. And as you say, a huge amount of cooldowns have been burned for blue team. They're able to actually plant down their Blade Suwon on the middle node there. Vans will just begin that 1v1. They'll get back into this fight. But during all of that, with that push from the Herald, that left them exposed over here. And Nazio and the Tempest goes down as well. That's not a good start for our blue team whatsoever. However, we do see the Spectre revive there. Onto the Tempest, which at least salvages the situation. But I don't think blue team's really in a position where they can fight without their Necromancer for the time being. So red, I think, are going to take a significant early advantage in this map.
Yeah, blue team's in absolute shambles. Red team with a double cap. Vans barely gets the one cap for them. Manages to take PMAP. What's his name? PMAP? Off the mid node, secure the cap for them. It looks like Graveyard's going to be a rallying point for the blue team, trying to get themselves back into this game. We see 4 players from each team on the mid node. Red Warrior, for some reason, going to Waterfall. Not sure what he's doing over there. Blue Thief gets a really good decap and turning into a full cap. Meanwhile, Red Team's Deadeye gets the downstate. I believe the signet comes out. It's a success. The Tempest, though, looks like he's in the downstate.
Yeah, there's no revive.
No revive coming his way. Blue Team apps just trying their best to A, peel out, and B, hold on to the node, greeting a few points. May turn out to lead to an even nastier snowball. Not sure how tanky the blue team Spectre will be. He's doing his best, though, to live on the node.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to last?
Well, I mean, we have actually seen this particular Spectre be very greedy in some of these kind of 1v2 outnumbered situations and then die. Doesn't make the same mistake here, though. Actually moves out almost immediately. Doesn't have a shadow portal down, so can't do anything super fast. Needs to just reset real quick before going back in there. But the map state has actually become extremely even, actually, with everything kind of resetting a little bit. Both teams starting to reevaluate how they're going to fight. Nezio, the core Necromancer on blue, actually gets caught a little bit, takes some very heavy damage. It's an excellent fear ring, though. Is able to disengage and place the worm in a good safe spot there. And I think we're just going into another massive team fight, Nos. I think that's probably what's going to happen here. And that may well be the story of this game, in fact, is they bash into each other, and if any of them manage to kill 2 or 3 players, they'll get some really big map value out of it. And yeah, Deadeye gets shut down here, and I think perhaps the blue team adapting to this pick, actually, they had a lot of difficulty with it on Colosseum, which is obviously probably a bit of a better map for it anyway. But this time, I think blue team are really respecting it, shutting it down really, really hard, and managed to convert that into another kill too onto Peanut. And now blue have to figure out what they're going to do to actually get some map control and get some serious point gain right now.
Yeah, I think this game has been a true scramble. I've never seen, a Legacy been so scrambly before. It's constantly being decapped, full cap. At one point, I even saw Yura just leave the quarry 1 tick away from a full cap. Rotates mid, realizes what he did, rotates back. So, blue team, though, despite being worse off in team fights, they're doing a much better job rotating around the map, taking advantage of red team's overcommitment to certain players in certain fights. And although they keep dying, they're playing some Guild Wars too. They're playing 5v5 Conquest. They are focused on the nodes. 2v2 breaking on the quarry node. Looks like we're going to have Thief Rev versus Ranger Tempest. Not a good matchup for the Thief Rev. They're going to do their best, hold on to the node. X-Slave, the tanky Spectre, holding the node. Buying his team some time to respawn from the 3v3 defeat on the other side of the map. And they're going to be outnumbered here, and it's really important that no one on the blue team dies. It'll just further delay their ability to regroup, get back into the game. Rev gunning it for his team. good support coming out from the Tempest, and it looks like we're seeing another team fight break out on the mid node. Let's see if blue is able to manage the way to rotate around this mess.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And yes, the game is now proceeding along there, and blue team do keep dying. The deaths do indeed keep coming through, actually, as now we see Nazio and the Spectre from blue actually pretty much dead there, and red now starting to get back into the game there. You know, you can play all the conquests you want, but you do actually have to win fights as well, right? Or at least some of them, at least a few fights. If you don't win any of the fights, you are going to find yourself in a lot of trouble, and that's certainly where blue team are right now, especially to lose the Tempest again. Let's see if the Spectre has the revival available. They do not either, and I think the cleave should be more than enough over here to deny any possibility of a recovery. And in fact, I think the blue team need to be very careful not to lose any more players. Red, Suwon Slayers, they've got themselves a triple cap right now.
Blue team can't lose their cool right now. They can't wander off, get themselves killed. They got to play it smart. They have about one good push left in them, considering the fact that red team has a 3 cap, almost halfway to 500 points. And this is going to be their last shot to really get back in this game before it's just too late. Blue team Steve gets a really good decap on Corey, taking the 1v1 versus Warrior, likely going to be a stale. Blue team in the base, regrouping, figuring out what to do, too afraid to go out yet. Time's ticking though. Looks like they're going to go for a 2-2 split. Warrior and the red from the blue team going to push out into the mid node, being met by Ranger, or Tempest and Thief. And it looks like they're going to do an entire... No, the blue team's Thief no longer was wanting to fight on Corey, backs off. Manages to get a decap on the waterfall, good for blue team. And it looks like they're trying to set up for another big team fight. I don't think it can snowball off it. The issue is the team fights have been going really bad. The core's been going really bad for the blue team. So I would like to see them more scrambling in this type of situation. Just play 3 nodes.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I think they need to be the ones who are kind of taking those more skirmishy, scrappier fights rather than these big ones. And I think perhaps that would be quite difficult for them to do, though, because, of course, there's double Thief on the red team, right? So there's a lot of mobility for red. So it is difficult for them to do that, but I think they certainly need to try in some way because, as you say, yeah, like this fight, it's going to be difficult to win. They haven't been having the easiest time in getting that done whatsoever. And now we're just going to see it essentially erupt right now. See if red can close it out. And they don't need to be super greedy here or like super aggressive in this fight. They're kind of winning right now, right? They have map control. Like the longer this fight goes on, the better it's going to be for them anyway, right? They're already ahead. They're still ticking away on nodes. And blue are aware of this. They're trying to split it up. Vans goes for the push towards the quarry. Red team really going for this kill on the Tempest, and the Herald also incredibly low. If 2 of these players die, this could be potentially catastrophic, unfortunately, for Team Nazio. And yeah, we actually do see the Herald go down, does get revived by the Tempest, which is very, very nice, but is that going to be good enough? I'm not even sure if this Herald is going to survive for much longer. Gets the super speed and maybe able to just barely survive for a little bit longer, but things are definitely looking a little bit grim for Team Nazio here. Like, red team looking pretty good. Like, although having said that, though, Ranger is now dead. The curse has once again kicked in. Your Anton goes in the down state. Does get revived, though. Speedy glyph activation from Peanut. Might be able to stabilize this fight. And let's see if red are going to actually start to disengage this, or if they're just going to trust in the 5v5. The all-out 5v5 on mid. And here it is. Oh, the Deadeye gets caught. The hand raise comes through. This could be a very scary commitment. There's no way that's going to happen, actually. And I think we're going to have to see red team now start to disengage this fight. They cannot continue here. Otherwise, they will end up all dead and potentially throwing the game, which would probably be a bad idea.
Yeah, blue team played it very smart. They first focused on nuding all the nodes, so they weren't bleeding points anymore, and then they focused on having a massive team fight that'll swing things back into their favor. And it's paid off in extreme dividends. Great support came out for the blue team's Tempest when the Rev was almost dead. Managed to give him an Earth Shield transitioned into a full Glen heal, and they were able to get off the burst they needed, focus down the squishy targets on the red team, and now they're counter snowballing on Legacy. This is going to turn out to be a very close game. As I say that, Nazio goes in the downstate. No glyph res available, it looks like, from the blue team's Tempest. Just trying to live at this point. Vans gets the full cap off on Quarry. Now we're seeing a 2v2 breakout on Graveyard. Going to do their best to hold the node. Though I don't like what I'm seeing from Aerox right now. If I was him, I'd go for the decap, and he's going to focus on trying to get another snowball going. We'll see how that pays off. Still another 1v1 taking place at the waterfall node. Warrior versus Spectre. A bit of a stale, it seems like. And this is a pretty good spot for the blue team, so long as Tempest manages to hold on and not die. Nazio rotating in off spawn. Going to try and help peel off the Tempest. Tempest rocking Stoneheart. A good pick here. Not too much condies on the red team. And they managed to get a double cap. No one's able to, it seems, 1v1 the blue team's Spectre. Yura just backs off. And now we're seeing an absolute counter of what we saw 5 minutes ago, where blue team is in complete control. Blue team is the one that's winning the team fights. Aerox goes in the downstate. Instead of going for a safe decap into full cap, he decides to rotate on mid and die and do nothing. It happens. And now red team's in absolute shambles. Yura might get a cheeky decap, as Jebro would say. Blue team's thief, not wanting that. And honestly, this is fine. Blue team's going to say, all right, take your one node. We got what we're looking for. We don't want to overextend. We don't want to risk things. We just want to solidify our position and one more solid push, and the score will be in blue team's favor.
Exactly right. Yeah, we already have Vans in a defensive position, watching for any of these thieves lurking about the place, and blue just gearing up for that next fight. Again, they're just very defensively postured. Now they're going to start the contest, and the battle will once again begin. One thief did it. Oh, no, the Deadeye actually gets caught.
Ooh.
That's big, actually. That's huge. One thief off the map, and that's going to allow a significant advantage in this next match. That Deadeye being removed from the map is massive. Blue team's got to be feeling good about this going into this fight. Red team need to be very careful here.
Exactly right. You hate to see that type of thing happen. Yura is in peak ranger positioning right now on the ledge. Necromark's coming out to peel him. A lot of blue team stacking on the node. I think they're going to eat unnecessary cleave as a result. Doesn't matter. It looks like they're still trying to pick a target. They see Aerox is rotating out. How will they match? Vans is going to match. Is he quick enough? While that's going on, Rev from the blue team taking a lot of damage, forced to blow his glint. For some reason, Rev sorting, threeing a pet, I guess trying to live. And it looks like Red's going to focus more so on rotations here. 2 thieves versus 1 thief on the quarry node. X-Slave definitely needs a backup coming up. See how long he can hold the node for. Looks like the blue team's Tempest is thinking about helping him. He's not too sure. They definitely need to send someone to quarry right now. Or else he's going to turn completely around. As we say that.
Yeah, Thief gets out, which is decent, of course. Like, the Herald now moves over, but a little bit too late there, really. Won't be able to deny that decap. And, of course, that does mean that blue team need to make something happen here. They're no longer in a state where they're going to win the game. And, in fact, they may be about to lose Nazio. Nazio has a good amount of shrouds. That might be helping now, actually. Doesn't manage to get there in time and doesn't die. Does the glyph land? Oh, it does! Huge glyph, actually. But the Herald also solo needs to get some support and goes down, gets picked up by the Deadeye. Little bit of chaos right now. I don't think that's right. Well, yeah, the Shadowfall comes through, and I think that should be... Actually, it's a Shadowfall from the blue team, actually, so that might allow them to res, but no way, actually. No way are they getting that.
Yeah, they took a lot of cleave trying to commit to that res. Now Nazio is in the down state. Fans are going to try and hold the node. I do like that X-Slave trying to salvage situation. Hold core. Nodes are extremely important right now, but it's just not going to be enough. Not rotating to Corey sooner was a huge mistake, and we see the GG being confirmed potentially in map chat.
I said GG.
And there it is.
What do you...
That was close.
I'm curious. What do you think? Do you like the GG there? Do you think that was pretty much unrecoverable for blue? I mean, I guess so, right? Like, we actually saw almost no GGs on the EU. That, you know, even if they were getting destroyed, they would play the game out. But NA is willing to maybe just go next a little.
You know, it's definitely a very depressing point for the blue team. Red team 80 points away. They're having a team wipe. Red team's about to have 2 nodes. I mean, for the most part, it's a GG. It'd be an extremely legendary comeback. We're talking, you know, red team being paused at 499 points and then they decap everything type situation. Mm-hmm. Was it possible? Yeah, technically. Was it likely? No. Is there a loser's bracket? I'm not too familiar with.
There isn't.
There's like, yeah, so I'm going to be the typical shoutcaster who says, hey, tell me about the bracket. You know, normally they do it like out of sarcasm, like they actually know, but they're actually trying to inform the viewers. But I legitimately have no idea what the format is, what the meta is, what's going on. So how would you, from a bird's eye view, say how today's going to plan out?
So we just got our first match done there. It was Suwon Slayers versus Team Nazio. Of course, our other teams are the Copium Cuties, Team EU, and of course, Team Zero Missing, which, for those who don't know, is Team USA with no Zeromus in it, essentially, is what it is, with a slight roster change. And yeah, there is the lower bracket, so Team Nazio, they've now gone down to the lower bracket, and they'll be playing some matches later on. We're going to go back to our first round now. There's a bit of an NA special, actually, for this one. Not actually, the Copium Cuties were adjusting their roster and figuring out who was going to play what build, actually during that previous match. So, you know, they're coming into it fresh, you know. They're really making it exciting for themselves and for everyone. And we're going to be doing that game just up next. Yeah. It might be a bit of an interesting one. Team EU is actually as you would expect, it is a pug team that actually helped make the NA qualifier have enough teams to actually happen. You know, the NA qualifier was a little bit dry on players last time. And so a lot of members from my guild and some of the EU players actually really stepped up, to be fair to them, and played the NA qualifier number 3 to make sure we had enough teams to make it make any kind of sense. So yeah, will be an instant one, and they somehow managed to qualify, mostly because a lot of the other NA teams actually disbanded. This is actually really funny. You know, I'm sure you're probably aware of this, right? There was a team made by Jeff, right? And this was, it was heartbreaking. It really was in the first qualifier. I actually had to tell him that his own team had disbanded, right? Like 3 hours after they played the qualifier and they qualified. Unfortunately, I went to his stream. I was like, and how do you feel about your team disbanding? He didn't know. No one else told him on his team. He was like the last one to know, but it's quite tragic. Quite tragic there. And weirdly enough, that happened with a lot of NA teams. Somehow, yeah.
That sounds pretty typical. Why do you think NA has such little representation, Teapot? Is it ANET's fault? Is it NA's fault? Is there not enough prize pool? Is the top seed just too dominating? Why is NA so dead?
You know, it's a good question. I think a lot of it does come down to the population more than anything else. And I think having a super strong team does make it difficult for people to kind of motivate themselves to, I suppose, kind of stick it around and continue to play. Like, you know, Team USA, for example, like dominating the monthly every single time, like with a very, very powerful roster. It makes it a little bit difficult. And of course, there are some, shall we say, volatile characters on the NA scene, which tend to destabilize teams that they happen to arrive in, right? And you know, it's a bit like a game of Among Us, I think. Sometimes there's some internal sabotage that prevents teams from sticking around for that long.
I mean, it is what it is, I guess, at this point. I mean, you know, I would have had a team too, but Tipo was like, no, man, no one from NA. We need an NA shoutcaster. Like, we need you. Like, don't play. Like, you got a shoutcast. I was like, but, like, you know, teams, Tipo, like, what do you want from me? He's like, just come shoutcast. My voice, I almost died last time. I was like, okay, fine. I just don't want you to die. I mean, then what's left? I mean, nothing.
That is indeed true. And of course, I really appreciate you hopping on board and bringing some dry wit to the show. We definitely need it, okay? Nothing on my end there, unfortunately. But fortunately, I've got you to carry me, and it feels good. And of course, welcome to the show. It's good to have you here, especially as you're, you know, the zookeeper, the safari lord, right? Understanding the NA scene, the culture of NA, and that's the insight we need. That's the insight we need right now today.
I'm a little out of the loop, but I mean, it's the NA scene, so nothing's changed. So it's pretty safe to make certain assumptions on why things are happening like they are. Do you know that there's a GIF. It's from the show The Boys GIF, and it's the Deep coming in. I don't know if you could show this. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Well, could you wait? Which clip? I mean.
This is extremely relevant. I know we're just killing dead air, but I'm gonna link it in our Discord chat.
Okay.
And that right there, I need you to show that on stream. When you show that on stream, I'm gonna say something, and it's gonna be.
Well, there is a 30-second delay, so you kind of that might be a little tricky. Should I just tell you what I'm showing?
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna describe what the NA like what's going on with NA right now.
Okay, give me just one moment. I will tell you. Wait, do you want to know when it plays? Because it's
like
looping, right?
When it's on stream, I need you to tell me, and then I'll say the line.
Okay.
It's going to be really good.
It's on stream now. It's on stream now. Go.
Okay, so what you're seeing right now is what happens when Naru and Team USA ask Grim to join them for a big tournament. That right, that's Grimjack walking up. Back on the team, baby. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that is
that's him right
that's
there.
A good meme. That's a good meme. Yeah.
That's Naru. That's Naru in the cave. Team USA. They had an opening.
Goodness me. And actually, there is one other thing that's going on right now that is truly exciting, actually. Of course, we're raising some money for Cure Rare Disease over this weekend as well. Already up to $3,650. And that has just now happened, actually, because of Guild MM with a $500 donation. Champion Gaming, best you, and 20 gifted subs as well. Wow. He's checking all the boxes, okay? We love to see that. Thank you so much. That is absolutely insane. I need to update the goal here as well so we can march towards 4,000 as well. But yeah, thank you so much for everyone who's participated. There's really incredible stuff. We're making some, working towards some real progress and real change in the world to make some lives better all over the place. There was fantastic stuff. So thank you so much to everyone who's involved. It's an incredible cause. And of course, thank you very much to Cure Rare Disease for helping us sort out the prize pool as well, right? The esports players are getting rich. We're curing rare disease. I mean, what's not to love? We're having some epic games. It's some crazy content. So big shout out there to MM. Really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much, dude. And indeed, thank you to Cure Rare Disease. If you want to learn more, !CRD in the chat. Donate in the chat as well. Check out all those things. Mods, spam it. Everyone spam it. Get in there right now. And I don't actually know what's going on with the next game. I believe they are banning things. Yes, they are indeed banning things when it comes to the maps. Let's go and see what they've actually done.
Now, before we get into that, no cope. Give it to me straight, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is there actually a team that could maybe potentially, if we inhale some cope, have a good match versus the top seed?
Listen. Put me in a bit of a tough spot here, buddy. We're not at the end yet. We can't spoil it. I certainly would say, we'll do the caster meme. I would certainly say that Team Zero Missing is certainly a very strong favorite. However, I do think that honestly, Suwon Slayers looking damn good. I actually heard that a similar roster to Suwon Slayers in this tournament actually did quite well into Team Zero Missing, or Team USA, whatever, in a monthly automated tournament. So I think there is definitely some hope there as well, for sure. So I don't think there's certainly not no hope, but I definitely think that, as expected, that's an incredibly powerful roster from that roster. And I think Copium Cuties, the team we're about to see right now, they've shipped in some top players from EU, actually, to see what's going to happen over here. And that's also a potential roster that might be able to make something happen as well.
That's a lot of words for just simply saying there's no chance, but I appreciate you doing that.
Listen, it's got to be done. We can't spoil the tournament. Look, I'm trying. I don't want them to know. I don't want to know this is scripted, right? Like they need to not know that.
You're the #1 cope manufacturer of Guild Wars. Watch, I'll prove it. What do you think about the Steam release?
The Steam release? I think it's gonna be pretty cool. I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
That's
an exciting time. I think it's a big deal for the game, yeah. Real talk. Like the Guild Wars 2 is only sold on their official website, right? I think a game being released on Steam actually generates a lot of hype, right? I think it worked with RuneScape, it worked with BDO. I think it can work with Guild Wars 2. I can see that happening. Exciting times.
See, he's the cope manufacturer.
You don't think so?
I almost got coped up there. Here's how I view the Steam release. It's like blowing your ultimate at the wrong time and getting no value. You can only do like a big thing like that every so often. But if the game's not in, that great of a state, let's say, perhaps it's an opinion, right? And then you release it on Steam, and there's such an influx of new players, right? We would want the game to be in the best state possible, and I'm not too caught up on things, but I think some people may argue that it's not in the best state it could be.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Look, think about it. Look, when the Steam release drops, they have to wait until all the new players manage to make it through the end. They still have time while the players are leveling up and playing. See? Yeah? It's big brain.
Maybe they'll do like a gem store release too, like something nice. Just
They can get another one of those cat skins, right? Like the Jade Pot cat skins.
Have you bought it? Do you have it?
No, I don't. Do you have it?
Why not? No, I haven't logged in months.
But wait,
I don't.
Yes, but if you logged in, would you get it?
I don't even have a Jade bot, man.
Yep.
What am I going to do with the skin?
Well, would you get a Jade bot and then get the skin?
You can't use it in PvP, so I don't think I would.
There's limited utility for you. That is true. Do you have any thoughts on map bans in general? Actually, like, is there any kind of commentary that you'd have on that? You know, would you have a mindset going into a 5v5, like what you'd be trying to get rid of? Because we actually have seen a good amount of variance actually in what teams do ban and pick. Do you have any kind of ideas or thoughts on why teams might go for certain maps?
Yeah, maps definitely have each their own certain vibes to them. Like there are more team fight centered vibe, just really, really simple maps like that, like Skyhammer, where you just focus in small controlled areas and take on a big, fight. And then there's more volatile maps where the more, let's say, flexible teams, the more rotation focused teams can perform better, like Temple, even, even Forest and Capricorn are big maps like that. Where rotations can sometimes take a while to happen. So each map definitely, in its own sense, has its own flavor to it. Like Kylo is notorious for being just a very straightforward. You're just playing Guild 2 Conquest, vanilla, nothing crazy happening. Trebs are just for memes, nothing too crazy. So yeah, I think teams definitely do have their maps that they prefer for sure.
Indeed.
Like, for example, I know Temple is probably the most popular map to ban because it's an extremely volatile map and crazy shenanigans can always happen. And I think it's the map that's most likely to have an underdog win because if, in really pivotal moments, let's say, they perform well, it can net them a lot of advantage and a lot of points on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. And we're about to get into our first game, which is going to be on Colosseum, which is actually probably the most popular map, I think. It's like every single series, every single set has got some Colosseum. And on the red team, it's going to be Ranger Robin on the Untamed, Tempug, Tempest, Soapy Hands, Herald, Cutie Andre on the Blade Suwon, and Off-Brand Svelier on Deadeye. They're going to go up against the not EU team, or rather the Team EU, which is Herald, Core Guardian, Spectre, Harbinger, and Mirage.
Yeah, they definitely got a few countries on their team. That's pretty impressive. And then I couldn't help but notice that there's a Mirage.
There is.
God.
Yes.
Let's see what he's made of. Let me take a look at his amulet. I wonder if it's it's Carrion. A Carrion Mirage. I guess we're gonna see a lot of Condi spikes coming out from.
And we do. The Herald from Red gets blasted pretty hard. Now, the big issue that you typically have with the Mirage is that you're a bit squishy. You tend to run out of juice pretty quickly, then get immediately destroyed. Like, some players did try to play Mesmer on EU. It didn't really work, though. But let's see if it works now. It kind of is.
Did you tell him this was Conquest, or did you tell him it was Deathmatch, Teapot? Like,
well,
do they have the wrong idea? This looks very odd to me right now.
Yeah.
Does EU, do they? Yeah. Go ahead.
I think there often is a little bit of confusion about the game mode here. I think this is something that you do see, perhaps on the NA server. The NA server just loves to fight a little bit. That is certainly the case. And yeah, the team's just wanting to fight right outside of spawn and just, well, why capture points when you can get 5 points per kill on the other player? Actually, just flat out, Team EU crush that opening fight.
Yeah, let's see if they're able to capitalize that full cap nodes and get an advantage rolling on it. I think we saw EU Luxembourg actually win a 1v1, maybe versus...
Into the Ranger, yes. I believe.
Was it?
Yeah, I believe it was a 1v1 into the Untamed, yes. That was also a big
good on them. It looks like their strategy is paying off in dividends. Managed to get a 2 cap off this, as well as neutralize the other node. Let's see if Red Team's able to recap that. And I'm not too familiar with anyone on either team here. So who do you actually think's the favorite?
I have to say, I went into this definitely saying that the Red Team here, the Copium Qs, were pretty favored, actually. There are multiple monthly automated tournament winners. Wow.
Wow.
On the Red. Wow. Yeah, wow. On the Red Team here. And then Blue is essentially, as I understand it, like an EU pug.
I mean, I feel like most teams in this tournament are pug, at least on NA side. I feel like a lot of people who don't, typically play together are just, it's kind of like spontaneous, which is why, there's not too many teams, because they also spontaneously implode.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a two-way process. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about here. Now, Red Team trying to turn it around. They are able to eliminate the support guardian on Blue. That is very important. Well, that revive is probably not the smartest idea, actually. Mirage nearly pays the price for that. may be able to actually get away. Just barely disengages, but will that be the same for the rest of the blue team here? Spectre in a little bit of trouble, tries to port around a little bit, has some Shroud, but I think this is a little bit of a spooky situation. Spectre is able to disengage, though. The speed is vast.
Yeah, and the side objectives are also fastly available now. Red team capitalizing off it. That'll be extremely helpful in winning these team fights. Unfortunately, so they trade out their Tempest life. See if there's any shenanigans they can do to res. Looks like it's a Warhorn Warrior trying to get the res. The Cope Elixir comes out, and he eats massive cleave and damage and wastes a lot of utilities trying to live. He'll probably be going down soon. The Bladesworn, down he goes. Blue team netting themselves a lot of kills. Red team going to now capture the other subjective, the shield being in play, coming into play. Red team capping a side node. And it looks like the map state's pretty even. Red team has buffs going for them, but blue team has momentum and getting a snowball in their favor. Blue team's Necro manages to get the decap. Now it's a 2v2. Two Condis versus, let's see if it's a Stoneheart Tempest. It is. That is not a matchup he wants to be taking. He's going to be forced off. We'll see if they commit to the 2v2. Looks like they're committing as support players into a 2v2. Maybe relying on the fact they have shield buff, they can get a sneaky decap. Gets 3 ticks there, 2 more left to go for the decap. It's not going to be too exciting of a 2v2. I think Blue team will be able to hold out. We do see on the other side of the map a 3v3 breaking out. They're seeing which node they want to fight on. And it looks like one of their players is a thief. The Deadeye is getting pretty low, forced to sort of peel off. They're playing a delicate dance right now. And I think there's going to be not too much action. Whoa, we see a decap coming out by the blue team. Or no, by the red team, I believe, decapping that node. I forget whose it was originally. They managed to out-rotate them. And really good rotations from the red team, outnumbering that 2v2 since nothing else was on the other side of the map. They managed to take out the blue team's Necro just like that. And now what I want to see the red team do is peel back and hold their 2 nodes. Let's see if they listen before it's too late. Just take your advantage, regroup, make sure you're not losing anything. I believe side node buffs are going to be coming out soon. It's really important that the red team doesn't throw this position. Deadeye almost trying his hardest to throw his position. Almost dies. Doesn't have his heal. Shadow steps to decap the node with not much health left. Pretty much just wasted a shadow step for no reason whatsoever. Has a heal coming up. Doesn't opt to use it despite having no health. Maybe wants to get some evade frame value. The Tempest gets collapsed on. Absolutely dies.
They get the rally here potentially. Oh no, it didn't rally. They were able to kill the Revenant, but it's not good enough. Mirage is very low. Is this recoverable for red? It actually maybe is. No, actually it's too much damage there. Mirage comes in and unleashes a massive avalanche of damage. Might still actually get picked off though, as Bladesworn and the Ranger are really hunting for this kill over here. I think this might be a very difficult escape for the Mirage to pull off. Nothing really left here in terms of cooldowns, and that will be a kill. So bit of a trade here, both these teams. Red team have now crept their way into the lead. They are down a node though, so they do need to make something happen. They do have this kill with that Mirage. See if they can convert that into something. Now pushing towards the middle node for another epic fight. It's just non-stop action right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one's going for the sword buff. It's extremely valuable on this map. I know that the more higher-seeded teams tend to always prioritize going for that buff, so that buff's going to lay dormant for quite some time. The score is surprisingly even thus far. This has been a pretty volatile game. Not sure that Mirage really needed to die, but such is the life of a Frenchie, I suppose. Blue team leaves their Revenant to get outnumbered 1v3. He goes down. It looks like the Guardian's trying to get the Signet, has stab for it. Little too late. Good idea, not good enough now. The blue team's Guardian is in a really bad
as well.
He's caught off guard. He pretty much interrupts his own heal there with a dodge roll at the start. And let's see if he's able to heal and get it off. For some reason, he waits before using it. Dies as a result. I guess it's just better to just die there.
That EU ping. Yeah, that's the problem there, right?
Germany's pretty far. That must be North Germany, to be precise.
Exactly.
He's a proud.
So you've got unbanned Germany and North Germany, just to make sure you know what's going on there. I like that. That's good.
Yeah, it's very good. And despite this, red team still doesn't have any nodes yet. I think they should have prioritized either A, trying to get that sword buff, or B, trying to cap a node. We see now the Rev from the red team. Maybe he'll get that full cap. Blue team, Thief, Spectre holding the node. I think this is a pretty favored matchup for the Spectre. I'm absolutely guessing there, but I have a 50% chance on getting that call right. Anyways, we see it outnumbered 1v2. We'll see how long the Spectre can live. If anything, Spectre should be able to rotate out as necessary. Blue team's Harbinger goes in the downstate, full dead. Red team's Ranger goes in the downstate, gets absolutely outnumbered, wasn't able to peel. Now we see the red team's Thief finally get that sword buff. That's an important buff to get into play. That'll help them snowball, win these team fights, win these 1v1s, win the fights that they need to win. And red team should be getting a double cap soon. I really like this rotation coming out from the red team's Thief. He's going to go plus a 1v1, a very infamous and common rotation by Thief, especially now with the red buff. This Spectre will probably die, lands a very good burst. Spectre Shroud being able to tank it a lot, but not enough for the Ranger burst. Comes in, maybe potentially a bit of an over rotation. Red team, left their Tempest too long on the mid node. Tempest tried to greet it for too long, should have backed out sooner. Goes in the downside. We see a 1-for-1 trade. I like what the Thief's doing with this rotation. Going to go get decap on far. At this point, if I was red, I'd just make the call, ignore mid, hold our side nodes, take it from there, but they seem to overextend into the mid node. They both die as a result. They could have cut it out a little bit better. And now we see blue team getting the kills that they need, get back in this game, and it's really important at this point that they A, get the shield buff, and B, convert this into full caps. I want to see a full cap on mid, I want to see a full cap for blue team on that side node. We see a 1v1 breaking out. Looks like each buff is uncontested. Red gets one buff. Thought I saw something from blue team going shield buff. I guess he changed his mind.
Ranger Robin potentially getting a kill on the Spectre, actually, in the 1v1 on the side. That would be a really nice win if that was actually able to come through. But however, not EU England has arrived to save the day, and that's probably going to deny this kill from coming through. And blue very much crawling back into this game after having a bit of difficulty here, but they need to not die here. The EU Luxembourg Harbinger having a lot of difficulty here, does actually still have the elite elixir. Should be a very good tool to keep alive from potentially counterburst. They're actually going to play aggressive and actually win the 2v3. This is big. Massive 2v3 here from Team EU. Luxembourg and France teaming up. Oh, but it's going to have to be a rally. And it does, in fact, come through really nice there. But unfortunately, I think EU Luxembourg just doesn't have the ability to resend. So despite picking up a kill in a 2v3, the fight eventually will be lost. But killing a Tempest in a 2v3, probably not too bad from Team EU's perspective. Let's see if they have any value elsewhere on the map, because, of course, they'll be outnumbered because of that. I think they do find the Deadeye, so ends up working out pretty well. Oh, I think you're going to enjoy that. I like the Herald there, knocking the Thief onto the node to make sure it's contesting. That's big. And then also not capping it. Now we do see the Spectre try and do that. The Ranger in position to intercept that, of course, and initiate this 1v1. So blue and red still probably want to find a little bit more. Like blue obviously winning right now, technically, but not comfortably so. Like it really is up in the air right now. With the Mirage dying, that's very, very bad indeed. Will the Signet come through? It actually does. Now this Mirage needs to try and survive, or at least turn this fight. In fact, it's going to turn around onto the Herald immediately, and that Herald might be dead. There it is. There's the downstate. Is there a revival available? There actually is, and it does land, but the Tempest traded almost all of the hit points for that. Gets a good kite up onto these little pillars, and is able to hold on at least for Rod. Jumps down again, though, does not make the jump to the other pillar, and actually goes straight into the meat grinder, and is eliminated. And I think Soapy Hands might follow suit there. Wow. That's going to be a big advantage for blue team, though. So I like what that's going for them. Red suffering some crushing blows in the very late stages of this game.
Yeah, but something blue team has not been doing a good job of is just keeping track of all the buffs that have been coming out, and that's really helped keep red into this game. Red team's Thief doing an excellent job getting every single buff. And the score is pretty close. There's definitely going to be one last significant team fight that occurs before the game is over. Blue team not being aggressive whatsoever, which is going to leave moments for Red to try and get back into this game. We see the red team Ranger in a really, really bad spot, surrounded on every corner, tries his best to run away, goes in the downstate, not close enough, runs from his teammates. Fortunately, no support coming out there. And although while they're tunneled on the Ranger, they forget that they own the mid node, and now it's pretty even. Red team's Thief once again capping every single node in the game. Blue team's Thief being very scared right now. I don't like seeing this from the blue team Spectre. You're just AFKing on your one node while your team is not doing a great job on the mid node. Red team, I believe, has both buffs activated right now, and the blue team Spectre is just AFKing. This is not what he should be doing. He's too afraid of, losing the lead, the positioning, but his teammates aren't going to be able to hold out. Finally realize this, moves along to the mid node, finally activates, and it may just
blue
be
gonna
decided
get out.
by the team fight. Yep.
Yeah,
good thought, but a little too late.
Yeah, and blue actually crumble completely here, actually, with EU France in the downstate. Luxembourg about to force it. Tries to die on node and gets double knocked off, though. I think this actually might be an insane recovery at the last possible moment for Red Team. They want to fish for the decal. Of course, the Spectre has been on guard duty there for the entire duration of that fight. But of course, Double Node wins the game right now for Red Team, particularly as they got a bunch of points from those kills. They're getting another 5 from the Core Guardian bleeding out right now. 3 players dead for Blue. I don't think they really have much hope of actually contesting the map, and I like that Red is playing pretty defensively. They're trying to threaten that node while simultaneously making sure they don't lose the ones they already possess, and that should be enough to get them into this game and manage to actually get not the cleanest, but a 1-0 advantage nonetheless after a bit of a rough start against Team EU. What a game! 1 minute left on the timer, 500 points to around 477. Wow.
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 What a close game. Riveting.
Yeah.
On the edge of my seat.
Yeah. And I think you're in that was a very interesting point that you made about the objectives, because here's a fun fact for you. Red Team were they got all the objectives. So they got 3 shields and 4 swords. And Team EU got 0 of both.
Here's
the objectives putting in the work.
Here's an even funner fact. I think it was our team's Thief that got every objectives, at least from what I recall.
Wow.
Wow.
The Red Team Thief putting in the work there, buffing up the team, making sure that there's plenty of fighting potential, win those team fights, win those small skirmishes, getting that team as far as possible. Copium Cuties. Big win. They also had exactly the same number of kills.
Yeah, you want to hear another fun fact? I think, or prediction. It's a fun prediction. I think Blue Team is going to win this. It's a very straightforward map. Yeah, very straightforward. There's no side objectives that they have to pay attention to. They're just going to focus on playing Conquest. And I think this is a much better map or much easier map for kills to convert into nodes and nodes to convert into points.
Indeed. That is one thing that is good, about maps like Kylo. I guess you could also say Fofar as well to an extent, right? You don't have to worry about anything. You just fight. You just deathmatch. Just play deathmatch on mid, and then whoever wins mid wins the entire game, right? It's good. I think they should add top deaths to the game, by the way.
I think your team does a good job of letting you know that already.
So that's why it's not in the game, because it's already expressed to you through the social interaction that you find in PvP that really gives it that extra flavor that keeps you coming back for more.
Exactly. It's that type of angry determination that'll push people through their barriers and make them improve.
Yeah. We actually had a brief backstab there with the EU Guardian actually joining the Red Team, saying, you know what? I'm joining Copium Cuties. Has been now denied, sent back to Europe. In fact, the teams are ready to go.
Speaking of ready to go, I'm going to go grab lunch real quick. Okay. I wish you nothing but the best. Shoutcasting this wonderful, amazing game, and I'll hop back in at a later point.
Excellent choice. Enjoy your lunch. Got to enjoy this game. Indeed. Thank you very much for hopping on, my friend, and I'll see you later. Weeping Willow, thank you very much for the raid as well. We're about to get going on game number 2 of Copium Cuties versus Team EU. Get ready to game hard. Let's go big. Yeah. I love the scene. So, on the red team, it's going to be the Deadeye once again. Going to be the Herald from Soapy Hands, Tempug, Tempest, Cutie Andre, Blade Swan, Ranger Robin, Untamed. The more conventional approach here. On blue, it's going to be EU unbanned Germany. On the Spectre, narrowly being defeated in that roster, EU Luxembourg. On Harbinger, not EU England. Of course, very appropriate. Okay. For the UK, here we go. And honestly, that Mirage paying off surprisingly well, actually. Like some good Mirage player from EU France, actually, and then EU North Germany rounding out with the support. And yeah, so both of these teams are actually EU, by the way. I saw people kind of like, oh, Omega, red team dying to EU nearly. But actually, both these teams are actually majority EU. Of course, I believe you have Andreas, Feifei. I think it's like I don't actually know what this roster is because it is very, very fluid. But I know there's at least Andreas and Feifei on red. Of course, are both EU monthly AT winners. So it's very much, a little bit of a mixture, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. All over the place. But anyway, Let's get down to biz. We got 3 NA teams, 2 EU teams on the NA bracket. What more could you possibly want? And already we actually see EU Luxembourg a little bit caught out. This is a scary position for the Harbinger. Again, Necro, the big weakness is always being outnumbered. Gets a good kite, actually, and even baits the Deadeye into the well. That'll be a little bit annoying to deal with. And the Deadeye has been repelled, so good kiting right now from our blue Harbinger. However, red team get a good start in terms of the nose, but they do end up losing this initial fight as a Tempest is fully in the downside now. The Red Herald looking for another target, but Red have controlled the map here. Blue zerged a lot. They were full pushing on middle. They completely commit to that. They do get 1 kill, but is that actually enough? I'm not entirely sure if it is, because of course the red team Tempest will be respawning very quickly, and as long as Soapy Hands and Andreas are able to hold on here for just a little bit longer until the Tempest comes back, we should be okay. On red team's perspective here, yeah, we have the infused light available. Tempest just a few moments away. Should be able to get over here right now. However, ooh, the Ranger dying is a little bit spookier. For the red team, bit of a stagger there. We'll maintain this 4v5 against red for a good chunk of time. And, ooh, they do manage to trade a kill, though, and pick up that Herald. That's very, very good. So definitely a bit of a... Again, it's a little bit hard to call what's going on here. Chat, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's very chaotic, right? It's extraordinarily chaotic right now. There's kills left and right. Although I actually want to be clear. I know that, you know, we're doing some EU NA banter. We love it. It's fun, right? But I actually want to be clear. All of the games on both servers, in my opinion, have been very chaotic. And a big part of that is because we've actually moved away from a bunker style meta, right? Like we had, you know, these Vindicators being super, super tanky, right? Like really durable duelists. Again, we also had the Mechanist going on there as well. Vindicator, Ventari shenanigans going on, all sorts of wacky stuff. And now that that's gone, yeah, PvP is very action-packed currently. Like, the meta is fast. Everyone's got 1,000 teleports. Like, you know, that's why, you know, ANET can't ban hackers, because they just have to ban everyone. They wouldn't be able to tell the difference with how fast everyone is these days. There's a lot of damage about the place. Everyone can kind of fight in a lot of situations with some good self, and you can hold outnumbered pretty well at the same time. It's a very volatile metagame that we're in right now, particularly with stuff like Deadeye about the place. We're seeing Double Thief see a lot of play. So it's no surprise that pretty much all of these matches are quite difficult to actually see the flow of because, again, they're just very, very chaotic, to be honest. But anyway, here we go. Ooh, the red team does lose the Deadeye, and this is something that we've seen a lot of teams try to counterplay, and I'm very curious what we're actually going to see. What we're actually going to see later on, like particularly in the global finals, because of course EU specifically, we saw both Ultra Scuffed and of course Rank 55 go for the Deadeye and utilize the Deadeye at points there. And will that actually kind of mapped out? Will it have been countered by the time we get there? Because of course now that the hand has been shown, teams are going to be thinking about it. Teams are going to be ready for it. And obviously, definitely super curious what we actually see Team Zero missing going for as well. There is actually a little bit of kind of covert operations going on here. I think 55 probably have a few tricks up their sleeve for the global finals. And I'm actually definitely expecting the same from Team Zero missing. I think it's very likely that we do see them play at obviously a very good composition today. I think it's very likely, though, that they have a few things they're hiding up their sleeve. A few little sneaky things that we'll be seeing pop up tomorrow. So that makes the global finals even more exciting than they already are, which honestly I absolutely love to see, of course. But anyway, this game is actually really heating up right now. Again, just kills being traded left and right. We see the Spectre actually going for a self-res. Wait, this actually might work. Is that going to work? I think that will work. There's no response from red, actually. It's going to be a very slow self-res. They see the Thief actually ported onto node, gets the decap in downstate. There's no response. It's actually full capping while in downstate and an EU unbanned Germany putting in the work. And meanwhile, blue team actually holding nicely, get the decap on mid and capture the mansion. This is an insane downstate rotation. Gets the cap and now is going to push towards the middle. Red Thief does, of course, kind of skip that middle fight and then will be replaced by the Ranger to full cap while the Deadeye goes back into the fight. Now we're just going to see an all-out 4v4 Clown Fiesta. Here we go. Andreas getting absolutely brutalized with that CC. That may well be a kill here. The Condies are really taken away. That is a kill confirmed. We see the glyph coming through. Here it is. It actually gets, power blocked as well. That's not going to happen there as well. No way is that going down. So blue team, Team EU, absolutely taking an excellent fight here. They do lose a little bit of map control, a little bit of node control in this situation here, actually. Can they get more? The Mirage, honestly, is a really good pick. It's being allowed to freecast, I feel like. You know, seriously, I don't feel like Red is answering the Mirage very much. And Mirage, it is a bunker buster. It applies mass AoE damage. You're removing boons. You are applying masses of confusion, power damage, like with these shadows. And so far, I think it isn't really being focused that much. Signet comes through onto the Harbinger there, but the Herald kind of cuts there. I think a bit of an indecisive set of rotations here from Blue. The Herald pushed in, but the rest of the team pushed back. No one went to go to the mansion. I just don't think Blue team really knew what they wanted to do, actually, in that situation, unfortunately. Yeah, and they're going to pay the price that very heavily, actually. They were in a good position, but now it's completely inverted. Now Red team has all of the momentum. Like, they're ahead on cooldowns, they're ahead on kills, they're even ahead on map state, and of course on the points too. So yeah, that one rotation has honestly destroyed the Blue team here, and now they're just taking like a really bad fight. They're super outnumbered here. They're basically 5v3 essentially, as the Necromancer and the Revenant weren't there, so they just fight that 5v3, which, well, I mean, numbers don't lie. That is not really where you want to be. And honestly, yeah, Red are just going to ride this train all the way to the Blue team spawn, which can happen very easily on Kylo. We could potentially even be seeing a triple cap here. The Mirage is on 7%. They're in the downside there as well. Spectre just respawns as the Mirage dies. The Deadeye did die. Is that somehow revival? Could they actually ride this? Wait, we might actually see the rally. Oh, no, that was the stomp. That was not the play for sure. Need to see that cleave. Deadeye might go down set again, but there's no way this revival is going to come through. And yeah, this fight is going to continue to go the direction of our Red team here. Red team absolutely going insane. This is not good whatsoever, actually. Yeah, Mesmer is free casting, I'm afraid. The Mesmer is indeed free casting in this situation. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough, actually. Like a slightly fumbled set of fights here for Team EU. I believe it is going to send them to the depths of the lower bracket in this particular situation. And Not EU England's honestly been holding really well, actually. Big respect to Not EU England. Holding on that Herald while being hyper-focused for a good chunk of time. But yeah, this is now looking to get really, really bleak currently. EU, North Germany getting blitzed currently. Taking so much damage. I've had to go to the downside. Nothing really left on that support gun. The Tempest is down, but unless it's some kind of miracle stomp, though, that's not going to work. Well, it's difficult to stomp out a Tempest thanks to that Vapor Form ability allowing you to kind of cheat death for a bit of temporary time there while on downside, and then lands that Water Overload, resustaining the team. And all the time during this fight, as you can see, Blue team has been more or less feeding into this fight to try and turn it in their favor. But it simply has not really paid off. It was a very ambitious, very risky play, and they've been punished for it very hard. And the Copium Cuties, I think I'm going to lock this in very, very shortly. My advantage-ometer is not looking good. And even though the Deadeye does get absolutely destroyed by the Mirage with the Herald, I don't really see it being enough at this point. We're on 411 points, and it's a little bit tricky here. Like, Red are very entrenched as well. They have left the mansion open for the Necromancer, but again, now they're going to be outnumbering very heavily as Blue team has committed 2 players to the side nodes, essentially allowing Red team free reign just to go full out and outnumber the remaining Blue team on the middle node and just get more kills, get more points. And Red is kind of flibbing a little bit here. They aren't really doing that much with their current advantage of being able to outnumber middle, and they actually end up losing the node as well, so they do nothing and lose the map. But as long as they're able to get some kills here, they should be okay. You can see here, EU unbanned Germany trying to get away. Actually, Red team are having a bit of trouble in this fight. Have they actually started to throw the game? I believe that has happened. This is a little bit problematic here for Blue, but yeah, they do end up losing the Spectre here. It was problematic for Red, right? But they lost the Spectre on the Blue team, so they're able to get that kill. Ooh, yeah, the Signet comes through after the death has already been confirmed, which is not exactly what you want to do with that ability, unfortunately. It does cancel it, though, so it's still available next time. Yeah, Blue can't fight here, right? Like, this is not really going to work anymore. Well, I guess they can because it is even here, but they're being heavily outnumbered here. And, like, Harbinger getting outnumbered, yeah, that happens when you get outnumbered on Harbinger. That's the end of that. Ranger Robin picks up that kill. We'll be able to actually bleed this out a little bit as well. Actually, is a little bit worried about the Spectre, so it doesn't actually go for that. Initiates the 1v1 into the Spectre, but not EU England in the downside here on middle. Bleeding out right now. Andreas finishing that kill. 5 points, highly relevant at this stage of the game. And, of course, 460 points on the board for Red. They should be able to lock this in right now. Get the job done. They're going to be moving on to the next round. Wow. See what's about to happen. Yeah, that's going to be basically about it. Very well fought by Team EU, actually. It was really cool to see them qualify. 100%. You know, and I'm always grateful for the teams that step up and make sure that we have enough teams available to actually run these events. So huge respect to Team EU, actually. I love to see what they are doing here. Like, they really stepped up. And honestly, they have actually impressed me here as well. You know, I know they have been practicing a little bit, actually. Big respect to Team EU that they are going to go to the lower bracket, so their journey does not end here just yet. But seriously, very well played there by them, right? You know, I actually thought they were going to have a lot of difficulty here in this matchup and a lot of the matchups here, but no, they put up one hell of a fight and very nearly take that first game and perform very commendably in this game as well. So GG, well played. GG, well played to those teams. And it will be the Copium Cuties. I'll be moving onwards in our bracket. Now, things might be getting a little bit weird. I think my bracket might actually break here. Hopefully it doesn't, but it might. This is what it maybe looks like. I'm going to check on the Battlefy. Basically, just to kind of give you some context, the bracket that you're seeing now on stream is actually not... It's kind of a simulated bracket of what it's supposed to look like. It might not actually look like that. Who knows? But we'll see. It looks like, yeah, it is. Well, actually, it might not. Oh, yeah, it is actually a bit messed up. Maybe it will work out. Who knows? Yeah, I'm going to have to change things around a little bit because Team Nazio and Team EU are actually in the wrong place there. But anyway, we'll see what the hell is going to happen a little bit later on. Next up, though, I think we're actually going to go to Zero Missing versus the Copium Cuties. So our big top-seeded team are going to rear their heads, see what they can do against the Copium Cuties, who just narrowly defeated Team EU. And it says the NA gang are about to arrive, and that's where things I think do get very, very scary indeed for our the EU invaders. They're trying to take NA. They're, oh yeah, NA is easy. Yeah, NA is free, bro. Yeah, it's free farm, bro. Well, I think Team Zero Missing are going to have something to say about that. Let me tell you that 100%. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. We'll get into that very, very shortly. Anyway, before we go ahead and do that, and while we're getting our next match set up here, go over some of the donations we've got for charity. We have an Anonymous for $20 and Tegrock, well, with the 20. Thank you so much indeed. Up to $3,690 today. Can we get 4,000 today? Can we get 5,000 today? These are all the questions that I'm asking. These are all the questions that I want the answers to. Already very, very close to that next goal. We've got the 69 in there, guys. But you know what? You know what's better than 69? 420, right? Let's get to 4,200. In fact, you know what? I'm changing the goal right now. New goal, everyone. 4,200. We've got to get all the meme numbers. And after that, you know what? Actually, let's go a little bit further. I'm going to make it 4,269, right? We're going to throw everything in there. We've got all the meme goals. Let's get up there right now. Hit that hard right now. If you want to learn about cure disease and what it is, it's very descriptive. You know, like it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what cure disease is all about. They're about curing rare disease. And if you ask me, that's pretty good. Rare disease gets a thumb down from me, okay? Curing rare disease, massive thumbs up. So big shout out to Cure Disease. Definitely learn more about our campaign and support us if you can. Spread the word. Tell everyone about the tournament. Get everyone in on the mix with CRD. Spam that link far and wide. And you know what? If you want to let people know about Master of the Arena gamers, we actually have a Reddit post going on right now. You can upvote that if it's relevant to Guild Wars 2. Downvote it if it's irrelevant. I want to see all of you going absolutely crazy tomorrow for the global finals. Let's really get some hype going. Let's see if we can get 3,000 viewers for the global finals. The games are going to be unreal. Let's share this with the community. And look, you better share all the hard work of the devs. Do you know how many lines of code are running this thing? You don't want to know how many lines of code. I don't even know how many lines of code are running this damn thing. So get in there right now and make sure that we're spreading the word about Master of the Arena so we can share the joy, the epic quality gaming that is the Guild Wars 2 PvP scene. Very exciting times ahead and plenty more games today. Anyway, again, big shout out to Cure Disease for helping us out in powering this tournament. Thank you very much indeed. Good. Again, !CRD in the chat and !donate in the chat to support and CRD to learn more at cureraedisease.org. There's also a panel below the stream as well, which you can click, you know. That's very convenient, isn't it? You can just click the panel. That's pretty cool, you know. Tap it on the phone, get in there. No problem. It's got a pretty picture. I actually really like the picture. You know, it's got loads of cool little icons on it there as well. all about, gaming and DNA, all that kind of stuff. Very, very cool indeed. But yeah, we're getting into the big one right now. It's going to be Team Zero Missing versus the Copium Cuties. Let's see what our map picks are actually looking like right now. Oh, there's actually a bug with this, isn't it? I might try and fix this tomorrow. It doesn't actually clear the list of maps that have been picked correctly. And as a result of that, it will always show like a random map at the end, which is a little bit weird. Okay, it's okay. It's all good. Very nice indeed. I want to know the lines of code for funsies. I mean, I can probably count that up for you. Maybe I'll put that in the credits video. Quite a lot. But anyway, let's go ahead and get our map picks and bans rolling here. I'm expecting just to see some standard stuff here. And actually, it's going to be the Colosseum ban immediately, actually, from Team Zero Missing, actually. So that's going to be one that is very common, but we're not going to see it here. And that's good. I want to see a little bit of variety. Fofar going to be the next one getting banned real quick. There it is. That's the end of that. And we're progressing very, very quickly to actually getting into our game. Ready for Moto 3. There will be a Moto 3, by the way, guys. Like, I'm not going to be doing like mega events for a while after this because, it's destroying my life, which is probably bad. But do not worry, my friends. Do not worry. Do not worry. There will be the epic return of gaming will be activated down the line. Also, there's one thing. Do you guys like this, by the way? The stream title is automatically updating with who is playing right now. I like that, but the question is, do you like that? That's the real big one, right? You guys have got to let me know if you think that's good or not, because I think it's good. I like stuff like that. It's great. It needs to be 426.9. Listen, you get what you're given, okay? You get the, if you want 420 and 69, you got to do, look, we've got to get to like 42,000 or something like that. And speaking of which, massive shout out to 6969 from Spoik. Thank you so much there as well. Massive donation. Really appreciate that, my friend. Epic support there. Something is maybe a little bit confused with the picks and bans. Right now, it is not actually being updated right now. We're just confirming it. But do not worry. Apparently, the map order has been decided. It's going to be Kylo, Temple, and then Forest. But I'm not actually seeing the updates in the order, but that's okay. We don't need to know about that. That's not a big deal. It's all good. It's epic. It is epic. Yeah. The dynamic. Yes, I actually have a really big... There's pretty extensive stuff. I actually plan on adding a full scripting API to this as well, so I can do even more. I'm kind of writing a bit of pseudo programming language, pseudo scripting language, and adding that into Tournament Controller. Ignore the bans and picks. Gamers. Oh, here we go. Now we actually have it. Okay, now you don't ignore them. Let's go. Let's do this. So it's going to be Fofire. Then it's going to be Kylo is getting picked. Then, Temple. Fun. Temple's getting picked. Capricorn gets banned. There we go. And then Skyhammer is the final ban. So our final map is going to be Forest. There it is. Very, very cool stuff indeed. Boop. And here we are. It's Zero Missing versus the Copium Cuties. Oh, yeah. Let's do this. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more stuff like that. I have a lot of plans. Like, I know this is going to sound genuinely insane, but I already know exactly what I want to do for Moto 3. I'm already planning it for next year, right? Simple as that. Letting teams or one team ban one elite spec. I'm not really a big fan of bans. The way we have it is that you have to put your... We're doing blind pick, basically. So you can't relog to counter. Both teams link their comp to admins before joining. And so you have this blind pick element. I think bringing bans is not great because in MMOs, you typically only play... a lot of players only play one build, right, or one profession, right? Because that's it's an RPG, right? You're role playing essentially, and as a result of that, that would probably make it much less accessible. And I think accessibility is actually really important. That's basically the way it is going to be. Yeah, we don't do that. We do map picks and bans, right, and blind pick. And in my opinion, that is the best way to go with dealing with PvP. I think if you bring in bans, I think it would make the games a bit less fun. It would make the comps less varied and less exciting, to be honest. I think as well, because people would be very pigeonholed into playing certain things because you'd always ban the really kind of busted stuff, right? And I think that's not super interesting in my opinion in that regard. But yeah, I mean, we're always looking at the rule set, right? We're always evaluating and trying new things and seeing what the hell's going on, right? Ah, yes. Sniper Demon God XXXX. Classic PvP name there. Naru letting the side... wait, Naru and Helio. Unbelievable. Letting the side down here. Okay, of course, we have Zero missing Grim here on the Catalyst. Certainly a big time to shine for Grimjack. Probably one of the most famous Elementalist mains in the game. The Catalyst here, which is very much super powerful right now. CJ on the Bladesworn. We have Mark on the Herald, Revenant Overlord here, and Naru going to be on the DH here. And to be clear, DH is absolutely not bad, like by any stretch of the imagination. However, I do not expect Naru to play this certainly in global finals. I think what's going on here, a little bit of sneaky, a little bit of concealment here in this regard. They feel confident, obviously, going into these games. They feel confident they can win, even if they aren't playing Mega Triad. But it absolutely is good, right? It absolutely is strong. Not as strong as it was with the Trapper Rune nerf, of course. Hello, Toriosa, by the way. Not as strong as it once was, but still definitely a force we reckon with. You got to respect it, right? We saw it played by 7 Deadly Sins, and they qualified quite nicely too. The gamble is up. We're about to get down to business very, very soon. Yeah. Let's do this. Sorry, guys. I just had to send a message. I had some administration to attend to. But now, I don't. Here we go. And it is actually a Zero support comp. I am honestly super excited if we see no support. See play from Zero missing and USA. And 55, sorry. Because 55 are playing no support, right? And so were Ultrasoft. They were playing no support. Like, you know, I mean, if you're benching Kran, then support is probably not that good. If you have Kran, you play Kran, right? On that support role. One of the strongest and most legendary supports in the entire game. And not seeing that yesterday was actually super interesting. We could be going into some absolutely wild matchups as the tournament progresses, as less and less teams actually end up running the support. We still have that support on Copium Cuties on our blue team here, but yeah, nothing in regards to that on the red team with basically, by the way, Disneyland region is Helio, of course, Grimjack on the Catalyst, CJ on Bladesworn, Mark on our Herald, and Sniper Demon God X, aka Naru on the Dragon Hunter. It's going to be Andreas on Bladesworn, Sobi Hands on the Herald, Ranger Robin on Untamed, Off-Brand Svelier on the Deadeye, and Tempug on Tempest. And yeah, this is a little bit of a meme here. Okay, of course, with regards to this, a little bit tricky for any team to really hold a candle currently to Zero missing. This could be a pretty bloody match in favor of Team Zero missing here. They really are one of the favorites and certainly one of the teams that are highly expected to be going a very long way in this tournament. They've asserted complete control over the map right now, and well, you can certainly see where this game is going already. There's some serious work being done currently. Soapy Hands in a lot of trouble here. Gonna go into the downside bit. I mean, blue, they're just getting snowballed. They're getting staggered. One goes down, one gets rezzed. Yeah, this is not looking super hot here. And as expected, yeah, I mean, this is no surprise, right? You know, Team Zero missing. They're absolutely a force to reckon with. You know, they aren't their full roster, of course. So, unfortunately, Zeromus was unable to actually play this event. He's got some very important stuff to do, and as a result, that is unable to attend. So, the roster has been modified a little bit. But honestly, you know, seeing as Zeromus was in that support position, this does actually work pretty well, because basically Grimjack has been brought on instead of Zeromus in this particular instance. And Grimjack's being brought on in a role that he excels at in this Catalyst position. And of course, everyone else is playing their full main, so we may see Naru, of course, playing something a little bit different. down the line. And I'm actually very curious what they end up playing here, actually. I imagine we will see Helio on Deadeye, Bladestorm from CJ, Grim on Catalyst, and Mark on Herald. And that leaves Naru. What is Naru going to play? Naru, of course, he is actually a very big multi-classer, to be frank. He does play a lot of different builds. You know, the Willbender, the Dragon Hunter, all the variants of Necromancer, even supports some Duelist setups as well, stuff like Weaver and so on. So, honestly, could actually be pretty varied in the approach that we see from Zero Missing down the line in later stages of the tournament, actually. But very interested to see what they go here. I think not much of a Thief player, right? And that's the thing, actually, that could be very interesting. Like, Naru definitely plays a lot of things, but I haven't actually seen his Thief gameplay much. So I don't think it's going to be a Deadeye, actually. I don't see a Deadeye coming through from Naru here. Could be the Necromancer, of course, in the same approach that Ultra Scuffed have taken with the core Necromancer from Gauntlet. Of course, Harbinger is also an option for what Naru could go for down the line, but definitely very interesting. Could be a Willbender, right? Could be the support. We may see the support too, right? Because again, Naru can play support, can play Tempest, can play support Guardian. It could very well be that in the later games as well, but I think it really is up in the air. Like definitely some suspense down the line into the into the later stages of the NA regional finals here, and indeed the global finals as well. We'll have to see. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be so sure about the Tempest. Seriously, again, rank 55 and Ultranum are playing supportless, right? And that means something. That absolutely means something. You can say, oh yeah, it's going to be Tempest, right? Yeah, everyone's playing support right now, right? Support's super good, and yeah, you're right. Support is good. It absolutely is good. But right now in this tournament, the top EU teams are not playing support. Honestly, I'd love to see that. If we actually did see a support versus non-support comp, that's pretty epic, if you ask me. You know, if we got to the finals, like, you know, and it's EU versus NA, right? You know, the script writers paid off here. We go to a best of 5 series. Oh, just imagine that. Support versus no support. Very different approaches, very different setups with the way the teams actually play. I couldn't ask for any more than that. It would be absolutely beautiful. It would be fantastic. But yeah, this game obviously closing out right now. Certainly a bit of a mismatch here in terms of performance. And yeah, I mean, no surprises here. Zero Missing. Expected to be incredibly strong. Are incredibly strong, and they're actually going to get a very clean 500-0 matchup here with 21 kills, actually, and the game is just about to end in just over 5 minutes. That's going to be the GG. That is the end of that. Oh, yeah. We can kind of take a look at the end screen here. Not too much to really say about that. By the way, that actually was a GG call, by the way. That was not the game ending. My overlay is correct. Foreign starts memeing me. That was actually a 21 kill, 499. CJ with the top damage and top healing. Putting in that work there. Top deaths for the Deadeye on the blue team. A very prestigious award to get that locked in. And now we're going to Temple of the Silent Storm. And, well, I mean, it's a bit of a bigger map, so it's going to be a little bit trickier for our blue team to really, for Zero Missing to really lock it down and lock that map down for sure, but certainly not impossible. That we could be seeing a similarly dominant performance from the red team. 500, yeah, big stuff, very big stuff here. We were trolling yesterday. We'll be on support tomorrow. Don't worry. I like that. I like that from Cran. That's big. And yeah, that might be true. We might see a bit of a shakeup. Of course, you know, Cran is still very much on the roster of Ultra Scuff. That means if Ultra go, okay, we want to play a support. Oh, we want to change up our comp on this map. We've got something in store. Like, oh yeah, this map, we want to play a support. They can obviously bring in Cran, swap a player out, and modify it. And that's what I really like about this high-level PvP, is that a lot of the time, teams usually have a sixth, right? There's a sixth player in the roster, and that means that, oh, snap, right? We can actually have a bit of flexibility. If something doesn't work in one game, we can mix it up a little bit. We can make things a little bit spicy, a little bit crazy, right? And here we go. Into the next matchup here, I think we are going to be seeing something pretty similar, right? Pretty similar to what we had there. But let's get into this. Yes, indeed. All right, then. Here we go. On these platforms. I mean, yeah, like, the blue team are definitely strong. They have monthly AT winners on their side, but they're a bit of a last-minute team. And, again, we can kind of use this time to kind of discuss what's going on here, right? Like, at the end of the day, there's a lot of variety in experience level and team synergy at the top, right? There's a big difference between a really good team and an amazing team. And Mark actually does die here. Sobiance finds that kill. I think it might... Is that going to get revived, actually? It might be a little bit difficult. There's no rally, and that is going to be a kill, I think. They're going to try to maintain the 5-0 with the revival. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Mark actually dying here early on, and Grimjack taking a bit of a beating on the Catalyst. Should be good to go, though. Actually, should be able to sing quite nicely. And in fact, turn it around onto Tempug fairly effectively. And there it is. We actually have some points on the board for the blue team. Catalyst on red, actually very heavily pressured. Can this be held onto? I think the Catalyst in a lot of trouble, might be able to hold. Doesn't have a block for a while. Does go down. Say, CJ does actually get mechanically, but needs to actually deny this. Needs to somehow get this stomp actually onto the Tempest. Tempest does have the Vapor form available to kind of stall this out a little bit. And a good Vapor there by Grim does make that take a little bit longer. That should be the rally. It is good position there using the Vapor form from the red Catalyst. And yeah, red now with all their players back on board, starting to get back into this. Yeah, you guys like top deaths? You know, I was actually thinking about if I was going to add that because I knew I could do it. Like, I knew that, oh yeah, I can actually add top deaths. And I thought, should I do it? I decided it was pretty funny, and I wanted to add it, and that's exactly what I did, chat. Yes, I did it. I added top deaths. I enjoyed adding top deaths. It amuses me. I hope it amuses you. But yeah, I think the initial instability there with Mark getting caught out there and punished a little bit has now essentially settled. We're going to see red get themselves up to a triple cap here, and then probably move for stillness and then go even further to a 6 cap, in fact, pretty rapidly after that. There it is, yeah. Ranger Robin gets cleaved out. All 5 members of red continuing the onslaught here. Core Thief relog, actually. Some kind of absolutely bizarre full damage power build here on Core Thief. Definitely a bit of a meme build there. CJ actually is in the down state. Is he going to die here? Yeah. Ooh. Oh, actually does get rallied, in fact, as the Thief goes down state. So we do see that rally. But Blue definitely with a bit more fire in their belly this time around. At least getting some down states, picking up some potential kills. Not quite able to convert them, unfortunately for them. Buff's about to come up, actually. Well, just still was actually about to come out. And look, we fixed it, gamers. Well, I guess well, maybe. We'll see if I fixed it. You'll see if we fixed it. Check, well, in about 5 seconds. Let's find out. But anyway, that's it. Pretty much going to about do it here. 2-2-1 to 5 points. Kills continuing to pour on through. Stillness appearing in just a few moments here. And we're going to see our red team probably try and grab that to further accelerate their progress in the matchup. And to be frank, we could be seeing a GG at this point. You know, I think the blue team, they battle hard, and I really do appreciate them stepping up and putting together a team to make sure that we have a proper showing of games. And they gave us some great games early on here as well. So big shout out there to Team, again, to Team Copium Cuties on actually showing up and actually playing and going big. And yeah, we are going to see Grimjack grab the stillness, I believe. There we go. They yoink it, and oof, that's going to be a hell of a lot of points there. That doubles the point gain right now. 6 points every 2 seconds. Well, you can see by this graph here, that does not look pretty if you're the blue team currently, I'm afraid. And that is going to be the end of that. That's GG. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Goodness me. Hydration kicking in. But yeah, 400 points now. Game ends in around 30 seconds. Might slow down a bit as stillness is going to expire. And there we go. That's the end of that, I believe, in terms of stillness. Oh, and the number is correct. I did some proper engineering. I was there and I was with the spanner, right? Okay, trying to make all the code work, and I made all the code work. Give me a 505. I mean, that's infinitely better than the previous game. So, I mean, that's one good way to look at it. A little bit of positivity coming through there. That's something, right? But again, very dominant performance here. 0 missing. Get the GG. Clean 2-0. Good amount of kills. Get the objective. And there it is. GG. Ah, welcome to the stream. Cure Rare Disease are already off to a great start, by the way, in that regard. Getting towards our $4,200 US goal. And actually, I might have to very briefly do some funky admin coming up right now, because something needs to happen here, actually. Yes. Because this is actually the wrong way around. You know, weirdly enough, I actually think that my version is correct. I actually think Battlefy's bracket is wrong. I guess technically it isn't, actually. Oh, no, it isn't, yeah, because Copium Q should go down there where Team Nazio is. That didn't happen, right? Like, Team Nazio went immediately there. Although, actually, that should happen as well, actually. How very interesting, actually. I don't know. I'm going to argue with them, okay? But, I mean, yeah, my bracket is wrong. Bad news. Or at least it disagrees with the Battlefy. But don't worry. I will try and fix that so my overlay looks vaguely correct. And let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on with Cure Rare Disease right now. Okay, I haven't got Helseth or Nos to segue for me just yet, but you know what? I can handle it myself a little bit at the very least. And here we go. We have got Atomic Treated with another $10 coming in there. We're at $3,769 with 69 cents thrown in there. Our goal is $4,269. Let's get grinding, guys. Let's get to that 4.2K. We've got another day after this. I want to see if we can break our record of $8,000 by the end of the tournament. We've been doing an amazing job so far. Keep it up, gamers. Okay, I've been absolutely humbled by all the support, not only for the tournament itself, but of course also for the support of Cure Rare Disease, who have been really helping us out with a bunch of events in the past, and Masters of the Arena is no different by any stretch of the imagination. They are doing great work in research, developing cures and treatments for rare genetic conditions that right now are very difficult to deal with our medicines that we have available to us currently. So definitely learn more about that on curerareddisease.org. It's an amazing cause. It's really, really awe-inspiring to actually read what's going on there on the cutting edge of technology to try and make these conditions and these problems that people face history. So if you want to support that, !donate in the chat or !CRD in the chat as well. There's also a panel below the stream to go check that out if you want to also go to it that way. And again, curerareddisease.org to learn more about the organization and what they do. But now I'm going to briefly have to probably not talk that much as I wrangle my scuffed bracket. So bear with me, guys. I'm going to have to do some weird stuff here. I need to quickly rename. I need to rename Copium Cuties to Team Nazio. And then I need to rename them again after that. It's going to be a bit wonky, but listen. Okay, we're just rolling with it, okay? Yeah, Copium Cuties needs to be temporarily, don't worry. They won't. Is going. Might not have been the brightest idea. Actually, it should have been the brightest. There we go. That should be correct now. It is. Ignore the fact that there are two Team Nazios. They just cloned themselves. There's more than one of them now. We'd love to see that, but it's actually going to be Team EU versus Team Nazio. Just about to show up here in our lower bracket. So the order of our matches now, we're going to go ahead and head to the lower bracket and do Team Nazio versus Team EU. Then we're going to do the winner of this match against Team Nazio, right? Against Team Copium Cuties is who will be up next in that matchup. And then, of course, we'll do the upper bracket final, I believe, with Team Zero Missing versus Suwon Slayers. And finally, the lower bracket final as well to determine our second qualifier here on the NA server. So stay tuned for all of that. A lot more games down the line here. And let's actually see what is happening. I believe we're probably moving directly forwards to our map bans and picks. But before we go there, I just want to give a quick shout out to our wonderful Penguino. Ooh, Penguins, nice. With a $20 to Cure Rare Disease. Again, !CRD, panel below. Mods are going to spam the links in the chat. !donate. Big stuff. Love to see it, yeah. Ignore that slight crinkle in the bracket there. Look, listen, gamers, okay? It's all a work in progress, okay? We're working up to Moda 3, Nazio versus Nazio show match. We love it, you love it, I love it. It's fantastic. And let's go ahead and leap into our map picks and bans with a cheeky reset coming on down right now. There we go. And it's going to be a Temple ban straight away from Team Nazio. Wait, is that even right? I don't know what. Either way, we're not playing on Temple. We're also not playing on Skyhammer. No, 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 no. We're also going to be playing on Kylo. Ooh, Kylo, very popular these days, huh? Like, everyone loves Kylo. And it's going to be Forest after that. Always a fun map to see, actually. And then finally, Capricorn was banned by Team Nazio. And the final ban is going to be Legacy. In fact, for Team EU. So we're going to Colosseum final, though. Usually it's the first, but now it's going to be then. Honestly, it's really interesting to see these map picks there. Like, you are seeing a lot of the standard maps, right? I would certainly describe Kylo, Forest, Colosseum as the standard maps. The ones that are a little bit less volatile, a little bit less weird, a little bit less wonky for sure. And that makes sense, right? You know, if you're playing competitively, you don't want to have this super wild card mechanic that can completely throw you off. That's what Nos was saying earlier, what Helseth was saying, yesterday, right? Temple, super crazy with those secondary objectives. Skyhammer, weird and gimmicky with the terrain, very slow, very different to regular PvP, right? Capricorn, super snowbally map, can really get out of hand there. Fofire is the classic snowball map, infamous, in fact, for being just super hard to actually recover on if you do actually, lose the map. You can lose the map and go down so many points. So many points can just be completely evaporated if you end up in a bad situation. But this is it. This is an elimination match. Team EU versus Team Nazio. The first elimination match of the day, my friends. Oh, yes, indeed. This is a big one. The team that wins here will advance onwards in the lower bracket to try and qualify for the global finals. The team who is defeated will sadly be eliminated from the tournament. We've had some really good games there, you know. I think I really do want to shout out the EU, the NA region, the EU region? No, the NA region here, right? Indeed. Oh wait, no mind. Wait, apparently I clowned. Apparently Capricorn, wait, I somehow like got the bands wrong? As I'm getting old, dude. I'm getting really old here. Like, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me, chat? Oh, wait, Colosseum. No. Dude, I'm a professional, okay? I know what I'm doing. My eyes do not work, even a tiny bit. We are going to Fofire next. Colosseum and Capricorn got banned. Doesn't really matter that much. But I'm sorry, guys. I'm off my A game today, right? I'm a little distracted having to change the team names and look at different monitors. Oof, it's just stressful stuff. It really is. We're having some trouble here. But anyway, we're just loading in and getting ready to roll. And we need to reset the maps a few times a little bit more because it's going to be Kylo first. And we're actually currently on Legacy, which is not where we want to be, of course. But we'll be moving over there very shortly. So yes, Nos is devouring some lunch. He's refueling. You know, he's refueling himself. And ready for action, ready for gaming, ready for content indeed. It's going to get some good stuff. Yeah, the NA region is certainly a little bit less popular, but I think we've had some excellent games here. Actually, some very close and very intense matches. Obviously, our previous match was a little one-sided, but that does happen. That's inevitable. Like PvP in general, it's the thing about PvP, right? It is actually very, very skill-based, right? I know people are going to start spamming Omegle for that one, but Guild Wars 2 PvP is very, very deterministic in terms of skill, and that means that if you're able to just outplay your opponent consistently, they won't get a single point. Like, if you play really, really well and don't make any mistakes, if you're just better than your opponent in every single way, yeah, the opponent will not get any points. That's actually like the way the game works. It's not like other games where you might trade, like a trade, you'll like have an attrition component to it. Because there's no items, right? Like a MOBA, you can't get better items to overpower your opponent. You just have your abilities, right? You can't change your amulet, right? You can't change your build. You just have to play. Because the game is so deterministic in terms of skill, it means if you're the underdog and the enemy team pops off and plays well and shuts you down, yeah, you'll get 0 points. That's just the reality of PvP. That should happen, right? Like, if you think about it, that is what should happen in a skill-based game, right? If a game is skill-based, then the team that's better should always win, right? That's... I mean, I don't know what to say, right? That's exactly how it should be, right? That's just logical. And Guild Wars 2 PvP, in my opinion, actually does do a very good job of that, particularly when you dodge the kind of weird maps, right? On weird maps, obviously, unusual things can happen and throw players off and make some chaos happen. But in general, pretty good stuff. It is pretty damn good stuff indeed. All right, then. Alrighty then, we're about to get started here. Team Nazio on the red team and Team EU on blue. An interesting matchup, actually. I think Team EU performed very well. I think I'd probably give the edge to Team Nazio. I think they've been performing pretty well, actually. Although, having said that, I think the Suwon Slayers really popped off. Oh, yeah, like, they absolutely really played their best. I think Team USA, or rather Team Zero Missing, into Suwon Slayers, definitely an exciting matchup. And I think Suwon Slayers will be looking forward to that to really test themselves and see what they're made of, actually. In that regard, right? They're going to want to know, can they keep up? Can they hold up to these really powerful rosters? Because, of course, they're going to need to, right? They're going to have to face teams of that caliber. If, if Suwon says, if they want to make it, if they want to go to the global finals, they need to be able to handle this. They need to be able to stand up to Team Zero Missing, to Ultra Scuff, to Rank 55. It's pretty wild stuff. And before we get in there, we actually have another donation from Nix Games X3 with the $20. Thank you so much indeed. Oh, we are getting devilishly close to our goal currently, gamers. We are really, really looking good right now. Keep it up. And actually, as a kind of a fun milestone, we're actually part of a broader kind of gaming marathon called Game for Cures 2022, and we're very much close to a 10,000 total, actually. The total for Game for Cures 2022 is $9,376.25. Let's push that to 10,000, at least by the end of this weekend, gamers. Let's make it happen. Let's raise some epic money and have some epic games. And here we go. Let's see if Team EU, can they make some of this work? It is a bit of an unusual one, because I believe we actually have EU players here as well. Like, seriously, like, NA, you lot have got some imposters here, right? I'm just going to let you know, NA. I don't know if there are any NA players in the chat. Maybe all of you are secretly bloody EU at this point, because we've got so many EU players here. Again, infiltrating even onto Team Nazio. Of course, Brazil from EU has made his way into this team. Now they're going to try and get this going, and let's see what Team EU is going to try and make work here. Here we go. We're ready to game here. EU France looking for this opportunity with the Mirage. And I think the Mirage might get punished a bit more here. Like, that's actually a big major concern I have actually for Team EU, is that they aren't going to be able to get away with this. In the last match they had, which was close, where they narrowly were defeated by Copium Cuties, the problem that Copium Cuties had is that they weren't able to shut down the Mirage, and I have a bit of a sense that we're going to see a lot more aggression towards EU France coming through from the red team. Having said that, the Mirage is kind of just free casting, honestly. Like, on the Tempest, like, that isn't happening. I feel like I'm cursing everyone left and right today. The Mirage is being allowed to connect its damage and burst through. However, EU Luxembourg did die in all of that madness, and yeah, that cleave should be good. I don't think we're going to see her. Yeah, Guardian is basically locked down on middle, nowhere near close enough to actually get that Harbinger. Of course, the Harbinger wants to hang around that support Guardian a fair bit. Actually, to try to make sure that they're together so the support comes through onto the Necron. Ooh, that is bad, actually. Yeah, North Germany and France now eliminated, unfortunately for them. Luxembourg also in the downset, and yeah, Team Nazio really looking strong here, looking to even push into this third node with Nazio and the Revenant from our red team moving in. Very, very good indeed. And we have our teams now beginning their conflict over here on the mansion. This could be potentially greedy, but it is going to pay off as we see the Herald go down, say, and the Spectre about to follow suit as well. Blue is very wisely actually not pushing this. This is exactly what they want to do. We're going to see maybe some Treb gameplay here, actually, or at least an attempted split. Now, Necro pushing far. I don't really like it. Will be joined, though, by the Mirage. That definitely makes it a whole lot better, in my opinion, actually, as they will certainly be able to be a bit of a better 2v2. Like, Necro in general, when it's outnumbered, has a super tough time, and they're about to get outnumbered here as well. Oh, the Guardian arrives, but already burnt a lot of cooldowns, I think, and we already have the Spectre in downstate. Oh, yeah, this is looking a little bit scary, unfortunately, for Team EU. I think they may have met their match, and I think the red team here, Team Nazio, may be about to send them to meet their maker, as Team Nazio looking clean here, and Team EU not really able to find a good opener, not really able to find a way into this and win. 0% win rate in the tournament. Well, I mean, Mesmer versus non-Mesmer, yes. That is true, actually. Not in the qualifiers, though. In the qualifiers, Mesmer actually did surprisingly well. Like, Mirage and even Chronomancer and Virtuoso were played and were actually surprisingly good, particularly Mirage, obviously. But yeah, in this, which is like the finals, like the highest level, yeah, Mesmer versus Mesmer has been okay. Like, Misha was playing Chronomancer and saw some success with that. But yeah, Mesmer against teams that don't have Mesmer have been a little bit rough. I would certainly say Mesmer is, well, I think Mesmer, I'm not sure what's worse right now, actually, like Mesmer or NG. I think it might be Mesmer, to be honest. Like, NG had that kind of crazy scrapper build that Kaz has played, but honestly, I'm not, that build wasn't super good. I'm not sure if that build was really that good either. It wasn't really working out super hot, to be frank. But yeah, NG and Mesmer definitely very far behind in the metagame currently. Certainly, like, the standout, weaker professions to play right now. Everything else actually pretty damn good. We're seeing Necro, Thief, Warrior, Rev, different variants of Elementalist, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, you know, we've got Guardian in the mix with Willbender, with Support Guardian, right? Ranger with the Untamed. So actually, everything else outside of Mesmer and NG are actually, like, very competitive. We've seen a lot of variety, a lot of teams playing a few different combinations, different varieties of things, actually. So, yeah, it's just those two lagging behind, in my opinion, that need a little bit of love. To give them a prop build. The problem is, I don't know what they're actually going to do. I feel like making Hollow good is probably the way. Probably making Mechanist good is that it will make every single PvP player quit, which is probably... Well, I mean, maybe ANET want that. I mean, who knows, right? I'm joking, by the way. That is a joke. But yeah, like, Mechanist is not really a very well-designed spec for PvP. Just very unfun because of how... It's just pure AI, right? With the way mech plays out. So maybe look at Hollow, you know, look at Scrapper a little bit. So maybe make Scrapper into like a cool duelist style build. Problem with Scrapper, I think it has a big potential to get pretty bunkery and or like even decappy, which is not really what you want. So Hollow probably the best bet, like some kind of aggressive grenade Hollowsmith build. Make that one a little bit better and kind of bring it up to speed with stuff like Herald, stuff like Willbender, stuff like Untamed for sure. It will be a good one. Mesmer is tricky. To be honest, I kind of like the Mirage build. Like, you know, it's a bit of a weird one, but I think it's probably the best bet. I'd look at Mirage and try and make this build here being played by EU France. This one really good. Maybe the Duelist build too, like the Staff Mirage Duelist build. It could definitely be pretty strong. But I can't like the roam. I actually play the roaming build in ranked a fair bit. It's actually a lot of fun to play at this setup here. Obviously, it's not the best build in the universe for competitive play, but for ranked, it's perfectly good. But this setup's actually really strong for kind of beating people in ranked for sure. A lot of fun actually. So they could certainly look at that and give it a little bit of love. Virtuoso is a bit weird. My problem with Virtuoso is that I think the build that would almost like emerge from Virtuoso's mechanics is probably really unfun. You know, it's going to be some kind of really disgusting, weird, bunkery, perma-block thing, abomination, right? Because the problem is it's quite difficult to be offensive on Virtuoso because you have so much counterplay to your damage, right? You have a cast time, you have a projectile, and a projectile animation as well. It's very difficult to line your damage. So yeah, they can make it really strong and really, really powerful, but it's just a bit too gimmicky to, I think, be super strong in PvP. It's a bit too fair. But yeah, it's a complicated one for sure, right? Van's build? Yeah, sure. Playing the standard Blade Sworn here, we have Tactics, Strength, and Blade Sworn coming out there with Berserker, Amulet, and Rune of the Soldier. Actually, you do see a few different runes being picked here, just more cleanse for Vans, whereas some warriors actually do like to go with a Rune of the Fighter, for example, for a bit more damage and some free might stacks. Yeah, pretty cool stuff here. Pretty damn cool stuff, if you ask me. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You kind of don't really want that to happen. I don't think... Thing is, you've got to almost think, what do Mesmer players want? And in my opinion, I don't think Mesmer players want like a bunkery, annoying, blocky build, right? I feel like Mesmer players want a roamer. Something that's fast, maybe a bit glassy, a little bit tricksy with some stealth and teleportation, and very high burst damage. Like, that's what I think Mesmer players are looking for. And to be honest, I actually think this build here, this Mirage, is exactly that, right? Again, it's honestly so much fun, right? It really is. It's very dynamic, very interactive. But again, it's just a little too squishy. You know, it just can't really quite find its place in the metagaming currently. And yeah, like a clean game there as well. Team Nazio, really strong. By Team EU having some pretty big problems there. Let's see who got top there. So yeah, no kills actually for Team EU. So no opening whatsoever, unfortunately for them. Yeah, top deaths for not EU England. England with top deaths. That is bloody typical, lads. That is absolutely typical. Letting the country down right there. Unreal. Unreal. There you go. Nazio with the win. Good job, Team Nazio. Well done. Now we're moving on to our Forest matchup. And, well, you know, we want to keep the hype going. We want to keep that energy rolling, of course. But I think this is going to be a relatively relaxed. EU with 0 Super Bowls, and unfortunately, we aren't going to be getting ourselves a Super Bowl this time. Although, I guess we kind of are. This is EU versus EU cannibalism currently. So that is actually happening right now. But anyway, we're going to get this game underway for Forest and keep things moving on. The next match here is going to be the winner of this versus Copium Cuties. Then we'll have to do some other team renaming shenanigans. Actually, wait, I can fix it now, can't I? I just need to rename Copium Cuties to Team... I need to rename the other Team Nazio to Copium Cuties. Let me go ahead and do that right now. The magic. Yeah, the programming paying off here, gamers. I made everything totally dynamic and not scripted, or not hard-coded, right? And that is definitely paying off for me right now. It means I can do this. I mean, I feel like I'm really playing with fire here. There's like a decent chance that when I do this, it just totally breaks. But it worked! Oh yeah! That's what I'm talking about, gamers. It worked! Boom! There it is. Oh yeah, all right, fantastic. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Alrighty then, so our game's going to be going underway right now. Prepare for some beasts. Prepare for Forest of Niflhel. The players are just readying up right now. We actually do see a Virtuoso. By popular demand of the chat, the Virtuoso has been unleashed. Unleashed, I tell you. Here it is. And it's going to be the, kind of this like 1v1 build, right? Like we have our Inspiration with Illusions and Virtuoso. A lot of signets here, of course. And this is like a really powerful signet. This trait is very powerful, right? We have Blurred Inscriptions here. And this means that we have 5 conditions removed and a Distort. Very powerful. Of course, combined with the Illusions trait line, we also get ourselves Enhanced Distortion, which then, of course, gives us some reflection on our Distort. But yeah, really powerful abilities, as you can see here. The Moa, the chicken. Could that be a few meme kills here and there? You know, it is one of those things that players, I feel like, have almost forgotten. By the way, just so everyone's aware, the Turayasa, I can't do anything about that. You know, I just want to point this out. I have spoken to a dev, not a Guild Wars 2 dev, a non-Guild Wars dev who kind of really understands the backbone of how Guild Wars 2 works. They know why it's like this, but unfortunately, obviously, without hacking the game, we can't fix it. And we're very well behaved here, so we wouldn't do that. But yeah, sorry about the Turayasa. Can't do that. By the way, actually, this is I'll actually give you a bit of a leak here, gamers. One of the next things I'm going to be adding onto the tournament overlay and the tournament technology is the ability for you to check the build of any player in the game, and it will link you that build on hardstuck.gg. I have a good question, though. How would you guys like that command to work? In fact, would you actually like all of these? For example, I could do it like this. ! Build Red Harbinger, right? And that would get Nezio's build. And I could do ! Build Salad Nazio, and it could do that too and say, okay, that's the player name, and boom, we get that. I can actually make that work pretty easily with the technology that we have. Pretty cool stuff, yeah? But yeah, let me know if that sounds like a good way to go about doing that. But anyway, it's the Harbinger actually from Nazio this time. With Blood Bank, in fact. And this is actually a surprisingly, it's a surprisingly potent trait, actually. With this one. Check this out. We actually have, what it does is, if you're at full health, you actually get barrier and you kind of get overhealed. Although, actually, wow, colossal damage coming through on the Azo. We're going to see a kill. on Nazio, and Luxembourg now liches up too. Ready to go for some massive damage. Double Necro. And oh my god, Team EU absolutely destroys. Yeah, absolutely destroys that initial team fight, catching Team Nazio a little bit off guard, I think. They were not ready whatsoever, I think, for the double Necromancer to come through there and just destroy with the Elite Elixir combined with that Lich. Wow, some serious damage. Now, Red Team, they've done a good job of recovering. They don't get full wipe. They lose 2 players and they immediately back off to the side nodes. They were able to get their warrior pushing towards the mine during all of that. So they're in it, well, rather positioned on the mine. So they're in a good spot. Necromancer now pushes, and now they're moving the Tempest back over to assist in this 3v3. And they're actually winning. They're doing a good job already, actually, with the Spectre and the Soul Beast actually just flat out winning this fight. EU, France already in the downstate. Luxembourg desperately trying to run away there. Massive gameplay, massive content there. You love to see that indeed. What are you scripting in? It's basically JavaScript and C#. Like all of my bot, like the Twitch chat bots, it's all C# if you're interested. Net Core to be more specific, of course. And there we go. EU Luxembourg is down. Yeah, a little bit of a shenanigan. I love that. I do like that from Team EU. And look, we spoke about this earlier. We absolutely did. This is what you want to do. You want to throw your opponents on. Your opponents off. On? You want to do something weird. You want to do something funky because they had a really tough time in that first game. And I love that Team EU said, yeah, we're going to play double Necro. What are you going to do about it? Right? And actually, Red Team didn't respond super well. Now, the problem with going with this comp is they don't... I mean, the Virtuoso is kind of that duelist, that side node role that can hold, but they're very slow now. With double Necro, they're real... And honestly, Virtuoso isn't super fast either. They're really having difficulty in keeping up with the mobility of their opponents and being able to choose their fights, right? And that's something that Helsa was mentioning a lot on the on day one there with EU. They aren't able to pick the fights they want, unfortunately for them, and they're getting punished. Very, very tough stuff indeed. Very tough indeed. And again, I think we are going to see, throughout this game, we'll see Team Nazio start to take control and hold on here. Another kill comes through onto not EU England. That revival is not a possibility. France, Germany, and Luxembourg going to try and make it happen, but it is simply not going to work. In this particular case, that is the end of that. That is the end of that. Vans, oh wait, what have we got here actually? I thought they were just AFKing and it's like having a good time there, but Vans will 1v1 into the Spectre. Now, usually the Spectre is actually pretty happy about this matchup here, but obviously Vans are very powerful. Jules may just be able to kind of manage the outplay and make something happen regardless of the matchup being a little bit difficult in that regard. And yeah, Red with a bit of a rock-solid hold right now. They're holding very firmly. We have Red locking down middle right now. Double Necro a little bit scared there. Honestly, I feel like they shouldn't be. This is like a really good place to be right now. There's not really enough muscle on Red to really engage the double Necromancer. Particularly as we now have the Revenant coming in as well for even more damage output. But yeah, EU, France gets outnumbered and just, yeah, Red Team a little bit ahead, right? They're just quicker on the rotations. They're where they need to be, right? You know, they're good to go. Yo, Kenny in the chat as well. The man who devours his own seed has arrived in the stream. And he's ready, you know, and he's ready to look at the outcome and see what happens. Okay, Red Team continuing this game. The Tempest does die, actually. That's, of course, the Herald really coming in and doing a lot of damage. But actually, Red getting this res. Are they not going to be able to clear that? Wow. Blue are not able to clear that. The other Necromancer, very greedy, actually. North Germany was going for the cap there and does get the full cap. But unfortunately, that greed does allow the revive. Was not able, to, of course, to contribute to that cleave by standing on the node there, which is a little bit toughy. Unfortunately for them. Blue team trying to hold on here, but I hate to say it, gamers, I think they're prolonging the inevitable. I think they are in for a slightly slow and painful death. Yeah, yeah. Are you guys surprised by that? I'm seeing all these in the chat. I gotta get the Twitch chat on the stream too. I gotta have the ability to bring the Twitch chat on. Like, maybe not all the time. I can maybe like bring it on sometimes, like show it, and then it just kind of disappears at some point. I feel like I don't want it on the stream all the time there, because then that would be a little bit too much. Want to keep it super clean, right? Okay, like very, very clean. And I hope that actually has been accomplished. I tried to make the overlay like a very immersive experience, so you're connected with the game, right? You're locked into the game. You feel like you're role playing. You feel like you are PvP. You have become PvP. Red team, just actually lose a player there. The Untamed has been eliminated, and Team EU, they're trying to press their advantage. They're having a tough time of it, though, actually. Like, Herald incredibly pressured, can't really commit to this fight, and some excellent kiting, in fact, from Team Nazio here, using this rock as some great positioning, denying the offensive of that Herald, and surviving very well until, of course, the the Untamed is back into the action. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's true, look. That's all about Kenny, guys. Like, he's loud and proud about it. And honestly, I like that. I respect that. That's a Giga Chad move, right? It's big. I am a PvP. That's correct. Now we have the fight just continuing. And blue team actually do have the double cap. And I think perhaps the composition swap up here, maybe a slight bit of a meme from Team Nazio, is slightly working against them as Team EU, like, really going for it. Really picking up a fight here, actually. Look at the juke almost worked, but then it actually failed. It was a very good idea, but the fearing actually might be enough to kind of solidify this and get the job done there. Is that rapid fire going to generate this kill? Yeah, EU Luxembourg in a bit of a tough spot. Hard to get away from this Untamed. There's a lot of mobility here. EU North Germany is available to actually get that peel out, but there are more players from Team Nazio. The Lich is a bit of a desperation mover. It's not going to land, unfortunately, and poison will come down. The cleave she has. The weakness does shut it down quite nicely. Actually, a big fear comes through as well. Now moves in for the cleave, and yeah, the great sword auto attacks should be able to finish that job there. And yeah, red team are not going to be able to, yeah, they're not really going to be able to throw this game, I don't think. They're in such a good spot, to be honest with you. Like, EU France does get this decap here, but Sad Nazio moves in to immediately start condensing. Of course, the Meson build very known for actually decapping itself pretty effectively. Wow, that was a big burst, but unfortunately, Harbinger has a lot of health from the burst. It's not really quite big enough. I mean, the Virtuoso here actually should have a pretty good time in these 1v1s. Like, I think a Harbinger will have a tough time and actually fighting this. You can see that the damage output is going to be high, and the sustain is excellent on this Virtuoso. So, yeah, it does actually have to retreat that and back it off. And red team, they do have to be a little bit careful. Like, no joke, they need to not feed in this matchup. They need to not throw. And, yeah, better watch out for that one. Let's see what we actually have here. Really going for it now, trying to make a few things work. And blue are creeping back in. But, unfortunately, the Spectre from blue gets outnumbered here and completely shut down. EU unbanned Germany having a tough time. They still do have map advantage for a while, but losing that one player, they can't really afford to be losing their thief. They need their thief on the map. Once again, the red team, they're just going to be everywhere all at once. But having said that, blue team, they swarm down the Tempest and lock that kill in immediately. Very good. Very, very well played there indeed. From the blue team. And Team EU kind of making it work. They're only 100 points behind. I'm still definitely a little skeptical here. I still think red team, they find themselves in a pretty good spot, but it's actually, it's surprisingly even almost, actually. Like, this game is pretty damn even. It's certainly not a done deal. I wouldn't want to call it just yet, particularly if this kill onto Brazil comes through. Gets the immobilize, a lot of torment damage ticking away on the Red Spectre. Mirage, a Virtuoso in play, gets mowed, but then immediately Shadow Portals as the mower, using those mobilities, chicken skills to get away. But Nazio does fall on the Harbinger. The revive is excellent, though, from Sept. Gets that Harbinger back on their feet. Ready to blast. Ooh, a miss. Revenant here. The health bars are looking a bit scary for blue. This is not where they want to be. It's a pretty interesting match. But blue, they need to get something on the board, or as they lose to timer, right? Look at the time. 5 minutes left. That's relevant. It's been a slow, grueling game. They've got to get something on the board and fast. And unfortunately, red team, they're just slowly getting the grind. Yeah, they out-sustain Vans. That Blade Sword. Blade Sword is so strong right now. That vigorous shouts healing. You know, you'd be surprised how powerful it is. You might go, wait, this is no healing power, right? Yeah, it's Berserker Amulet, but the base value is great. Look at that. And you do get a good chunk of healing, just in general across the board. Of course, you get a healing power converter as well. So you get a bunch. You get 13% of your power in healing power from Vigorous Shouts, and that means that this build actually ends up with 286 healing power, which makes the heal 1,286 on every single one of these shouts, which of course have 2 charges, and you can reload them with tactical reload as well. So yeah, it's very juicy. Very juicy indeed. You generate a surprising amount of sustain and, of course, condition cleanse on this Bladezone. Very much that hybrid build. It's a bit of a 1v1, a bit of a support, bit of a team fighter all in one. It's very versatile. Red team, though, they've certainly got themselves in the driving seat. Luxembourg and England have been eliminated. I think this is going to be the end for our brave, brave Team EU. They fought hard. They're trouble count now. And yeah, that red bar is extending very, very quickly here. And a good effort, though, from Team EU, right? Like, despite struggling to get some kills, they absolutely put up a show here. Haven't got long left in this game, but to get 4 kills, and even with way less kills than their opponents, generate a good amount of points and actually hold their own in terms of map state for a good amount of time, that's some good gameplay from Team EU. They leave this tournament with their heads held very, very high indeed. Well played to them, but it is going to be a 2-0 victory for Team Nazio. That's the end of that. That is the end of that. Yeah, you do have to be careful with Moa for sure, actually. You really do. Because with Team E, with Moa, you do have like power. You have an evade, right? The 5th evade. So if you do it at a bad time, you know, without any kind of follow-up, you can actually help your opponent disengage. So you do have to actually be quite careful with the way you use that ability. Otherwise, again, you know, you can actually end up screwing yourself over. That's going to be it. GG, well played. One beast. One beast taken. Nice. And that's it. 500 points. Red team have locked in their victory. Wow. Look at that. Top revives across the board there. Wow. Isn't that just fantastic, chat? You just love to see that. You really do. Very well played there by Red team. And yeah, they're not done yet. They've showed that they are not out yet by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to face Copium Cuties coming out next. That'll be an interesting matchup, actually. Let's see if Copium Cuties have practiced, refined their gameplay, gone even further. Gonna be some fun stuff, some very, very fun stuff. Yeah, leak the script. Do not leak the script. This is a scripted tournament, as always. We're not gonna go game this. We're not gonna do that. Simply be ridiculous. No, 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 no. But anyway, that is it. Some fun top stats there as well. Some good kills there from the Herald. And wait, is this double Harbinger? That is. Ooh. Ah, I know why that is actually. I actually know why that's broken. Ah, yes. Yeah, that by the way, that was a core Necromancer and a Harbinger, just so everyone knows, but that's actually a slight bug, and I know exactly why that happened, actually. It's because basically the way that this works, I'll just give you some insight into the development here. It tries to look for elite specialization icons, but if it doesn't find one, it just doesn't do anything, right? What it needs to do is it needs to overwrite that, because the player was playing Harbinger and then they weren't. As a result of that, it got confused and said, wait a minute, you're not an elite spec. What even are you? Didn't even know what they were. But anyway, that's the end of the game. And let's move on. Where are we right now on Cure Disease? We're at 3,800. Do we have any new donations coming for charity? We don't. That's okay. We've got some great games ahead. Plenty of opportunity left over. In fact, keep things going and get to that 4,269 goal. Our next game, of course, is going to be coming up right now. It will be Team Nazio versus the Copium Cuties here. And you can see that we actually have 3 more games for today. So we have Team Nazio versus Copium Cuties. We have Zero Missing versus Suwon Slayers. And then finally, we're going to have the loser of Zero Missing versus Suwon Slayers and the winner of Team Nazio versus Copium. Although we actually might be doing the upper bracket match right now. I'm going to go and quickly check what order we're going to go. Let's see what the situation is. Yeah, we may be actually looking at... Yeah, we may be looking at the upper bracket match, actually, currently. Let's have... doesn't really matter, of course. We can do either of these two. The choice is ours. We're going to keep... It's very good. And yeah, it is actually very... It is actually very, very much inspired by the Hall of Heroes here. This was a piece of artwork that was done by Vazberg. This is actually for Moda 1, by the way. People don't remember Master of the Arena 1, apparently. Unbelievable, gamers. How could you? How could you forget so quickly? They're just dazzled by the rest of the overlay. You forgot the other stuff existed, I guess. But hey, that's understandable. That is absolutely understandable. And yeah, we're actually going to go ahead and... Yeah, we're actually changing because I think Copium Cuties needs a quick break, actually. So we're going to be doing the upper bracket match next. That's going to be Zero Missing. And this one is fun. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your hair. Because you might be about to lose all of it with the intensity of this matchup here. Zero Missing versus the Suwon Slayers. They have defeated Suwon in open world. They have defeated Harvest Temple CM. Don't know if they've done that one, actually. But can they defeat Zero Missing? We're about to find out very, very soon. And while I wait for that game to go ahead and be set up here, we might need a little bit of a break while we wait for our team to set up here. Gamers, let's talk about Cure Rare Disease. You know what I don't like? Rare diseases. You know what I do like? Curing rare diseases. And you know what? Yes, you can be a part of that right now by typing !CRD in the chat. Look, you can see it's on the bar. The bar down there. Look over there. Over there. Hit that link right now and follow through. You can learn more about what they do, their mission and their activities, and of course Endeavor's there as well. And join us in the Cure for Games 2022 charity marathon, which is running this entire weekend. Wow. Incredible stuff. Get in there right now and go big. Do not worry, my friends. Rom and Helseth are not here today, but do not worry. They will be back tomorrow. You're going to have to deal with me. For now, you're going to have to deal with me, gamers, right? You're going to have to put up with me until Nos gets back. He's eating his lunch. And look, lunch is important. Food is very, very important indeed. Really, really love to see that. It's fantastic indeed. Oh, yeah. Yes. What's going on? I don't know what's going on. What is going on is Cure Rare Disease. Okay? And some charity memes. Just looking at the admin here. Other custom. There is no other custom. Look, if I do this, look what happens. Look what happens if I go ahead and move this. I can extend this out a little bit, but oh no. There is no one there, my friends. They're gone. They don't exist. So I erase them. Look. There we go. Boom. They're out of there. Nice transition there. That was good. For like 2 hours. Well, I mean, it may well have been an excuse to escape the horrors of the NA PvP scene. That certainly is a possibility. But you know, he's a big guy, right? He's got to eat his lunch. You know, you got to stay nourished and hydrated. These are very, very important things you've got to do. Very important goals in your life. Again, we have a little bit of a break here right now, so let's just go ahead and relax down. And again, go pretty hard, go pretty big for Cure Rare Disease, who have been absolutely instrumental in allowing us to have this epic prize pool. Don't know what you think about the the prize pool here. Is actually, but it is currently around $3,000 to $3,500 actually. Yeah. That's pretty exciting stuff, right? That's some pretty big money there, and that's possible because of Cure Rare Disease as well. It's really hard to raise money for tournaments, obviously real money. And to be frank, I've been paying out of pocket for some of them, so they're really saving my ass here a lot, actually. And to be honest, realistically, the only way I can do cash tournaments, I think, in Guild Wars 2 is by kind of building relationships like this. So again, massive shout out to Cure Rare Disease for allowing this to actually be a real possibility, because that is the thing about these tournaments. They are very expensive for me to run, just in terms of a personal time investment thing as well, and just like in terms of like buying stuff, right, that is necessary for the tournaments. So it's really cool to really take that pressure off. For example, for the last Hardstuck Conquest League, there was a $1,000 prize pool. I actually paid that out of my own pocket, right? Which was, it was, I'm not gonna lie, that did sting a bit, gamers, right? I love me some esports, I love gaming, but yeah, tournaments, they are a little tricky to run and fund these days. They really are a little tough in Guild Wars 2 PvP, so Cure Rare Disease helping us keep that dream alive. God, it's very big indeed. Yes. Define our relationship. I would say intense and sexual, Kenny. Is that how I define our relationship? Oh, man, what I mean. But anyway, that's a roundabout way of saying Cure Rare Disease are carrying me, and it feels good. And as a result of that, I need you to get to work, right? Supporting Cure Rare Disease and spreading the word about this. Tell all your friends about Cure Rare Disease. Post it on your Discord. Spread the word far and wide. Retweet all of their tweets. Follow them on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter, because I tweet about that as well. Wow, you could do that too. There are just so many options, right? There are so many options. Absolutely incredible stuff. I love to. Dear. Incredible gaming. No, I'm not gonna. That's the thing, gamers, right? Like, I'm not going to take sponsorships that I don't think are ethical. That's never going to happen, unfortunately. And even though, yes, that obviously would be a way that I could approach funding tournaments, I'm not willing to do that, right? In my opinion, if I can't fund it using the community, then honestly, it kind of deserves to die, right? In that case, it's up to me to make it work and to make sure that we have something really exciting, actually. Wait. Sound gone? Shouldn't be. Sound should... Yeah, you may have muted the stream. Got to watch out for that. But yeah, no, I'm just not really into that, unfortunately, gamers. I'm not about that life. Not about that life whatsoever. So it's going to have to be clean, legit, wholesome stuff to make this stuff happen. And honestly, you know, like, I actually want to say this. I actually should start plugging this a little bit more, I think, actually, because that's how I ultimately want to power this stuff, is if you are interested in supporting Hardstuck, which is the organization that makes this, you know, makes this work, right? Then go ahead and check out our Patreon. It's patreon.com/hardstuck. It's a little bit unfinished right now. We're working on integration with our website so you can see early access content and so on if you're involved there. But yeah, like, that's going to be like a really good way to actually power this entire organization and the, you know, ultimately the entire team behind that. Because it's not just me. You're seeing me wiggling around on camera right now, okay? Unshaven from years in the pixel mines, like in the caves, working day and night in custom arenas. Okay, to make this work, but there are so many people behind this. We've got the developers, the administrators, right? There are people who are handling social media, who are running the Discord, right? Who did the design work for all this stuff. There really are so many people involved, and ultimately we do want to try and make it into a proper thing. So get over there right now, get in the mix, and go. Very nice. Problem is, not super useful to do that, really, because a lot of, like, entry-level sponsorships are, well, one, I'm not big enough, so I'm going to get turned down immediately, or two, it will be hardware that will be given away, not cash, right? And at the end of the day, hardware isn't actually that useful to me. Oh, gifted subs, wow, insane. You love to see that. Bankrolling our operation. But you know what? We also have Beer Wagenfahrer with the 69.69. Excellent choice, my friend. We are so close to 4,000. Come on. Let's get 4,000 during this break. We're grinding right now. We're trying to move forwards. We're trying to go big right now. And here we go. I believe we actually have our map, bans, and picks all sorted out for our next matchup. The wait is finally over. We are going to be going to Zero Missing versus the Suwon Slayers in just a moment here. Legacy is going to be the first ban coming up right now. Let's see what is next. Suwon Slayers preparing themselves to ban hard and fast. Let's see what's up next. Suwon Slayers. Thinking. They're thinking hard. Yes, they are. Forest. Classic map. Honestly, two of the maps you see the most in ranked are gone. They're disappeared from existence. Temple is the pick. The Zero Missing. Wow. A frisky pick. What about Suwon Slayers? What do they want? Let's see. Colosseum. Oh. Finally, the final set of bans that will determine the final map. Here it comes right now. Let's go. What will it be? What will it end up? Skyhammer. Live bans. Need to fix that final map, though. Yikes. Oops. Whoops. And there's one more map coming up right now. What's it going to be? What will be happening? Could be anything. Couldn't be anything. They've already banned and picked most of them. They've got some limited options. It could be a Capricorn, maybe. Capricorn bound, but no, it's going to be Kylo. If we do go to our final map, it will be on Revenge of the Capricorn. Those are our maps. Some fun ones, actually. Temple, definitely going to be an explosive start there. And Colosseum, very standard. So we're going weird into standard into another weird map. Again, I think I really want to see this go to 3 games. I think that it's certainly going to be very difficult for Suwon Slayers here. You know, they are absolutely going up against, without a shadow of a doubt, the highest seeded team on NA, and even a team that would be considered very highly in the overall global rankings. So it's going to be no mean feat to take them down, but let's see what they can make work here. They're going to have to see if they can do it. Comps are now going to be delivered to the administrators, and we're going to be back on the road, ready to get into this next game, and it's going to be a big one. Zero Missing versus Suwon Slayers. Two of our very powerful NA teams. And in fact, I could very easily see this being our 2 seeds. In fact, moving forwards, of course, the loser of this match will go down to the lower bracket final, and then we need to see Copium Cuties versus Team Nazio. Then the winner of that match will then play the final game of the day in the lower bracket final. So the winner here is going to Globals, right? So if Zero Missing win, they are in global finals as top seed, right? And then Suwon Slayers have another game to play right at the end of the day. So very much all to play for, a very important match. The day ends for one of these teams right now on a very positive note. The others will have a little bit of work to do down the line there as well. Very exciting times. No, Hells of the Cars. Hey, you want to hop on? Nos is still eating. Like, he's a very slow eater. He's been eating for, I think, nearly 2 hours now. So, hey, if you're around, we'll call you up, no problem. Bring Hells into the mix, and we are good to go. Easy peasy. Let's see if we got a little bit of spare time. Bit of a surprise Hells cast here on NA. Maybe, I think that'll be interesting to hear the opinion of Lord Hellsith on the NA server. And the differences, because honestly, what is always so fascinating is that even if, we're talking about, what server performs better, the metagame often is very different, actually. It often is very different on both servers. Like, they might not necessarily be like better or worse, but different, right? There's a different play style. The servers have culture. I think it's fascinating just from like just from a social standpoint, right? Looking at how if you separate players in any way, different culture develops, right? You see that in raids too, actually, but certainly in PvP, the way people play the game, the way people engage with each other is actually very, very different, which, it's pretty cool. It is pretty damn cool stuff. Oh, yeah. All right, then. Well, let's see what we have going on. But yeah, let me know, Health, if you want to hop on. You're more than welcome to. Can mix things up, and I can hopefully preserve my vocal cords. As promised, ostrich eggs. Look, we'll call up Leto, okay, as well. Let's get Leto in here. Ostrich eggs. Let's get the full old guard here, right? Like the true old school stuff, old school PvPers. We could get Sind, actually. Maybe he'd be done, although we don't really have enough games to fit everyone in. Like, Sind maybe would have done it, but I thought he was actually playing. Like, Sind was going to play, actually, with Ultra Scuffed, I believe. But then he wasn't playing. Yeah. That's not a possibility. Would have been fun. Gonna have that would have been a fun one, right? Sind, Helseth, and Romcast. That's some true old school stuff, yeah? Okay, I think we're just about ready to get started. Here we go. So, a slightly different comment. I think this actually is, again, very tactical. Again, Naru going to be playing the Necromancer today. It's going to be a core Necromancer, again, very similar to what Ultra Scuffed have been doing, because we have the Spectre from Helio, we have CJ on Blade Swarm, we have Grim on the Kaz. Oh, yeah. Now, it could be a bit of a potential clown fiesta here, because what might end up happening is that, of course, Catalyst, we saw last time, actually, we saw the Catalyst knock themselves into the wall with Windstorm a lot, actually. Which was quite funny, but obviously quite unfortunate. So obviously Grim is probably going to be trying to be a little bit careful about that, trying to make that not happen if at all possible. And let's see how this game's going to go. This could be a big one. We have this Deadeye and the Spectre here, and that actually might be a little spooky. Like, Zero Missing, they're really going to have to be on their toes to match that rotation, particularly on a map as big as this. And yeah, USA, or sorry, Zero Missing, they are really looking to shut that Deadeye down. Already we see Helio completely surging forwards. The Spectre, though, from Aerox provides some really good support on the Deadeye and keeps them peeled alongside the Tempest. However, a good start for Zero Missing as they're able to immediately pick up the Temple and actually also pick up the gateway as well, actually. There it is. It now gets picked up. That's the end of that. And yeah, Naru is going to have to drop away there. It does have his Spectral, so we can do a little bit of juking if he wants it. See if he's going to go for that. Look, oh, yeah, he did. He just slightly desynced a bit there, but now is in a pretty safe spot over here. And yeah, Red just get a very good opener there. Like, Blue kind of got caught a little bit in the roads. They just got locked down as they were trying to cross the map. And while that happened, Team USA, they stood on the points, and they captured the points. And after they got that done, they're now looking to essentially collapse and get these kills. CJ was able to quickly get this kill. I think just a straight up 1v1 almost into his opponent, locking down the altar over there and seeing this get grabbed over here at the same time. Peanut on fire gets that lockdown. Grimjack planted down on this node. Looks like he's going to maybe posture defensively, perhaps moving towards the temple, in fact. Actually, they're going to get back to that node and push into this 2v2. Alongside the Herald of Mark. But yeah, very much going towards Zero Missing so far. And yeah, I think Blue, they're going to have to find something a little bit more if they want to win here. They're going to need more than this. I hate to say it. They need more. This is not good enough. And yeah, we're going to see Grimjack just planted down. We'll see Naru and Mark rotate away now, yeah, into some of these bigger fights. And yeah, this Deadeye looking for the opportunity. I would say the Deadeye is definitely the key here. If the Deadeye generates value, then that's where things can get exciting. A lot of damage onto Mark. Mark does get supported, though, quite nicely, but he is in the downstate. Is the cleave enough? There's a lot of red players here, though, so they might be able to counter cleave this. Helio with no Shadowfall, actually, so can't do any counter CC. That might be the end of Mark. It's not over, though, actually. Peanut's going to go down here, and they're going to get the res on Mark, and there's a revive trait, too, that actually really helps with the counter cleave, and, of course, a slightly increased revive speed on the chasm. They get it as well. Very good discipline from Zero Missing. This is the type of thing you expect. Like, a lot of teams, you're going to go, oh, downstate, 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 oh! But no. And this is where you see the pedigree and the experience level, in my opinion, coming through from teams like this. You absolutely do. Like, they kept it calm. They stayed relaxed. They do lose a bit of the map pressure there, but they turn that fight brilliantly. They find a kill on Aerox. Deadeye going for the revival, but the awareness is here from our red team Catalyst. Ready to cleave that out and then continue to intercept the Thief if necessary. But the Thief's already left, moving somewhere else. But one Thief down right now and Zero Missing looking good. It's not going to be a 500-0 game. And I think Suwon Slayers, they're certainly a team that can hold a candle at least. They're maybe picking up this Necromancer here. Yeah, Helio tries to move in. But with Mark as well, it might be quite difficult to cleave this out actually with just the Tempest and the Untamed. Looks like Red are actually just going to go ahead and concede that and leave. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to play too risky. They say, you know what? Yeah, we'll just concede that kill there and move somewhere else. Back to being super annoying, dealing with this Ranger as much as they possibly can. And CJ just staying on this altar node, being super annoying. Gets plussed into by the Herald, and yeah, just gets a flat-out kill. That Herald, very dangerous to the Deadeye. Like, Deadeye so squishy. Going with this Berserker Amulet, like, very low health, around like 13,000. It was, oh, a free Stillness grabbed as well for Red Team. Helio, very low. Has a bit of edge, has a Shadow Set. That might be enough to disengage him here. Tries to pull away, gets into Shroud, needs some healing from the team there. But, of course, there's no support on Red, so it's going to have to be self-centered. The Condis are going to keep ticking down, and that is going to be a kill on Helio, but there's still a double cap right now, and that's a quadruple cap thanks to that Stillness buff, and that's a lot of points. Despite the fights not going perfectly for Team Zero Missing, they're getting so much of an advantage on the back. They might even get themselves a triple cap. Like, Red Team really playing Congas here, really playing for the nodes, controlling the map, making sure that they've got it under complete lockdown, and just really getting far ahead here, actually. Very much the case. And yeah, that's not a crazy amount to actually say about this at this stage. Like, there are a few kills, and that means where there's kills, there's always hope, to be perfectly honest with you, for the blue team, right? Like, and the health bars are very low, and this is what you see with no support, right? Like, the support from blue does mean that blue team are able to get their health bars back much easier than their opponents. Of course, there's a lot of self-sustain on, say, the Catalyst and the Blade Sword and the Spectre, but, you know, they don't have a healer, right? They don't have a healer whatsoever. We might see a Shallow Grave revival here, actually, onto the Catalyst. No, we We do not actually, may not have been available there, unfortunately, for Helio. So Grimjack is going to go down here, but it looks like the stomp will come through from Peanut, and that will rally out. So it's a good turn to die there. That was probably even a calculated death. I know it sounds like a meme, but it probably was. Go down, say, immediately ride to get some health back, basically. And actually does go down, say, again, but the glyph this time is going to work, and Mark now in trouble as well. Team Zero missing, really committing to this fight as hard as they possibly can, but it's not quite going to be enough here. Helio not able to grab that revival, but yeah, I mean, fights are one thing, but you need to have points. And Blue are having difficulty converting this. I like this from the Deadeye. Actually, the Bladesworn really doesn't have much of an answer against the Deadeye, right? A lot of things that don't have a lot of chasing potential, like really high mobility, don't have an answer to like the massive range and engage, like very high speed of the Deadeye. And that's certainly the case with CJ. CJ almost wanted to just die to falling damage there because he's in so much trouble. Gets a really nice hold though, gets that combat simulant off, has a shout available. Mark moves in and wow, they turn it. The Deadeye did not react in time to that +1 from Mark. And that's going to turn into a 1v2, into a very quick 2v2, into a kill, and then of course into a 1v2 on the remaining Blue Blades one there as well. Very nice, excellent combo there from Mark, and good communication there with CJ to make that happen. Helio does go down set again. Certainly the Spectre getting a bit bullied this time. Naru also heavily low here as well. Very, very pressured, not able to connect super well, which is not exactly good. Actually may end up dying here, or gets a really good fear. I think the Untamed might be able to... Oh, we might have to see a crazy juke here. Yeah, it has to take that, I think. Oh, no, does get into Shroud a little bit. Yeah, couldn't have already taken it because the Ranger was still over there. The pet ported in, but the Ranger was still there. But the whole W strategy has actually worked, and we see Port God X get away on 450 health there, actually. Very nice indeed. I mean, Blue making a few things happen. They're pressuring, they're shoving away some of the red teams, but yeah, nice F2 there. Gets that kill onto Urantium, but where are we going from here? What are we doing? What are we actually going to do with Blue team here? Like, and this is where we're in trouble, right? Like, this is where we're having problems. What are we doing? They do get stillness, which is something, but they're probably going to lose their node here. Like, I think we are going to see the Catalyst as he forces away, particularly now with the Herald coming in. So the point gain from that will be relatively minimal. And we already have kills happening on Tranquility here. Peanut cannot hold this 1v2. That's a straight-up kill. The low above is now at serious risk here. We see the Vapor, and that will interrupt it, and that's going to need to be stomped out before we get to that revive. That's going to be happening soon, and we could actually see a Tranquility cap about to kick in very, very shortly. Yeah, here it comes. CJ about to lock it in for the gamers, and that's going to be a triple cap. We do see Youngton trying to drop, but it actually might not be on time. It's going to be pretty close. Yeah, it's not going to happen, though, and there it is. All 3 nodes captured for Team Zero missing, and, wow, look at them go. It's 400 points now to 153. It's looking very, very bleak, I'm afraid, for the Suwon Slayers. Particularly as that objective is now off the map, that means things get a little bit less chaotic, giving them less opportunities to capitalize. Port God X Naru has been eliminated, but I think the problem here is that Grim isn't going to die here. Like, he's got his Earth Shield available, has the Fortified Earth block also ready to go, and that means he's going to be quite difficult to actually get rid of in this situation, and that's almost going to force this janky 1v2 for a good amount of time. And you can just see the sustain here is good, right? And now it's going to turn into a 1v1, which the Catalyst will then begin to push. Thief might almost want to just come back there, but no, the problem is that Thief needs to be playing for decaps currently, and this is where things get really, really problematic. When you're this far behind in a game like this, and you've been struggling to hold map pressure, it's so hard to do this, because they need to play all 3. Like, 2 nodes are not going to be good enough here. For the Blue team. They need the 3rd, and even a single death kind of ends the game. Like, with the Deadeye dead, I don't think there's any real hope at this stage. Grim definitely having a bit of trouble in this 1v1. The Bladestorm proving to be a little bit too strong in this situation, but certainly keeping this player occupied, and honestly ripe for a plus, right? We could see the Herald move in here, and that could very, very easily lead to a kill. Oh, there's a very, very super greedy here, actually, by Grim. Definitely goes for it. Has a very confident in his abilities here, I guess. Has the Earth Shield there as well. Goes for the CC. Interrupts that attack. They're narrowly escaping death. Has the invulnerability too, and is holding on for absolute dear life. There's the block coming through there, the reheal, the barrier as well. Really playing with fire. Deadeye is moving in, and this is super scary, of course, now for the Catalyst, but the game is already over, and the hold has happened. Grimjack will not die. He holds on until the very, very end of the game, and that is it. 500 to 178. Wow. But there's definitely something there, right? Like, a few things did happen in that particular match that absolutely You know, like they really, really did hold their own in the direction of the Suwon Slayers. They were getting kills. They were able to control the objectives, right? There was some potential. They were able to kind of bully the Spectre from Helio a bit. And of course, Naru on the Core Guardian was also, sort of Core Necromancer, right? Was also getting a little bit smushed. And punishing that immobility, that slightly slow, you know, like slower snail, but very, very brutally powerful setup on that Core Necromancer. Not quite able to do it, though, with 500 to 178. Still a very convincing victory for Team Zero Missing. Indeed. Keeping things going, though, gamers. We're keep on moving on up here. Another game is about to be underway here on the Eternal Colosseum. And, well, we'll see how this one's going to go. Can the Suwon Slayers make some magic happen? I mean, I think if there was any map where they would be able to feel advantaged, it would be Temple. Like the Double Thief against the Necromancer, which again is pretty slow. That definitely gave them an edge on being able to rotate quickly, but fortunately they were having a lot of difficulty in the fights. And to be honest, I do think that Team Zero Missing rotated extremely well. They were really where they had good fights pretty much the entire time, right? They picked their matchups correctly. They were where they wanted to be in their fights, in their 2v2s, in their 3v3s, in their fights, and they were able to win them consistently. Very, very cool indeed. And yes, this is indeed the new Masters of the Arena overlay. Lovingly crafted, chat. Lovingly crafted by myself and the Hardstuck team as well. Like countless hours, blood, sweat, and tears have gone into it. Really hope you're enjoying the show. And yeah, hope you're enjoying the overlay, making things a little bit easier to understand. And to see exactly what is going on. PvP. Fun stuff, right? Very, very fun stuff. Cool content game. Very, very cool content. So, we're just waiting for our teams to confirm if they're going to switch anything up. We could see a few adjustments here. Could be a Herald, of course, like Kranox, for example, is also on Suwon Slayers. He could break out the Herald if necessary instead of the Deadeye. But, you know, the Deadeye, I think, is a really good wild card to have there as well. You know, like having that tool in the toolkit that you can kind of throw out there and get going crazy, right? Like, that kind of thing is very exciting to have about the place, all over the place, you know? It's a powerful build. Powerful, sneaky surprise. See what it's going to be. But yes, we actually have a few continents. We are going to see a few little switch-ups. Let's see what we're going to have here. We could definitely see Naru play something a little bit different, potentially, actually, instead of the Necromancer too. But Necromancer is certainly very much a strong choice as well. Like, yeah, it is going to be the Necro again. Port God X. And there is actually no change. Never mind. Unless we see a change from Helio off the Spectre. But that is very unlikely. Yeah, you can see here, Spectre is exactly where it needs to be. With Helio on that. It does know there's in the sword and the shield. I have trained it well. Yes, I have done that. It was actually getting it the wrong way around. But do not worry. It's been trained very well. The only mistake that it has right now is actually that the nodes on Faux Fire are wrong. Okay, but don't worry about that. I'll fix that as well. Just don't pick Faux Fire. Teams, don't pick Faux Fire, okay? And then nobody will know. No, look, none of you noticed yesterday, by the way. You know, I corrected everything that people pointed out, and no one noticed that Faux Fire was all messed up. So yeah, I'm going to blame you guys for that one, right? That you can't put that one on me. But aside from that, it's looking good. No pre-stack. Wait, Helio, disgraceful pre-stack. Absolutely shameless. Basically, yeah, because of this weird interaction where you can actually pre-stack Shroud on Spectre, we basically told people, don't do it, right? Okay? Don't pre-stack. The easiest way to rule it. Otherwise, it's like, wait, do we want them to start at 100%? Wait, 15%? 20%? Who the hell knows? It's just in general, very, very weird indeed. But anyway, who knows? But let's do this. Let's do this. The next game is ready to roll. There you go. A good question. Wait, why is my chat rendering? Chat, go away. Thank you. There it is. It's gone. It has been removed. Alrighty then. Let's see if we can see Team Zero Missing secure their global finals qualification. And actually, We can even talk a little bit about the global finals. The match is about to begin. If the team that wins this matchup, basically, which may well be Zero Missing, if they win here, they'll face Ultra Scuffed. And that is fun. Now, that is a fun matchup there, okay? So, basically, the winner of this goes forwards as the top NA seed in the global finals happening tomorrow evening. You better get hyped for that. It's going to be one hell of a show. But anyway, we've got one hell of a show right here, right now. With, of course, the epic potential final conclusion of the upper bracket. Team Zero Missing versus the Suwon Slayers. And yeah, unsurprisingly, we are seeing a push coming out. A very aggressive push, actually. And a slightly different set of rotations that we did, actually. So we still a lot of double thief pushing, actually. But there's no double thief for Team Zero Missing. So they're going for a slightly different opportunity. And the thing that they're typically doing is they're just saying, yeah, we're going to put the Blade Sworn on far, right? We're going to put the Blade Sworn there. Just have it get outnumbered and plus into it with the Spectre, with the Herald, and get some work done. Ooh, yeah, now this is a bit scary. And this is the disadvantage of the core Necro to an extent. Like, we saw some incredible kiting from Gornet yesterday, but unfortunately, it is quite vulnerable. That core Necro can be caught out and it can be punished. Exactly what happens here is Port God X does get taken out early on, so bit of a trade here across the map. 1 kill for a kill. However, because Grimjack went to middle, was able to lock down that middle node here, he's not able to stay there, so they are going to lose that momentarily, but slight map advantage. I'd say a superior opener in general from Team Zero Missing. It's just that it was a bit unfortunate that they had that rough situation with that immediate kill onto their core Necromancer. However, Grimjack makes up for it by, I think, honestly, catching Aerox a little bit by surprise and blowing him up in that 1v1 Spectre versus Catalyst. Now, Grimjack has an insane 1v2, actually, because the Tempest and the Untamed are here, and the Deadeye now for a 1v3, so Mark is moving in, but this needs to work. They need to kill Grim, otherwise they're just committing so many resources, and I don't think they're going to either. That's the problem here. There's going to be a lot of Magnetic Aura for Grimjack here. He's going to have his block up relatively soon. He's got another Magnetic Shield to pick up. This is not going to pay off, and the Blade Storm from Blue Team already etching the downstate again. Oh yeah, this is not good. I don't think Blue are where they need to be. They haven't found a way to rotationally approach this game, I don't think, and if they don't figure something out pretty fast, they're going to find themselves falling, falling behind more and more and more and more and more and more and more as this game progresses. That's how things are looking right now anyway. Your Antium being driven away there. The Storm Spirit ready to go there with that big Fury uptime. You know, I'm honestly so curious about the Storm Spirit. It's got to be the days, right? Like the CC or the damage attached to it in some way, right? Like, we've got the enhancing impact there. I can't actually, you get stability and quickness when you pop that. Super curious ability there. Kind of forsaking a stun break. You'll see Protect Me a lot of the time there. And Yarantin does kind of a bit of a rock and a hard play situation there. Gets picked off by the Necromancer immediately. And now we do see a triple gap here. Yeah, and this is a tough nut to crack, I think. For the Suwon Slayers. We have Helio intercepting middle here as well. Yeah, Peanut can't do into that. That is, of course, support Tem is very difficult to really get anything done. Blade Sworn from Pimup does manage to kind of sneak by to get to this Dragon. The Spectre maybe even looking to help out there. Ooh, but both buffs. Oh, that is not what you want to see. Ugh. Very, very unfortunate. For the Suwon Slayers. They get themselves a node, but they're going to be down objectives, both of them. That's 20% more damage, okay, and that's going to be a significant boost to health and armor as well. They were already struggling to fight Team Zero Missing, and yeah, now... now it's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a very, very rough fight from this point. Now, Mark is getting bullied here. Not a surprise, the Herald is an excellent target, but look at that output. They turn the fight and immediately demolish Yantin, and this Tempest might be following suit very soon. The Lich is coming out here from Port God X. The damage output's going to be pretty darn wild here. What's going on the rest of the map? But we have the red team trying to skirmish around and find a few kills, but Peanut getting shut down there. Yeah, cannot survive that. Oh, and just as the Ranger comes back, they Red do need to watch out for this. I don't want to let this get revived, but yeah, I don't think your anti can even drop off spawn, really. There's going to be too much damage. They're actually going to go for the bleeder. Actually, this is greedy, but I kind of like it from Zero Missing. They know that your anti can't revive this. It's actually a really elegant play from Red here. They know that your engine can't res it, but they also want to bleed, right? So they can. They just bleed it out, and they know that it can't be res, and they can also force your anti to stay there. They're basically eliminating 2 players off the map just by standing somewhere, pretty much, and simply shutting down these rotations. And again, our Blade Storm from Blue does get caught. I mean, this is a bit of a crumble situation, gamers. This is a crumble gaming. I think Suwon Slayers, they have met their match here. They've performed so well so far. But I think they're gonna have to battle this. They're gonna have to find the solution. They've got a day to figure it out. Team USA tomorrow, but they've got to qualify there first, and this is not gonna be their qualifying match. 250 to 62 with, again, every fight going against Suwon Slayers. I think it's going to be a lower bracket finale for our blue team here. They need to find a little bit more here within themselves to make that work. Fight continues here. You know, Mark is actually getting focused down a lot. Does have his staff defensive abilities, though, so I think he should be pretty much good to go. We have Surge of the Mists right here, but yeah, during all of that, Peanut is dead, Aerox is dead. Grimjack was able to find that kill again, doing an excellent job in that 1v1. And meanwhile, the rest of the team is being cleaned up here. 3 deaths, more or less. Sorry, 2 deaths right now for Blue, and Ink, very, very low. Manages to wriggle away, and we'll try to get a quick 1v2 onto Grim, but CJ is actually aware of this at this point and will be able to respond accordingly, and that's actually going to be GG called. Simple as that. Suwon Slayers, they go to the lower bracket finals. What a game, though. What a game. A commanding performance in this matchup here for our red team there. Look at all those top stats. Top deaths for Naru, top feeder, and wow, look at that. Every single player on Suwon Slayers died twice. How crazy is that? Isn't that sick, guys? That's wild, huh? Top deaths on all of them. Yeah. I like that. It's perfectly balanced, as all things should be. But let's see what's coming up next in our bracket. Of course, going to be Team Nazio versus the Copium Cuties. So get ready for that. Hey, you're gaming to come. Yeah, very spicy. But I think these last 2 games, they've got 2 more sets to go here, actually. And they both could be very exciting, actually. There's a potential rematch there we already saw. You know, we're going to see Team Nazio into the Suwon Slayers, or Team Nazio into the Copium Cuties, or potentially the Copium Cuties into the Suwon Slayers, right? So the rematch there is, if the Copium Cuties win, then it's a rematch where the Suwon Slayers already won, or if it's Team Nazio, we're going to see something entirely different. I think Team Nazio into Suwon Slayers, I honestly don't know who I want to win. The rematch would be epic as well, I think, but it would also be genuinely brilliant, I think, to see brand new matchup here as well. It would always be good to see something new, right? We love to see some new things, some new gamers there as well. But yeah, there it is. Yeah, the top deaths. Yeah, you know, it's good. I'm seeing the chat with delay there. I shouldn't be reading this. I'm ignoring all of you. Yeah, that's right. Well, I think we're getting our next map set out right now. We're waiting for our picks and bans to get started. And of course, while we wait for that, we are close, gamers. 4,000 is right around. It goes Ross Lavelle with the 42. Hey, Epispaz, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. I really appreciate it. That is awesome. I love to see that, right? That's crazy, crazy stuff indeed. But anyway, yeah, there's 4 teams in the Global Finals. I can explain how the Global Finals works before we talk about Cure Disease and get into our next game. So basically, the top 2 teams from each region are going Global Finals. Specifically, on EU, it's going to be rank 55 Dragons are moving forwards and Ultra Scuffed in Seed 2. And on NA, we now know our first seed on NA. It's going to be Zero Missing, which you might know. You'll be familiar with some of the players from Team USA. And we need to find out our next seed by going through our lower bracket. And that's going to be determined by the next 2 games. And that second seed will then go on to face the other, the EU and NA teams in the Global Finals. And the way it works is the top seed faces the bottom seed of the other region. So for example, right now, it's going to be Ultra Scuffed versus Team Zero Missing. Right, that's going to be a match. And then rank 55 versus either Team Nazio, Copium Cuties, or the Suwon Slayers. One of those 3 teams after we get here. And we'll be able to actually tell you the exact bracket tomorrow. It's very exciting stuff. What is this? They all cannon gate because it causes no push, nothing, just fight, 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 chase, chase, chase. I say go B, go A, go C, all say lol. Noob, you here for golds, lost GF, now half interest. I say, okay, listen, good. I win next. I go 90%, but I don't. All ranks 10 for gold. Next is the same, and next 70%, and down ranks. Down 2. I go guard. I am mad. No guard love. I go NG. Bunker power right. No nothing. I do Ellie. I go war. Oops. WTF, War nerfers 69% and down GF don't impress. Seishi leaving now, all is vain. Wow. Absolutely. What a copy pack. What? How do you guys match the art aesthetics of the Guild Wars 2 team so well? Because we have incredibly talented designers, specifically Vazberg, Chocolapic, and Noz did an incredibly amazing, brilliantly fantastical job with our design, right? Our design team is absolutely on point, big time. Oh, yes. But you know what? Before we get into our next match, I believe we're doing our picks and bans right now. But before we do that, I just want to remind everyone that we're nearly at $4,000 raised for charity thanks to Cure Rare Disease. Thanks to. I mean, that doesn't really make any sense. Thanks to you. We've nearly raised $4,000 for Cure Rare Disease. Thanks to you. Boom. I like that. 3,922. I want to see 4,000 a day. We need another $80 or so to get up there. $78, or rather, if you want to be a little bit more precise, $77.93 to get us all the way up to 4,000. An incredible accomplishment, an incredible achievement and milestone for us so far. Blending charity and esports together. Honestly, it's ticking all the boxes. It makes me very, very happy that I can do all the things that I really want to. I can provide a great event, hopefully create some really entertaining content for the Guild Wars 2 community, provide a competitive outlet, some very talented players, showcase their skills, showcase PvP to a wide audience, and of course, raise money for an incredible cause at the same time. We're multitasking. We're compressing it down with Cure Disease, who also really helped us out with sorting out a sizable cash prize pool. So massive shout out there to Cure Disease. Make sure to hit !CRD in the chat to learn more and hit the donate link if you want to support our campaign against Cure Rare Diseases and join us in the quest to find new treatments, new therapeutics, and even cures for some of the toughest conditions to deal with that a lot of people are afflicted with globally and have their quality of life significantly impacted by. So learn more about it. It's an amazing cause. I love it. It is battling the unfairness of the real life. And you know what, guys? I don't like unfairness. I like things to be balanced, like Guild Wars 2. Am I right? But anyway, that's it for now. !CRD, donate, and of course, cureraredisease.org. Let's talk about the next maps that we're going to get for Team Nazio versus the Copium Cuties. Coming up right now. Let's make it happen here. Okay. Oh, hang on a minute. Something very weird is going on. Don't worry. I'll fix. Ah, yes. One moment. I have the bracket open twice, and it's very confusing. Ah, there we are. That's a little better, isn't it? Ah, very good. All right, now I fixed it. All right, then. So I think our maps have actually already come through. So let's go ahead and get them going, and we'll talk about what is to come. It's going to be Temple is our first ban. Then next up, it's going to be Forest is going to get banned. Wow, Forest haters. Then it's going to be, Capricorn. Now, I do like Capricorn. I think it's a fun map. I actually really like the color palette on the map as well, and that's important. And then into Fofar as well. What a series of maps we're going to get. It is going to be brutal here. It absolutely is. And finally, Colosseum. The final meme, there it is. Wow, look at that. So our map order is going to be Revenge of the Capricorn, Legacy of the Fofar, and then Battle of Cars. So all three very, very, pretty brutal maps here, right? There's going to be a lot of team fighting, a lot of big fights, I think, and potentially some very quick games, right? It could end up being pretty swingy because of the map mechanics of Capricorn with that bell, the bell, of course, giving more and more points the more you capture it. Legacy with the very small map layout and just absolutely brutal low amounts of spots to kite, so it's easier to pick up kills, right? Pretty wild stuff. Absolute madness. Let's go ahead and leap on right into the game. On the red team, it's going to be Team Nazio. On the blue team, it's going to be the Copium Cuties. Yeah, Nos went to get milk. He went out and then never came back. You know, he is abandoned. He has abandoned NA. The Dark Lord has left you. Unlucky. Unlucky. Mining in Classic? Ooh, really? Matter playing a little bit of Classic. Wow. All right, so we actually see the exact same team composition we saw previously. It's going to be the Harbinger again with this blood magic setup here with that overheal with Blood Bank. It's actually very powerful too, right? Because basically, if you're at full health, if you get healed for 1,000, you get 1,000 barrier. You know, there's actually some crazy if you can do this in World vs. World actually, where there's loads of healing. Where you can have like almost unkillable insanity reapers and stuff. It's going absolutely insane. It's pretty wild gaming. And of course, you still get, even if you're not health, you have like a little mini sanctuary rune almost that affects all of your healing incoming. So making you quite durable when you have that support, when that Tempest is consistently healing you. And honestly, it's a lot better now as well, synergizing with stuff, because it works on regeneration now as well, I believe. I think they modified it. So Blood Bank actually works with regen, and of course also with Soothing Mist too. So a lot of passive extra barrier onto the Harbinger, keeping it alive. Hopefully a little bit easier. Okay. We're ready to go, and ooh, of course, we do see basically the same setup here, but we do see a few switch-ups here. It's going to be Andreas, instead of the Blade Swarm, Wilburn. I think this is definitely his favorite class. He's been playing this in the monthly, winning monthlies on Wilburn. It's fallen out a bit of favor, actually, of course, as it got nerfed very significantly. You know, kind of Herald is the slightly more common play these days. But also, there is a Herald, too. So, Sobians and Andreas with a massive roaming comp. With a Deadeye, there's a lot of roaming power here. And then I think they're going to send the Necromancer to be kind of like the duelist side note thing here. That way, it's actually... Wait, what? This is actually a Spite and Curse Steps, like massive AoE corruption when going into Shroud there. It's like for this Spiteless Ray, and of course the Weakening Shroud. Very interesting setup here, but very glassy. It's like full glass Harbinger. That's not normally what you see, because of course a big disadvantage that Harbinger has is actually that it is a lot squishier than other Necromancer specs unless you trait into it directly. Now, I think the interesting thing that's going to be at play here is what is the blue team going to actually do about the Bladesworn, right? There's not much of an answer, in my opinion, to Vans here, or even, you know, in a way, the Spectre, right? The Spectre and the Bladesworn very competent in the 1v1 matchups, whereas there really isn't anything that's super good at 1v1ing on blue. The Deadeye can 1v1 the Spectre pretty effectively, but again, like, the Deadeye wants to be roaming around killing things, not necessarily actually kind of locked in these 1v1s. Regardless of that, going to be a chase. And oh, look at that Wilbur damage. Actually, that might be a kill. The burning might be enough, but no, actually, Shroud is just barely reached here by X-Slave, the Spectre. But the Willbender in absolute hot pursuit, pretty damn speedy, but maybe not speedy enough. Oh, having said that, there's another port that comes through. Is this going to get the job done? Oh, Spectre, though, so tanky. Like, so many, so much damage absorption from that Shroud coming through again and again and again. But it doesn't matter. Andreas eventually finds that kill. Will the Clee be good enough? The Glyph is now being deployed. It does land, so, of course, the Red Spectre was able to survive just barely long enough to actually make that work. And the Curvium Cuties, their Herald in a little bit of trouble. Does have the Glint Heal, though, which should be a full reset. And yeah, I think the red team are now starting to realize that there's no blood magic or death magic on Seacod. That means they're just going to go directly for that and go all out to get that kill. And exactly what they do. Does get Glyph back up, but look at these health bars. Health bars not looking good currently for the blue team whatsoever. We have some very serious problems. Herald now down for the red team. They do actually manage to turn that pretty nicely despite their health deficit. There's no revives on each side, so that should be a confirmed kill. It absolutely is, and I guess this is where the massive aggression of Seacod comes through, right? There's so much damage output here that on this build, it certainly will be able to really pack a massive punch in these fights, and if it's allowed to free guys, if it's allowed to activate, damage output will be huge. But blue need to convert this. It's like a literal 5v5 deathmatch on middle right now. Nazio in trouble. Nazio about to go down. So it looks like blue are really turning this fight right as the bell comes up as well. But now they've got to convert this. They've got to send their Spectre out. Send something to cap, right? Maybe send the Harbinger, right? That's kind of what they were doing earlier on. But they do pick up a kill on Vans. It's very, very big, actually. But again, now they've got to convert this. They need to find some value on the map here. Otherwise, all of those kills don't really mean that much. Yeah. That's a little bit tricky there. Hey, I appreciate that, Squid997. It's very kind of you to say. I do my best. I will continue to do better as well. This is only Moda 2, right? Like, Moda 3 is going to be a billion times better than this. You better believe it, too. Okay. Now what we're going to do here. Let's see if we can get some kind of memery to happen. Andreas now gets this kill, and that's a huge burst. Wow. Like, honestly, the Spectre from Red really having a tough time. Like, Andreas doing an excellent job of hunting that Spectre down, picking up another kill, and securing the bell for the team. Again, where blue is falling down is node control, and that's exactly what you'd expect here. They've got so much roam potential, so much damage, but they don't have the things that stand on the point, right? And in a game like Conquest, You kind of need the things that stand on the point. Thief does make a very good rotation there over there, though, on Deadeye. I almost want to see him actually only go for a decap, actually, even though Vans is going to move in. That will allow the Deadeye to rotate in with massive value. Actually, might almost force Vans back into this fight, actually. In fact, almost certainly now it won't, actually, because the red team are going to have to disengage, because blue team, Copium Cuties, again, take themselves a very, very good victory here, in fact. And they're going to get down the Tempest, and they're going to pick up the Herald as well. Copium Cuties, I think they're a little bit warmed up. They are absolutely warmed up. I love to see it. It is fantastic. Good, 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 good. I think they were a little bit shaky early on, right? They were definitely having a few problems, right? You know, with maybe kind of setting up who's going to play what roles people are playing, and they've certainly taken a step back and thought, okay, let's play something different. Let's play comps that we want to play. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get this Willbender out there. Let's go ahead and get, you know, let's get the Temper. You know, let's get this Harbinger, right? And get people playing what they want. Get C-Cod in, Coach C-Cod, right? Here he is, the big man himself. And it seems to be working. Like, the weakness, I don't think, is really being exploited currently, of Cuties, in the fact that they don't quite have, like, much of a duelist, but red team are not able to exploit that, at least not yet. They're just going to go into another really big fight. Thief does sneak away with that, you know, sneaky shadow portal, which is pretty good, but again, that, of course, leaves the red team outnumbered. And honestly, blue team might just be able to muscle this. They can just keep team fighting, because again, the bell's going to be up in 45 seconds. They're feeling confident they can win that next fight. That's going to be 50 points in their advantage, because, of course, each bell gives you... Ooh, this is going to be exciting. Right, in theory, this bell notification should say, look at that! No, wait, no! 0 points if red captures. Ah! That is incorrect. It's 25 points if red captures, but it's right on 50 points on blue. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, gamers. That's good. Never mind. Okay, it's nearly there. I'll polish that up for tomorrow in case we see some more Capricorn games. Busy, busy, everyone. Red team, though, getting back into the driving seat. They've got the sides, and I actually do like this. They're trying to play sides a bit more. That's what they need to do. I don't think they should really commit to these fights, right? They need to play sides here and play the map rather than directly fighting. Directly fighting is going to get them killed, right? As we do see that, but that's a really good res, actually, from the Tempest. Now, all they got to do is not die here. I want to almost see them slowly start to disengage and move towards the bell. That's exactly what they're going to do. Here we go. Red team is moving over here as well. Soapy Hands goes down. That's a very bad time to die, actually, for this Herald, actually, because now red team, they've got nodes ticking. That means blue are forced to commit to this bell because they really do not want to give it to their opponents. They need that to win this game, and they're going to be forced to find out. But wow, we've got some serious team fighting going on, though. What the heck is going on here? Some insane team fight. Another big 4v4 is going to start brewing here. The Thieves are out trying to play them out while their team's kind of fighting. That makes a lot of sense, right? That's the Thief job there. You can certainly get in there for a full 5v5, but you want to get as much value as you possibly can using that mobility, kind of taking advantage of the chaos, particularly seeing as there is a player dead for blue. And with that Herald not getting in here, yeah, red team, they're going to find this. Ooh, their Herald is down as well, and the Deadeye just pew-pewing away. Wait, could they actually win the Cleave War? They kind of are winning it. It's very close. That actually might... They've got to hold this, and they're not going to hold that. Oh, no. That was a huge mistake from red. They thought they could win the Cleave. They forgot it was an Elementalist, and of course that can vapor form to actually essentially extend the downstate, like with that invulnerability phase, and that completely swings the fight. Really nice usage of that ability, and almost like a lack of awareness of downstate by the red team, and they get punished hard. Nazio now basically fully dead here. Tempest doing the same, and blue, they're going to get a 50-point bell. That's very, very juicy indeed. Here it comes, and there we go. Yeah, and I think this is very much the plan, right? I think this is intentional based on the composition that they've chosen with all of this like massive team fight. They're like, yeah, we're just going to play the bell. We're going to beat you on every single bell. You can have a few nodes, you can have some of those, but we're going to get ourselves that 75-point or even 100-point bell as the game progresses, and you simply will not be able to keep up with that no matter how many nodes you capture. Particularly as we win that fight, we neutralize, we grab ourselves a node as well, and blue actually ahead right now. A very, very close matchup, though, like very, very close. He's looking for an opportunity here. Deadeye going to try and pew-pew the Spectre a little bit. Deadeye can actually win this too. Like, Azadome has been doing really well in Deadeye into Spectre 1v1s. Of course, the Thief that is actually pushing is very likely to neutralize simply because the other Thief is going to have to move off node and go elsewhere. And, well, you know, potentially stealth up or kite away to actually survive. Oh, look at that Deadeye, though. Comes through, but is there any help for this Herald? There is a block still up there, and of course there will be some evasion on Shiro, but ooh, that's big old great barrier though coming through from the Red, so it's a very nice play supporting that player. Now they're going to try and turn it as well. Ooh, Andreas is dead here, though, and gets stomped out. That's not a good time to die as well, as the bell is about to pop up right now. It's absolutely neck and neck with 310 to 315 as the bell is up. Great shallow grave, keeping this Herald alive there. If they could get a counter kill, that would be amazing. Can we see a counter kill? Oh, the conditions. Look at all those coins. That is absolutely disgusting right now. But the cleanse is excellent from the Red Temis. Oh, Red looking for that kill if they get this. This is huge. Oh, and the bell is actually uncontested. Nezio's going to get it for free. Blue don't have a response here. There's no Thief here. Thief is desperately going to try and make it. Might just be able to contest with that mobility. The vital draw is good, though. And actually, yeah, the Thief can't make it. Really nice fishing of that CC. That CC was there blocking the positioning from the Thief. They couldn't get on there, and they had no port to make it. And as a result of that, Red grabbed that bell. That's 50 points flat. That's what we like to see. Incredible game so far. And Red getting ahead now. Ooh, Nazio, though, very, very low. The damage output is very, very high, but the Swirling Wind's going to block and shut down the projectiles of that Deadeye Tempest. Excellent for that, with, of course, the Magnet Note and the Swirling Winds combined. Red taking a good advantage here. And Blue, they stalled a little bit. What is their plan? Their plan was to win these bells, and their plan has now gone a little bit awry, unfortunately for them. Another bell potentially in 2 minutes, of course, but will the game actually last that long? I think it actually probably will. Excellent. Wow, Tempest on Red is on point with these glyphs, actually. That renewal of water, saving the life of key players, particularly this Herald multiple times, actually. But, oh, wow, unfortunately not quite enough. Couldn't really descend into the depths, and Tempest couldn't drop down there. There's too much damage, and the Herald, unfortunately, does end up going downstate and dying again, despite the Tempest's heroic efforts. However, and during this chaos, Red team have been able to control the map a lot, getting that double cap and inching towards their victory. And, well, bear in mind, next bell will essentially be game-winning for Red team. 75 points for them will, well, by the time the bell spawns, will certainly end the game. The game may not even last that long. Really nice pickup here from Blue, but they need to make something happen now. It needs to happen now. They are running out of time. They need to have a huge play, a huge amount of kills in the next 20 seconds. Otherwise, they're doomed. Doomed, I tell you. They might be doomed. They get the Tempest. And Bell is up in 45. Is good, obviously. That is really, really nice. But I hate to say, gamers, feeling a little skeptical. It's going to be a 75-point Bell here as well for Blue. And a 50-point Bell for our Red team. Wait, what? Isn't that wrong? Wait, what? I'm not even sure if that's correct. Wait, what's happened? The bell has betrayed me, chat. Isn't it 2 bells for Red? No, actually, it is 2 balls for Blue. I should have trusted my overlay. And then 1 bell for Red. Wow, good job, overlay. And even despite their bell disadvantage, Red team are going to make it happen with a 4-7-7 score right now. Final bell is up, and there is actually no one contesting right now, but it doesn't really matter as the 1 node is standing firm. I do like this play here by Seiko to try and decap it, but I think won't actually make it, unfortunately. But anyway, it does not matter. Red team are able to get the bell. Simply too fast, Red. Too many deaths for the Blue team. That is the end of that. 5 for 9 points. Wow, it's a lot of points. And a 1-0 advantage for Team Nazio. Really nice play. Like, really there to throw, by Copium Cuties. They certainly came out swinging, trying some crazy stuff, trying to throw them off there. Very, very nice play from them. Let's see if they can pull it off on Fofar. Like, their Ultra Snowball strat might be even better here, right? And they have so much mobility with the Willbender and the Herald. They're going to be able to very quickly move between these nodes because they're very close together and they're very linear. So that means that the Willbender and the Herald are really going to blast it. Combined with the Deadeye, maybe that is enough to actually put Team Nazio on the back foot. We'll have to see, because again, this is an elimination match. It's all to play for right now. Okay, whoever wins here will go to the lower bracket finals to face the Suwon Slayers to try and qualify for the global final. Stay tuned for that. Of course, Let's get into the next game right now. Here it is. It was a good plan. It was a good plan. Very good plan indeed. Very nice. Very nice. So far. Here we are. Very nice game. Yeah, it was a good game. It was a very exciting match. A very exciting match. And also, Lara, thank you for the other raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, everyone there. Can we get some Loranity Scampy in the chat? Can we get some Scampy about the place right now? Because honestly, I am at a Scampy right now. My back... posture check, everyone. I know I've got to go ahead and do that. Go do that. And while you're posture checking... check your wallet for spare money to give to cure rare disease. We're still not at 4K. Got work to do, chat. We've got work to do. We still need another $77 to get that 4,000 epic donation goal. Cure rare disease for charity at the same time as esports. We're multitaskers, and I love it. Exclamation mark CRD in the chat. Exclamation mark donate to learn a little bit more about how to do that. And of course, lots of information there in that command too for exclamation mark CRD. Go to curedisease.org to learn what they're about. I mean, you can probably figure it out. They're curing rare disease. Good. Well, oh, I just pressed a key. I pressed a key. Fortunately, it didn't ruin anything. I like that. That's good. All right, then we're waiting for our teams to ready up. We've got one more player. A bit of strategic discussion on the blue team. Soapy hands, not quite ready to go. Cleaning up a little bit. Preparing. Sharpening. Here we go. On the red team, we have the Tempest Team Nazio, Vans, the Orbano, the Herald, Ex-Slave, aka Bazil, Spectre, and Nazio on Harbinger, Seacard, Tempug, QT Andre, of course, off-brand Svelier on the Deadeye with soapy hands. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got going on right now. With some epic gaming and some epic action. Let's get to work, chat. Oh, yeah, double crispy there with the 77, by the way. Now, wait. Oh, nice. We actually have enough Pog. And Lynn with the 27, too. Nice, insane. I love that. Really appreciate that, gamers. But anyway, let's go. This is going to be a big game. Big pressure is mounting right now. Team Nazio, they're smelling their victory. They're close to their victory. They want to get to that lower bracket finals. They want to get to the global finals. I know that. I think both teams do here as well. A last-minute roster from Team Copium Cuties. They really are putting in the work. Thieves actually pushing the far nodes for both. Blue already getting that decap. And ooh... yeah, I think this is where things do get a little bit spooky here. An excellent team fight starts out here. And that's where I really like the Blade Swan for red, right? Like, just that extra sustain, that very high might application, to be honest, with for Great Justice is very, very potent too, in fact. Really gives them so much punch in that fight. Now, Secord actually does manage to take out this, get this kill over here alongside Andre. Like, Ex-Slave is going to go down, so that's not really a recoverable, so it is going to be a kill traded a piece right there. But with Vans in position here, that should be a full cap for red, which is going to work out very, very nicely indeed. It's a good time, gamers. It's a good time. I love to see it. It's fantastic. So far, pretty stable so far in the game. Herald from red, very, very pressured. Ooh, nearly got pulled there. That would have been devastating, but it was just barely outside the range of that Guardian Greatsword. Very nice kiting, right? Like, using terrain is so important to surviving Guild Wars 2, and Red Herald doing a fantastic job of exactly that. Still, the team's mostly just scuffling around right now, like, pretty damn stable. Big stun comes out of that. Jade wins elite skill from the Herald. Just devastating. It actually leads to a very quick kill onto Nazio, and indeed the Tempest, and that is what Blue Team is looking for. They had a bit of a tough time early on, but they were able to muscle through that Bladestorm and pick themselves up 2 kills. Can they get a third, though? That's the question. This map is all about the snowball. They want to get more. They might find Vans. Ooh, a good dash away should prevent the immobilize, and I think Vans is going to get away here. I almost I almost would be interested to see if they would open the gate here, right? Because then they can't escape, right? They can chase them through. Because right now, obviously, the gate is in their way and they can't teleport after them and chase them down. But honestly, with the composition that blue team has, they always want to be chasing, right? They want to be all over the place, going crazy, being here, being there, being everywhere, right? Very important stuff. Meanwhile, you see the fight starting to restart over here on the quarry, and it's an interesting one. This is pretty risky for blue. They're really investing a lot into this fight. It is a 4v4, so it is even. We saw them do well in a fight previously. They're ahead on the map right now. Let's see what their target's going to be. Looks like they want to think about the Tempest here. Andre just waiting for his moment. Goes in now, lands a big burst. A lot of pressure coming through, though. Actually, Soapy Hands, that Herald, also another prime target for focus in any team fight, really. Of course, a lot of damage and some decent defenses, but does run out fairly quickly. That's the way this build typically plays out. Next up, we're going to have this fight, and oh yeah, Herald's trading cooldowns here. Andreas, I think, also starting to really run dry. Is going to have to pop renewed focus very, very shortly. Here it comes, tries to leap in and connect Daji. Yeah, but this is the problem. The fight's gone on too long. This is taking too long. That's the issue. The sustain is massive, and that is where the Necromancer, the Blade Suwon, it just keeps on ticking. Like the perma quickness with Deathly Haste, right? Like the healing from the Blade Suwon, the boons, and that Tempest as well, just ticking away, healing and healing and healing and healing. And I think that I want to see a little bit of I want to see a little bit of a switch up here, a bit of awareness of how this is going to go, I think, from the blue team. I think they need to realize that fights that go long are basically very bad for them, right? Because the longer it goes, the more they're going to get out-sustained and just slowly get drained of cooldowns. I would also say particularly, actually, with the Willbender. The Willbender is pretty cooldown limited. Like, after all this stuff is gone, it kind of just falls over. It will take a while, obviously, to exhaust your renewed focus, to get through all of your virtues and your contemplation of purity. But after you don't have that, no virtues, no Willbender, right? You're in a huge amount of problem. You're in a really big and dire situation. So Red get themselves a pretty nice advantage then. Well, again, like, we may see a repeat here. I want to see blue split here and just go ahead and move around. Though having said that, like, blue team are looking to really push that aggression and try and get a fast win, because again, a fast win in the team fight certainly is what they're looking for. And if they can get that, then they're in business. When they might do exactly that. The Temba's incredibly pressured. Might try and land the glyph. Is going to go for it. Should land. It does. Very nice recovery. Remember, the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get for the blue team. However, they are really keeping on the pressure. If those health bars don't recover, then it can be good. And actually, the Tempest is completely caught off and gets absolutely obliterated by the condition pressure there, actually. And that Tempest is over, I'm afraid. Is there a shallow grave for the Tempest? I don't believe there is. However, there is a downstate battle here. Well, yeah, on the blue Tempest. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Actually rallies up Nazio. Doesn't rally their Tempest, though, which really sucks, actually, because they got cleaved out. Tampug has been avenged now as Nazio goes in the downstate again. A very bloody battle here. Red team, though, were able to quickly sneak a cap there with the Thief, I believe, during all of that. And they're just barely going to scrabble ahead in this game. They are not done. They are fighting 100%. They are going for it. They are making the magic happen. There it is. Orbino there in the downstate, and blue now have a bit of an opportunity to actually capitalize. I do really like the play from Red, though. I feel that Red is controlling the map a little better. Despite they had a pretty catastrophic fight there, blue doesn't really get much. In fact, Red even had the time to push the map in their favor by moving over to the quarry and actually quickly, sneakily decapturing it. So very well played there by Red, making the best of a bad situation. And blue, though, will of course get the rest of the map as a result of that, but it could have been a lot worse, right? This could have even been a triple cap in favor of blue, whereas now it's only going to be double or single node advantage there. See what's going to happen. You want to see the build? There you go. That's the build. Enjoy. Enjoy. Now Red just planning their offensive. They're simply going to try again. It's definitely been a repetitive game in this sense. Right, like, it is the two teams basically bashing into each other, right, smashing into each other, trying to make it work as much as they can and just try these 5v5s and 4v4s while the Thieves dance. Now, we have this Deadeye into Spectre over here. This will actually go well for Spectre because of the decap, right? The Deadeye will essentially get driven off the node. So that does work out pretty well for Red. But again, it needs to be better than this. Like, Red kind of wants to get this cap. Otherwise, again, they're just going to be behind by a few points. The fight progresses over here in the middle. We're pushing up that staircase. Is going to be a lot of damage. They land it with a massive stun, so they're able to counter that choke point fairly effectively. And Red actually getting pushed back here a little bit. Seacob moving in that very aggressive Harbinger Harbinger build, putting in the work, like, and actually is enough to generate a kill. And blue, they take themselves a team fight despite it taking a good amount of time. That should be a confirmed kill. The Tornado will do a great job of denying any possibility of a revival opportunity. And yeah, very good for blue. Now, blue are going to grab this node while the red team grab middle. So, red actually are going to get a good map state from this, but I think it will be very difficult for them to actually hold on to the quarry over here. The damage output is going to be pretty crazy. No, the colors aren't backwards, by the way, guys. The position of the node is wrong. Basically, they're hard-coded because we don't really have access to, like, game data, obviously. So we have to... They're hard-coded the wrong direction, right? Like, we're not, like, hacking the game. If only. And as a result of not hacking the game, a lot of our stuff is very implicit. Honestly, I could do a whole stream on how it works. It's very interesting, actually. But all of it is basically implicit data that the game is giving you. It's not explicit. As a result of that, it's a bit vulnerable to data input mistakes, shall we say. But regardless of that, we've got ourselves a serious game. Just 10 points in it on a neutral map. Blue going to grab themselves the quarry up right now. Meanwhile, we have this Thief Jewel continuing over here. There's some good line of sight spots, so it might be difficult for the Deadeye to actually close this kill out. And we can even see Red Spectre trying to push for that node here. Of course, Vans will now move over towards the mine to get in there and get the job. The quarry. Sorry, this isn't forest, guys. Okay, this is not forest. Gets that cap, and now blue starting to creep into the lead, but red, actually with a quick Herald Plus, are able to immediately destroy that Deadeye, grab themselves the waterfall, keep themselves in this game. Very some nice juking there by Andres. Maybe he can get out of here because of all the ports, but no, it's not going to be enough, I don't think. Itchy does get his heal scuff. Maybe he can die on node at least. He's actually going to try and 1v2. Nearly makes it work as well. Almost got a downside there onto the Spectre, but not quite going to be good enough. Ooh, red Tempest dies though, like, man, these teams are just trading all of this. Team fight goes against red, but map control, definitely, like, pretty decent for red simultaneously, particularly with Vans actually pushing. It is going to get inserted by Seacod. Very nice that Seacod noticed this, was aware of this, is already moving over, and is getting ready to go. Now pushing in. There it is, and we'll be able to maintain this cap. Now, Will needs some help. Like, this build does not have any sustain whatsoever, and that means the Bladestorm is going to kill it. So there needs to be a response here from blue, and it's going to be Andreas. I like that, actually. That should be generating a kill. And, of course, that will honestly, maintaining this node by Seacod was huge, because now mid is being held by the Tempest, the Deadeye, and, of course, there. Wow, what an actually insane play by the COD. Really big that he actually noticed that rotation and counterplayed it immediately. And this is now going to potentially convert into a kill on Vans. Then, of course, that will be a rotation from the Harbinger into the mid-fight. Oh, yeah, beautiful pull there by Andreas, and they do get that kill. That's very nice. Andreas can now very quickly push towards middle and then assist this team fight, which they're actually currently doing okay, and they're not dead yet. They do lose the cap, which is unfortunate, but so Red's got a bit of work to do, but they're currently up a player, of course, and an important player as well. Without that Bladestorm in the team fight, things are pretty scary, but they actually do lose their Herald. Andreas not quite able to get here in time to prevent the collapse, and Tempest dies as well. Red team with a miraculous rally, able to, even despite having a player down on the map, and with the imminent arrival of the Willbender, they're able to shut that down immediately. Blue cutting the loss as well, though, of course, because of this kill on Vans. This node belongs to them, and on the other side of that, they were able to actually quickly and sneakily neutralize the waterfall at the same time. It was very, very good indeed. Yeah, very nice pull there. You gotta... The thing about the Guardian pull on the Greatsword 5 is that it is... you can't dodge it, right? It will always yoink you. It's very good. A big yoink game. The Lord... Yeah, Lord would actually work as well. Like, I don't think we're gonna see a Lord game. But, it could happen, you know? But I don't think so. Like, Lord games typically only happen in games that people are either being very greedy or memeing. But you'll certainly be seeing the advantage bar swing back and forth right now, because this game is unbelievably close between these two teams. In fact, red team getting themselves back into that lead. Here we go. Very big. They're ahead on points. This honestly could be the fight. Ooh, and Seacod in so much trouble, gets focused down. Is there a revival? Here comes the gun. Oh, a big fear interrupts that. That is absolutely massive. Herald from red is very low, but grabs the Earth Shield. Doesn't have a glint heal. Oh, they've got to get this. They've got to get this fast. They're trying to make it. The cleave is absolutely massive. And red team, they lock it in. They get Tempest down. Oh, I do believe red team might have found something here. No, really great map control from blue. Like, just they lost 3 players though, and that yields this free decap and full cap here on the Thief. This is really good. Oh, I mean, Can Seacod somehow make it to prevent this capture here? He kind of has to, particularly with the Herald still bleeding out. But yeah, no, can't really make it. And honestly, wouldn't be really a good matchup for the Harbinger or a good place to be on a Necromancer. Solo pushing on Necro is very, very scary. And yeah, honestly, time is running out as well. It's a brutal, absolute gauntlet of a match. 2 minutes left on the clock. And that is actually very, very pressuring for Blue Team. They've got to make something happen pretty quickly, or they're going to run out there as well. But yeah, this should end up being a victory for Red, I think. I want to see them play defensive. I just want to see Red just bunker at this point. They know they're gaining a lot of points right now. It's going to take the Blue Team quite a long time to actually break through the defense. Oh, but never mind that. Oh, look at that, Cleve. They pounce 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Red players. I think that's going to lock it in. Yeah, I love this from Vans here. Posture to defend it. Don't let the Thief do anything funky. Don't let them get away with that. It's 4-5-2 to 390. Blue are going to go all out for one last push. They do have a 4v4 because, of course, Van's playing so defensively. But realistically, they'd want a 45, and yeah. And of course, this is where the Thief is so annoying, slowing down the game. So even if this fight goes very poorly for Red, which in fairness, it actually isn't going super hot. Tempest already very, very low. It doesn't matter because the Thief got the decap, ported back immediately. Van still postured to be defensive as well. Yeah, no decap there from the Deadeye. Tempest dies, but it doesn't matter. It's a die-on though. We see a shallow grave revive here. Yes, we do. Oh, beautiful there by Red Spectre. They're going to lock it in. Suwon Slayers are going to have to face Team Nazio in the grand lower bracket finals to see who is going to be moving forwards to the global finals tomorrow. It's going to be Suwon Slayers or Team Nazio. Copium Cuties coming in hot with a last-minute team, okay, with an amusing name and a good roster. Managed to make it all the way here, but I'm afraid the close games were not quite close enough in their direction, and that is the end of the game. Wow, look at that. Look, we've got kind of a backwards E on top stats for Team Nazio. Isn't that beautiful, chat? I like to see that. Why? Wait, am I crazy? Or is the Z on Nazio weird? Doesn't look right to me. Look like a notch. What's up with that? I actually have no idea. But never mind. That isn't important. What is important is those top stats were pretty big, and those games were pretty darn exciting. Now, of course, we're going to be moving to our final match of the day. It's going to be the Suwon Slayers versus Team Nazio. Like, what a match that is going to be. I mean, I'm really hyped to see this one. And it's a brand new match as well. That's the best part about this. We haven't seen this so far. Suwon says, ooh, and you can see that this is going to be a close one, right? Because Copium Cuties got a 2-1 into Suwon Slayers, right? And Suwon Slayers, did end up winning there, but Team Nazio just beat Copium Cuties. And that kind of says, wait a minute, what's going on there? Like, if Copium Cuties narrowly loses to Suwon Slayers, then maybe Team Nazio actually is going to trade evenly. Maybe they're going to get a 2-1 in the other direction. Definitely a lot to get excited for, a lot to get hyped for, actually. This is some pretty crazy stuff. We're going to be moving right into that very quickly, getting our picks and bans sorted, and moving swiftly to our final game. And honestly, while we're here, I really want to say thank you to the admins, right? Like, the admins are big. Okay? Let me tell you a story about Masters of the Arena 1. Let me tell you a story, chat. Nine-hour days. Poor rank 55 Dragons in the grand finals were forced to play at 3 a.m. But why? Ah, that's true, yes. It's because I destroyed the bracket, Andreas. You're absolutely right. I did do that. Nice. I fucked it up. Well, listen, let me have my torment law. I am now revising history, Andreas. That did happen, actually. In fact, it did happen. But actually, it is going to be a rematch. Team Nazio versus Suwon Slayers will be a rematch. And it was a 2-1 last time. Maybe it'll be a 2-1 again. Maybe it will 2-1 the other way. Who knows? Team Nazio, they've revised, they've memed, they've gained. But regardless of that, it was brutal last year, guys, or whatever last moto was. It was intense. But this time, it's smooth. We're looking good with 5-hour days. You love to see that. It's fantastic stuff. It's good content. It's big memes. I love it. But anyway, before we get into our next game, I think we've got to talk a little bit Okay? I've got to talk a little bit about this stuff, gamers, about cure rare disease. We are absolutely on fire. I mean, look at that number. Look at that. You could buy a gaming PC with that. But you know what? Instead, we're actually buying something far more valuable than even the most powerful gaming PC in the world with our charity efforts here. We are buying the possibility of a better future for those who are diagnosed with rare genetic conditions. And of course, a ray of hope, right? For those people who have conditions that right now do not have treatments or cures available. You want to get involved in that and help them out. Help out Cure Rare Disease, an incredible organization at curedisease.org. !CRD in the chat. !donate in the chat. And go check that out. We are up to $4,211.07. A truly remarkable amount of money. Thank you guys so much. Everyone who supported this is a truly spectacular a spectacular specimen of humanity. And I'm very, very glad to have all of you with me. Very proud to be part of this community. Fantastic stuff. It really is. It really, really is. Yeah, exactly. Even better than gaming. Let's go over a few of the individuals who've made this possible. It's Kira with 10, Ree with 20, Anonymous with 30, Moe with 20, Sir Moose, long time no see, with the 50, Anonymous with a 35, and Anonymous with the 20, and Double Crispy with 77, and of course, Big Man Lin himself with the 27. Wow. Incredible gameplay there. I love to see that. And well, let's see if we can get to our goal of 4,269. What a great number to end on there, I think. And then, of course, we've got one more day to go even further. Let's get to 6K. Let's get to 7K. Let's get to 9K. Let's get to 10K. That's where we want to be. It's the global finals. Let's get some hype in the chat. Let's get hyped up. Let's get excited. Let's make some noise. Let's make some serious money for an excellent cause. Cure Rare Disease again. Exclamation mark CRD in the chat. Exclamation mark donate in the chat to get those links. And, of course, down below, there's a thing you can click on as well. Okay. So, I think we actually already have our picks and bans basically sorted out. The team's eager to get down to business, I believe. Yes, we absolutely do. Oh, I haven't selected the next game. What a classic mistake that. Wait, what is going on here? Right, wait. What do you mean, to be determined? What do you mean? Oh, no. Oh, oops. Chat, I closed my entire... Right. Do you know what has happened, chat? I just closed my entire tournament application. That was not... that wasn't smart. I think it should be okay, though. Let's see if it is okay. Is it okay? Might not be okay. Oops. Whoops. Ah, there we are. That should sort it out. Yes, it has. There we go. Ah, now I think I need to refresh these overlays, though. Oh, that's just great. That's very annoying, actually. Oops. Right, hang on a minute. Hang on, overlays. Be refreshed. There we are. Wait, the French worms? Uh-oh. There we are. That's a little bit better, huh? All right. Okay, now we're in business. All right, hang on a minute. My main overlay is going to need a refresh as well. Give me 1 second. Give me just a moment here. Apologies, my friends. I have clowned. You know, all right? I will quickly... oh, look, you get to see what it looks like, right? When it's in debug mode. Ooh, spicy. All right, hang on a minute. Okay, admins. You're probably going to hear this. Do me another full set of map resets. Because I need to see all the... we need to do some map reset action right now. But before we do that, let's go ahead and get these picks and bans. It's going to be a Skyhammer ban. Unsurprising. You know, we do not see a lot of Skyhammer these days for a pretty good reason, I say. Skyhammer then goes ahead and gets banned almost immediately. We then go to an Eternal Colosseum banner. A little bit of surprise there. It's going to be Faux Fire first, actually. That is very unusual. It's going to be Battle of Kylo coming up next. And it's going to be Temple as the band there. And finally, it is going to be the Forest of Niflhel here. for that particular setup. And yes, we are now moving onwards very, very swiftly to our final and ultimate set of games. The Suwon Slayers versus Team Nazio. Bear with us while we resolve a few teeny tiny things right now regarding the overlay, because I shut down the application. Hey, look, check this out. I'll let you watch it in real time, guys. Check this out. Like, you can see how it actually works. By the way, like this part actually is using it. This part is using an API. So what's happening here is using something called the Mumble API to identify what map we're on. So there you go. That's actually very easy to do. Fun fact, easy peasy. That one's not too bad, actually. But there you go. No, we're not doing Spirit Watch, guys. No Skyhammer. No Stronghold. None of that. None of that funny business. That ain't good. Okay, that is illegal, my friends. But anyway, away we go. Let's get some noise going. Let's get hyped up, guys. Let's get hyped up big time for the final match. Suwon Slayers against Team Nazio. The monsters of NA. One of these teams is advancing to the global finals tomorrow. One team will sadly be departed here. Only one can make it. We could see a best of three here. I think this is going to get very, very crispy, I believe. Let's see what these teams have in store for us right now. Will we see some changes in composition? Will we see any adaptation? Only time will tell. Only time will tell indeed. And well, a very short time, in fact, from now. But before any of that, I just want to quickly point out that we have an incredible 58-62 from Benjamin, who was already like dropped a big 100, I believe, yesterday actually on this, and has locked in our goal. We have made it all the way to exactly where we want to be on, let's see, let me a quick refresh actually. I think we have our goal exactly, 4,269, and that means the goal will then be set up again. It's going to 5,000. Oh yeah, now that's almost like a big number. Oh yeah. It's a big number, yeah. Is it Lord time? I mean, I'm not sure if it's Lord time, guys. I'm not totally sure about it. Give me the Deadeye this time. We're not going to be using the Herald of Cranox. Believing in the Deadeye here. The Deadeye is fully in play. Try and take a look at this. As well, it's the standard Spectre build. It's the Condition Spectre with Carrion Amulet and Rune of Divinity. Also, you see a few different rune choices, I think, there. We have the Deadeye with the Berserker Amulet with Rune of Divinity. On the other side, we have X-Slave here. It's Basil, the same condition damage build for the Spectre. Only one thief on this particular matchup. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. But yes, very cool stuff. Thank you so much, everyone. You should all be very proud and very happy with yourselves for participating in such a gloriously exciting and, of course, amazing event. Charity. I absolutely love to see that, my friends. It is some big gaming, some big content, big memes. I love to see it. All right, let's get down to it. Game number one, maximum of 3 maps left in the tournament for today. I can finally rest my voice, my vocal cords screaming. Don't worry, I'll be rested up and recovered. Good to go. The global finals. All right, let's get down to... Honestly, I don't know what to call it. Chat, you got to help me. Seriously, chat, you've got to help me out here. You really do. You need to help me here. Like, I don't know who's going to win this. Where's the prediction? Where, you know, if you guys think red team is going to win, put Rat Jam in the chat. If you think that blue is going to win here, put Cat Jam in the chat. As usual, in a lot of these games, we see this kind of duel of thieves. It's going to be actually the red thief pushing and actually able to plant down the Blade Swan pretty effectively here from Pimup. Does get inserted there by Basil moving in. And the 1v1 will begin, and Aerox trying to move in. Oh, gets a really big CC, but the Shadow Step is used to immediately disengage. Red team, though, able to lock that node down, and with that, their close node secured by the Ranger, they actually have a good position on map right now. Blue a little bit trapped here. They need to decide what they want to do here. Like, where are they going? Wow, these auto attacks really, really hurt, actually, on max range longbow. Those big crits coming through, dealing some very, very serious DPS. You love to see it. And a massive unload just annihilates the Herald. Absolutely incredible damage. You love to see that. You really, really do. Some great healing, though, coming down there. Excellent sustain there from the blue team, doing an excellent job. Shield now coming through. Nazio in the downstate over here. Yeah, red team actually. Suwon says, I like this. It's very obvious to me, I think, that they've really come in with a plan here. Like, they're not looking to directly team fight. I think they're very focused on winning these side fights and not overcommitting. And they're doing a great job of that so far, actually. However, Yarntin is in trouble. Can he get a block off? No. The tornado is a little bit too strong to make that happen. Is it somehow a revival? Yes, it is. The support Thames from Peanut does exactly that. And again, like, Red able to consistently keep stalling this and really putting in some good work here. Will now be able to eliminate this Revenant over here. Should get cleaved out very, very quickly. Tempest from Blue kind of looking for the next move. Actually dies there as well. Ooh, this is starting to really fall apart, actually, for Team Nazio. Suwon Slayers looking strong. Brazil does get this 1v1, and that is something that I do think Red need to consider, right? That if they can get Vans, that is really good. Actually, they can equalize it, but yeah, there's too much. The barrier comes through. I think the Deadeye can't do that. Yeah, the self-sustain on that Blades one is absolutely massive, but I do think that the red team need to be aware that this 1v1 is actually very scary for the Bladesworn. The Spectre will just keep running away and re-engaging and slowly attrition the warrior down. You may have double charges on your shouts here, and you can obviously renew them with tactical reload, but the cooldown is pretty long on the stun break and condition cleanse, which obviously is what you need against the Spectre, right? The Spectre applying lots of condies, but Shake It Off has a 60-second cooldown, right? So you do eventually run out of juice on the Bladesword, and you just slowly get outvalued pretty much, which is obviously not where you want to be. Level 1 Rat. Level 1 Rat is indeed here. Oh, a good advantage in this matchup so far for the Suwon Slayers. They're looking for Nazio here. Him up there landing the burst. Oh, some good mobility from the Harbinger. Gets them out of harm's way pretty quickly. Looking pretty good. Nice juke there, actually. Actually manages to bait one red player off. Now is going to drop down there after a bit more support has been found. Water Overload available. Could be a big heal onto Nazio. The Ursuras combined too. Great restain there. Frost Aura going out there as well for more damage reduction and some sustain. And yeah, they find the Deadeye as well. This is like the really important thing. That Deadeye has got to be removed. It has to be deleted. That's exactly what happens there as well. Ooh, Herald goes down on the other side of Blue, though. That should be revivable, I think, though. Yeah, the Magnetic Aura is going to be good there. The Shocking Aura denies that. Oh, my God. This cleave is insane, though, actually. Oh, no. They committed to that very hard. They're going to still go for it. Now it's getting risky because Red Team, they're converging. The range pressure from Urantian, actually, was insane with, like, Aerox and Pim up as well. They do finally get that revival, but that was very touch and go, and Aerox ate a lot of damage. That the counter cleave from Blue is fantastic, and Aerox is now going to go down here as well, and there's no glyph. Actually, no, I lied. There is a glyph, and it lands. Peanut is on fire. Literally. That's the name. Aerox, though, unfortunately, wastes the glyph by feeding immediately. Wow. Ungrateful there from Peanut. When Urshel got interrupted. Oh, disaster. Oh, what a close fight there, actually. Like, Suwon Slayers having an excellent start, but unfortunately is not quite able to close that cleave out. And again, it just turns just like that, gamers. It really, really does. Just like that. It turns. Another really key moment in this game is just seeing that these downstate battles, these battles for control on exactly how the how the fight is going to go, who's going to be left alive at the end, right? Can you get the rally? Can you get the stomp? Right? It's all about that. That's so important. Like, downstate management of both your opponent and your ally is pretty much one of the defining factors of how team fighting Guild Wars 2 PvP really works. It's exciting stuff. All right. See, Red now reapproaching. They didn't lose too much there, right? They do lose, of course, the waterfall, but going to be able to grab themselves back the quarry very, very quickly. That's exactly what we want to see. So, again, they're on parity, and this fight is going to be this really focal point, this really big moment. Let's see what's going to happen here. Pimat starting to move in. Is getting focused by the Herald a little bit. Takes some heavy damage, but does re-heal quite nicely. Now they're going to turn it onto Nazio. Aerox very low, though, actually. Red Team need to peel that out. They get the kill on Nazio. Shouldn't be any revive. There actually is a revive available. Okay, cooldown tracking is hard, guys. Oh, burns it, but the cleave is so vast it doesn't actually come through. That is huge. Wasting the cooldown. And then dying as well. Gets exposed a little bit. Is there perhaps a revival from the Spectre? There is not. Ooh, Suwon Slayers getting a huge win there. Just finding that opportunity and taking it. Like, very quick reactions there. Good calls there as well. Like, in comms, right? They're going to be saying, oh, focus, go, 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 go. All the players swap to the targets very, very quickly. Shutting them down fast. Good play, though, by the Spectre. It wasn't match. I think Red need to actually... They do need to think a little bit. about responding to this thief more. They need to be respecting that. I think there is a few too many free decaps being given. I think the thieves need to be chasing each other around perhaps a little bit more here. Otherwise, they are going to be bleeding points, and the game might end up a little bit closer than perhaps it really should be. Suwon Slayers. And you know what I think what's really funny about this is that if Suwon Slayers win here, they're defending the honor of NA, making it, because otherwise it was kind of an EU team, essentially, qualifying in the place of NA. So it would be 3 EU teams in the global finals instead of 2. If Suwon Slayers had to pull this off, it's going to be All-American. Well, not All-American, half American, which is, you know, it's a little bit like All-American. Here we go. The energy is looking good right now for Red Team. They're holding firm. They find a kill onto the Blue Spectre. Very, very big. Not revival either. Oh, Pimap is down state. That's not revival, though. But, yeah, well, they have a kill on the board. So, oh, wait. Oh, my God. Never mind. Never dude, Peanut is absolutely... is crazy. Unchained in this game. I thought there's no way. There's no way the Tempest can make it. But, oh, yes. The Tempest can indeed make it. And that is a massive revive. Like, just think, look at this. Like, blue team is starting to push towards middle, and then they were going to be able to take over the map. But now it's reversed. Now red team is pushing them, and I love this here from Pimap. Pimap recognizes the Spectre is moving in and responds immediately. Gets the immobilized with the Axe 3 as well. This is what we like to see. Does need to actually contest this, and it may need a little bit of help in this 1v1 after a while. Yeah, it looks like the Spectre may not even bother to even take that. And here comes the Deadeye. I kind of want to see a swap. I want to see Deadeye actually stay and then Pimap leave. Or at least, well, it's going to drive away the Spectre anyway. But yeah, Red now in an awesome spot. That was a really great move there. That revival was pretty sick, actually. I should have replayed that. I don't think I replayed it, though. Well, no, I don't think I did. Oh, man. I forgot to hit my F19 key. What a tragic moment there for Peanut. Could have been relived by the stream after we're done with this game. Now, blue have found decaps, and again, I think red tunneling a little bit here, like red thief not matching Spectre, and they actually lost middle during all of that chaos as well. So blue, to be frank, rotating perhaps a little bit better than their opponents, but red team here really fighting extremely well. Nazio getting cleaved out here. Should be able to be secured. Glyph was interrupted. They're actually trying to hold it. The Glyph may actually still come through. No, they don't need it. They're going to go for the Handers because they were able to cleave out the Deadeye during all of that. Oh, wow. Are we seeing a bit of a turn here? Now, Nezio's in trouble, but bear in mind, the Glyph was actually saved. So if Nazio dies, it can be a revival. I think the healing might be good enough, and it is, and they are actually able to convert into another kill. Pimap now in the downstate, too. Huge DPS coming through from the blue team. They've got the sides as well. There's no... Oh, and this time it's not going to be a graceful defeat either, really, from Red. Red are trying to move over to the quarry, but I think that actually might well be matchable by the Herald. Herald looking for a port, needs to get to Shiro. I think they will have to yield the node here. Oh, it's going to be a little tricky. Can we see a sword port? Doesn't quite make it. One tick away. Couldn't quite get there, but still keeps it contested while blue has the other two. Oh, they do get outmaneuvered a little bit there by Ink. Is able to yoink the decapture here on this the waterfall here. Ooh, and this is very scary. This actually is maybe actually a dead Spectre. That's exactly what it is. Deadeye, so tricksy. That binding shell with a 2-second immobilized, 3-second knockdown, double boon remove, 15 vuln, and 11 poison. One of the most fun and well-designed abilities in the entire game, my friends. It really, really is. You love to see it. It's crazy. That seals the fate there. Oh, and blue team lose their Herald. Man, they're so close to recovery, but it's not quite there, unfortunately. Oh, they're crumbling. They were really pushing their advantage, but that kill on the Spectre really snowballed it. 3 deaths now. Nezio's going to be the 4th. Oh, that might be the GG. Now Red has so much opportunity. They find another kill here, probably onto X-Slave, onto Brazil as well. Yeah, they've got the Spectre and the and the Deadeye. That's not happening. And we actually have Yura covering Quarry too. This is a triple cap at this stage. There's no position to push. Blue, they're down 2 players still. They can't go in. They're going to get picked off. The map does not have the ability to hold out number for this long. It's not going to happen. That's going to be a GG. Wow. What a situation, though. Let me actually try my replay. I think my replay is tragically balked. Don't worry. I'll try and fix it live. Maybe it isn't that balked, actually. It's probably pretty balked. Still in very slow motion. Regular motion. And now... yeah, this is... No, I did. I was too late, I think, was I? Yeah. Oh, are you kidding me? I got a replay that starts right after Peanut got the res. Unbelievable. Okay, worst commentator EU. Unbelievable. And NA. I think this one is pretty cool, though. Yeah, this is like a... Look at this mode. This is super important here. Like, look at this, Rez. Look at this. I'm actually going to slow it down. We're going to slow it down here. Look at this. Great cleave comes in from red team. Really nice cleave. Look at that. Yura's going psycho up there, just blasting away, going crazy. But look at the discipline from blue. They get the res. Very quick response. And then we see Aerox get the disengage as well. Very, very nice. But the thing is that res has now come through. So much was invested in that. So much health. So many cooldowns. And this is where a classic PvP, right? There's the turn. Aerox now down. And this was just that really big pivotal moment where blue can get back into this as well. Really nice res. Again from Peanut. We got this one at least. Right, but very, very good stuff. In my opinion. But yeah, Aerox unfortunately goes down again. Just was caught in a really bad position. Unable to really recover any further than that. And that is basically the end of that. Yeah, Peanut is going to get caught here. Yeah, look at that. Pistol 3 there. Interrupting the Earth Shield. Denying that very key defensive cooldown. Blue get the clip. But also, honestly, look at this. This is actually super important here. Look at what happened on the map as well. Look at the fact that blue do actually tunnel a bit here. They don't rotate out to pressure the quarry. They don't rotate out quick enough to really respond to the waterfall in that situation as well. So even though they won that fight, red team did definitely lose a lot of momentum from this, but it wasn't actually as bad as you might expect, simply because of how quite elegantly the losing was handled outside of losing those two players. There you go. That's a fun meme right there. And anyway, time for some more gaming. Here we are on Kylo. 1-0 up for the Suwon Slayers. They're one game away from the global finals. Yes, they are in. And yeah, here we go. Let's take a look at this res. Let's see what we got here. We'll do a scuffed replay, okay? Twitch clip on stream. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look. What have we got ourselves into right over here? All right, then. Wait, that did not work. That miserably failed. All right, here we go. Clip work, please. Map is downstate. That's not right. Look at that. Oh, let's see how this actually goes. So yeah, the res just came through. Like, when did the res come through? Yeah, Peanut climbs up. And yeah, just barely gets it. Look at that. Just absolutely max range. And what was the health on that? Oh, what? 6%. 6% and revive with the air glyph as well. That's important because, of course, that teleports the downstate player to the elementalist for a really nice and powerful revive there. Very well played. Well played indeed. Well, with performances like that, you can see our Suwon Slayers moving on because they'll be, look, well, yeah, I mean, Suwon Slayers, they have the incredibly unenviable task of actually going up against the beasts, our rank 55 dragons, the monsters. They'll be the second seed on NA. They have to face the top seed on EU, and I think there's not a single team in the entire tournament really wants to go up against 55, right? They are indeed a terrifying roster. Here we go. Looks like our teams are just about ready to get started. And this is it. It's match point. This could be potentially the end. The NA regional finals going into the final day tomorrow. The global finals. One team must be found. 2 teams remain. That means 1 team must be disposed of here. Here it is. The game is about to begin. No composition switch-ups. Actually, that is a lie. We have the core Necromancer from Nazio. Everything else is exactly the same. Can Team Nazio make this work, or are the Suwon Slayers going to push forwards and get this clean 2-0? Go big. All right, here we go. No opening split. Again, we're seeing Thief shenanigans here. Double Thief push. Very common rotation we've been seeing recently. Here they come. Ooh, and they're going to go for Vans. Vans, honestly, Vans a little tricky to kill, to be honest. And yeah, quick response here from Blue Spectre. Might not do some crazy value here for these Thieves. However, it does kind of keep the Blades one out of this fight and gives the red team a good opportunity to kind of push into this and get some really big damage off. with the Untamed unleashing onto the Herald or potentially the Core Necromancer. Again, Core Necromancer, you're very slow, right? Like, obviously Harbinger, not the fast thing, but you've got an evade, you've got a dash attack there as well, so you can move pretty quickly. But Core Necro, you are a slug. You are a snail. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, guys. Snails, very cool animals. I rate them highly. Aerox in the downstate, though, just about to be able to... Yes, the Connie's getting before that well. Even goes off. Ink looking for some kind of revival here. Peanut, here we go. Peanut with the port. And then Peanut with a glyph. Oh, feared, though. Very good fear there from Nazio. But hang on a minute. This is a downstate battle. It doesn't rally either. So as long as he can actually see that kill. And actually, oh, it's going to convert to a second one. Vans commit to the res, but there's no one else around to help him commit to that. And Vans gets caught in the crossfire. So a good situation of getting rid of the thief is going to be a good deal. Herald and Blade Sworn gone. Wait, hang on. We've got to actually kill this. Oh, what a res. The Tempest with the insane hand res salvages Vans. That's actually a really big salvage. Losing those two very key players would have been massive. There was a lot of team commitment there, though, as Suwon Slayers do now have themselves those signers, and they're positioned, they're postured to actually defend themselves quite well. You can see Ink already here with Vans with the Deadeye. Might be a little bit annoying there, and Peanut very pressured here on middle. And Urantian ready to unleash on any enemies going anywhere near the windmill. I think we see a res there. Yes, we do. That's that shallow grave interaction. Basically, Spectre kind of res that up. Do we see a glyph? We do. Chain res. That is disgusting. And look at that. That is absolutely repulsive. What a chain res there. And it's going to be a full cleanup as well here. Herald goes down. Nazio gets blown up as well. Then we go on to the Tempest dying as well. Wow. The Suwon Slayers, they're here to play. A beautiful shallow grave revival there onto the Tempest, into the glyph, into the kill on Herald, Spectre, and Tempest. That is going to be some serious advantage. And Red, they're not going to overgreed here. I like that they aren't pushing far. They just had a massive victory. They're going to grab the windmill very easily. They're going to pick up the clock tower simultaneously. They don't need to push. They're feeling great in these fights right now. They're doing an amazing job in just winning, in just getting kills, right? Again and again and again. And if they can keep doing that, then this game is going to be on lock because, of course, Guild Wars 2 is a game of points. But if you can't get the points by actually defeating your opponents, then I'm afraid the points will belong to the enemy team. That's a nice aggressive immobilize. And actually lands it on the Necro. That leaves the Necro quite vulnerable to just eating a bunch of damage. We'll have to burn cooldowns pretty early on. Yeah, that's going to be a stun break usage already for the Necromancer. Maybe even a heal skill. So a really great opening here. Just like spamming CC on the Nazio. And look, Nazio is so pressured. This is already such a tough fight. Look, full health bars for Red. This is so tough. Now, they do manage to turn it around very hard onto Aerox. Aerox has Shroud in a few moments, but actually will not get there. Colossal counterburst. And this is the problem with 5v5s, to be honest. They are so volatile. Like, Red, if you make even a tiny mistake in a 5v5, you're dead. You're instantly dead. Because there's just no way that you can survive 5 people attacking you all at the same time. It's exactly what happened to Aerox there. I think that I do want to see, especially with the double thief from Red, I think they need to not let that happen. They need to be playing sides, right? They're not going to lose. In fact, they might end up even winning this fight on middle, but that type of thing is how they lose this game, right? Like, that type of thing is the way for them to throw, right? Is by taking those 5v5s and just making a slight slip up and immediately losing. Which is not good at all. However, you know, Red, they only lose a node for that pretty much. You know, now it's a double cap for the blue team. Blue team, they've really got to get a little bit more than this. And, well, they're going to find it with Urantian, I think. There is a port. Greatsword trying to get away. The healing is pretty juicy, but it's not going to be juicy enough. Where is Peanut? Oh, well, Peanut is dead. That is less than desirable, I think. And Aerox also in a lot of trouble. The Condies are really stacking up there as well. There's one well and a Shadow available, but no, not enough time left on the clock to use that. And actually, that's a very big win. When Vans and Nazio are already here, this is a good response. They're already here, and they are going to play greedy. Well, not actually necessarily, right? Because this is their own home node. So they are actually playing greedy, funny enough, as we have the Spectre over here, ready to hold some outnumbered fights potentially on this node. One Spectre, sorry, Deadeye from Ink, still intercepting this Tempest on middle, but now the core Necromancer has arrived. Drive away that Deadeye, and we're going to be moving to a triple cap here. Big advantage, a massive advantage for our blue team. Would you look at that, chat? Does decap there? Oh, and actually, you know what? Blue actually not playing that greedy, right? They're actually just going to mirror their opponent's stun. I actually really like that. You know, now we're seeing the 1v1 being pushed by the Spectre can continue to be super annoying here and intercept this node and deny it being captured, at least for a good amount of time. I just expect to see The Ranger can probably get the node here. I think the Thief is going to struggle to permanently stand on the node. But until that happens, just a very annoying thing. And there's just a lot less damage in the team fight, right? Without that. In fact, the Ranger really not having a good time in this 1v1 whatsoever. There's a little bit too much comedy pressure, right? Like, the Untamed doesn't really have the best cleanse. You have mutate conditions, obviously. But you typically don't take this. You take like extra boons on CC rather than more cleanse when you go for the Unleash. And as a result of that, yeah, no cleanse and a clean 1v1 here. It does end up, of course, capping the node in downside, but that's not good enough. Aerox moves in, but I'm not sure if that's actually revivable here. I think it's going to be too much damage. Peanut is maybe moving in for a glyph, but no, I don't think actually the glyph, if anything, might have to be used for Peanut. Oh, retarget. Oh, has to cancel, unfortunately. Could not get it. That's quite tragic, actually. That would have been an absolutely insane revival if that had happened. In fact, it might actually lead to the downfall of Peanut. Or Blue Team looking really good right now, actually. I think they want to make it a best of 3. We want to go all the way. All the way, all the way, all the way here. Peanut is dead here, and we'll get cleaved out, but... Okay, now if you're red right now, you relax, you reset, and you go again. They find that kill. The double thief obliterates the Tempest, but let's see, is it shallow graved? It is. Oh, that is just... That's super frustrating for red, right? They found an opportunity just to have it ripped away from them by the glory of the Spectre. Blue have done a great job. Red have done a pretty good job of rallying this, though. They're back on the board. They've got the map state more or less neutral. They're about to be down a 2-cap, but they're also pushing with a Spectre of their own into the Blades one again. It's going to be a good 1v1. Oh, how we have a kill there. There may well be a revival coming through. Here it is. Is it going to land? It actually... Wait, oh, no! There was maybe a slight line of sight issue. They've got to go for the cleave now. Yeah, Peanut's going to go for the hold. We'll be able to get there, actually. Do they actually end up finishing that kill? Oh, no, they don't. Oh, that is so tragic, actually. The Blue Tempest got the res, and I don't know what happened there, but Peanut maybe did not quite have the line of sight with the retarget on Renewal of Earth and could not get that revival, unfortunately. That is genuinely tragic. Like, that's very punishing, and you see how punishing that was. No res on that, and now we have no res, of course, available here for Peanut, and ooh, that might actually be a bit of a tipping point. We see the momentum really shift towards Blue Team right now in a very, very big way, in fact. Aerox now goes down, say, 2. That's a big snowball. Of course, we have Peanut nearly coming back. They're going to try and bleed that out a little bit. Urantian getting chased away here is actually in a good spot. We won't end up dying here. Although, actually, the Herald coming in could be a bit spooky. Great counter pressure, though, from the Untamed onto the Spectre. The Blue Team, but oh, that Deadeye gets obliterated. The Herald is the predator. The Deadeye is the prey. And Shadow Step has now been used by the Thief. So, a big vulnerability moment where I think the Deadeye is not going to be super confident to actually push in super aggressively. Ooh, but there you go. You don't need to when you've got 1500 range on all your skills, though. Turns it around onto the Spectre. Is the Spectre going to go down here? Ooh, yes, they absolutely are. See, oh, good port there, though, actually. Should be a relatively easy revive, but actually, never mind. The port follow-through from Urantian and Ink is excellent. That's going to confirm that kill very nicely. Urantian low, but gets that heal skill. There it is. Kills the Flush'em. Looks for more kills. Red, they're going to try and turn this around. They're not done yet. They are absolutely fighting. 130 points down. That's certainly not insurmountable in a 6-minute game left over. Plenty of time for them to get it. Can they make it? It's tough. Oh, it's super, super tough here. Pimat wants to win this 1v1 into Vans, really. Or, of course, if the red team could find a kill, they can go for a plus. They're running out of time. They've got to make something happen, and they've got to make something happen now. It needs to happen immediately. Otherwise, we are going to find ourselves in a bit of a rough spot. Here comes the damage, and actually, that's a really big fight there. You're entering with an absolutely colossal amount of damage. Peanuts are supporting very, very well. They're looking for Nazio. They're going to find Nazio. Where's the res? Where's the glyph? There's no glyph, actually, for Blue Team. It's a 3-second time, actually. There's no res here. They're trying to hold until it's up. It's up. Okay, do we see it? Cancels for the stab, maybe? Oh, no, no, can't. Too much pressure on the Tempest. It looks like Blue Team. I think they're getting locked out. Well, they're not getting locked out, rather. Red making a comeback here. Peanut cleaving that out, but they need decap here. Vans is a big problem. Vans is an issue. They've got to get rid of him. Now, he is actually near the red team's base. Oh, well, I mean, apparently easier done than said. Vans dies instantly. Unfortunate. Now, the problem for red is they don't really want to give this up. Urantian is here. and contests, but Red need to quickly follow through. We need to see the Tempest here. We need to see the Spectre and the Thieves getting into play. And yeah, a little bit too slow. However, the res does land into the Healing Spring, so great reason staying there. But one node wins the game for Blue, and Blue are aware of this. That's the problem. And oh no, Pimap is all the way on the other side of the map as well. This is very tragic. He can't get to this 5v5, so Red need to make something happen very early. They've got to kill something before the 5th player from the blue team arrives, and I don't think that's going to happen. The barrier is colossal onto Urantian. Urantian running into the wall, perhaps a little bit of lag going on there. He's able to get the disengage, but blue team have that node. They're slowly winning off the back of that. Time is ticking away. They have to res. Red team must commit to every res and every single kill. It's not good enough. Oh, the Shadowfall lands, so that might be the end of Aerox as well. Yes, it is. Oh, and I think the Suwon Slayers may just be slain by Suwon at the last possible moment. They tried valiantly to come back here. There's the stomp coming out from X-Slave. It's going to get ported away from, of course, but Peanut cannot possibly hope to revive this. This will be an absolutely miraculous victory for our red team at this stage. I don't see that one happening anytime soon. 480 to 359 a year. Blue team, again, very smart. They identified their win condition, right? They figured out what the hell was going on, and what the hell was going on was we win on one node, we're going to stand on that one node, and we're going to win the game. Vans doing exactly that right now. The trebuchet shot coming in from Urantian, but that is the end of the game. The GG well play has been called, and ooh, we've got ourselves a full best of 3. It is 1-1. 1-1-1-1-1. A very close matchup there as well, actually. Very intense. Okay. I think I actually got a replay there. Let's see what happened here. Yeah, there you go. I saw this very cheeky revive. Why did I clip that? Was that really that exciting? That good? I think I'm going crazy. Stage goes. Really am. Did something interesting happen here? Oh yeah, I think this was like the point when blue team started feeding, I think. Yeah. It's a replay. Listen, look, doesn't matter if it's good quality, guys. It's an instant replay. Clap for the production value. That's all I care about. Honestly, I could clip literally both teams disconnecting and walking into a rock. I'd still want to see some hype there as well. But yeah, the fight really collapsed. Oh yeah, this is like the big res, right? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Look at this gameplay. Look at this Giga Chad gameplay. So Peanut gets blasted, goes down, Spectre immediately tethers to them, responds really well, into the revive, and then into the glyph. What an insane chain there. Boom! Into the res on the blades one, and then they turn it. Because, of course, Nazio is down state. They're able to get the Herald after this, and just like a full and brutal cleanup. And all of that starting with this bizarre chain of events with this revival onto Vans. But then eventually the fight goes the other way. They get the res, but then they die after, of course, the chain res coming through from the red team. Wow, production. Incredible. All right. This really is the ultimate final game. This is it. This is it. 1-1. Sudden death. One game. It's Capricorn. It is. Capricorn. So, we're not going to see any switch-ups. And the big thing here is that team fighting is going to be very relevant. Very, very important. This objective here, this bell, you get that, you get 25 points. If you get it again, 50. If you get it again, you get 75. If you get it 4 times, you get 100. So very, very powerful. Extremely powerful objective, and will often end up being kind of the defining point of a lot of matches. And we're going to be seeing a lot of that as we go through. Like lots of Spectre abilities being used. The beam is landing right there. Look at those giant things. Giant gaming situations. But the team's just trying to repair themselves. And the Core Necromancer here from Nazio. And Core Necro on the team fight can be pretty beast mode, right? Very tanky, bit of a brick wall. Blade Sworn also great there as well. Of course, the Herald, excellent in these team fight situations. But honestly, I'm not even sure if I'd want to put it down to comp here. I think both these teams are playing out of their minds. They're really going for it. Let's see if they can make it work. Can either of these teams... Well, I mean, look. One of them's making it. One of them faces 55 tomorrow. One lucky team gets to face them. Final team of our top 4 in the entire world. Top 4 team global. And Guild Wars too. The ability is there by Peanut. Doesn't want to get CC, doesn't want to get pulled. And they're just going to go for a big push. Again, it's going to be the Thief, the Tempest, and the Bladesworn. They just want to set up a really big 3v3 comp. Bit of an unusual 3v3 comp there, of course, like having the Thief in there as well. And Peanut does actually get caught. That was, I think, exactly what Peanut was worried about, right? Was just getting caught out of nowhere. Oh, and actually, we already see some serious Thief action there. Deadeye just absolutely shredding through that core Necromancer. Suwon Slayer is getting an excellent start removing that Necro. And they definitely have to look after that Necro, right? Like, that Tempest has got to be ready to get in there and support or even revive. As Deadeye and Untamed, that is not fun for your core Necro to play against. And, of course, now there's a little bit of time, actually, for the red team to unleash and get some serious damage. Without that core Necro, the kind of the brick wall, the anchor of the team fight is not really there. Red, not actually quite able to find something, though. This 1v1 is definitely relevant. If Pimap can win this, and probably will be able to decap, right, as there will be some kiting going on from Vans that will inevitably lead to a slow but steady node neutralization. Ooh, Peanut getting blasted. Does have invulnerability. Urshield coming up in a moment. Excellent support. There's some great synergy here between Aerox and Peanut, actually. Great Spectre synergy. Big barrier, making sure that Tempest is good to go. And now they turn it on the Nazio. A big conditioned blast lands right over there. What's the follow-up now? Is there any more here? There's the Shocking Aura, allowing players to go super aggressive from the red team. Nazio trying to hold on here. Gets the Earth Shield, but however, the Herald then becomes the serious target there. Now goes down to it. That's going to force the usage of the Glyph. Glyph now lands, but Nazio needs a big heal. The Water Overload should be good, but actually so much damage. Oh, the Water actually doesn't complete. Excellent pressuring there from Urantin. Gets an immediate annihilation. Shuts that down. That's going to be some big kills. Oh, I think we're going to see the Shallow Grave, though. No, we do not. Actually, Shallow Grave is not effective enough. Not available, actually, right now. And Herald goes down to... Oh, this is a big moment. Bell is in 50 seconds. So these deaths should actually be back by the time the bell comes up. I kind of like seeing Red try to bleed them out at least a little bit. But Red do need to get some map pressure here because they dedicated a lot to those kills. They were really zerging hard to get them. And they are doing that well. That's the value of those Double Thieves. Double Thief already moving into the mix, already moving across the map, and they're going to secure themselves a double cap. If they can get a kill now, then they're insanely happy. They're still outnumbering. There's still 2 players from Blue who aren't really in the mix. Even a third, really, as Nazio is only just now returning. If Red can find themselves a big advantage now, they are super, super happy. Looks like that's not going to happen. Blue is holding really well, playing defensively, using that terrain to hold on. But wow, Nazio just getting hard focused here. Urantin giving Nazio absolutely no rest, no break, no mercy whatsoever in this particular matchup. Red just holding firm. They want to leave that Bladesworn. I kind of like that again. You like Red, they do have Double Thieves, so they do want to try and force the map to split as much as possible. Even if it's going to involve conceding objectives, I think that is the play for them. Blue need to be careful, though. They've got to get over to that Bell right now. Look at that. The Bell's just being free capped. They've got to get there. And they don't really have anything fast. The Herald can, but wait, I think Blue is just going to free cap Bell. Sorry, Red, sorry. There's nothing here. Thief's going to ignore it and instead go for the decap instead, actually. I guess... Not feeling confident they're going to win. And wow, that's a good start here for the Suwon Slayers. Picking that up is absolutely fantastic. We love to see that. We really do. Very good. Very, very good. Okay. Now let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, Peanut finds a kill on Herald. Stomps it out as well with the stability from Overload Earth. Very nice little play there. Now, a little mini game going on. Like X-Lay basically playing his own... individual little mini game within PvP, actually running around like crazy, just decapping everything. It's honestly paying off pretty well, actually, as it turns out. And he's able to retain a good amount of map control, but Vans gets picked off from all this madness because, of course, Blue Team, right now, they're essentially fine perma outnumbered. They just keep going in. They keep fighting again and again and again, and it's not really working that well. They do need to actually have a cohesive plan as we move into the next stage of the game here. Fight is going to start up here. Red, of course, wanting to neutralize this node. They may be able to do it. Yeah, they almost get it. Just barely at the last second, the Tempest drops down. The Earth Shield, of course, makes you unable to contribute to the cap. So if you're standing on the node with an Earth Shield and you're using that 5th skill, then unfortunately for you, you don't count. Ink, wow. Look, Deadeye dies really far. Do you guys see that? I was like, oh, wow, the Deadeye's gone down. So maybe there could be an insane res from Peanut, but no. That is not going to happen. And you go, well, Blue definitely heard me. They've come up with a plan. They're just going to start killing everyone. Getting that Deadeye, very important. Of course, the Tempest going down will be bled out over here, but the decap has already happened and does die almost instantaneously. Blue now trying to find an answer to get back on the board here. They are, in fact, not really going to worry too much about the Bazaar. They're going to push very aggressively towards the dock, in fact, which is an interesting play there. The Warriors are going to have to duel again. Warrior was rotating, but now we'll begin the 1v1 into Pimap. And, well, blue really on the hunt right now. Like, red are very spread here, and blue are very compacted. And, well, they're going to have to start thinking about spreading now as the respawn has come through. But it looks like red, I think, are quite wisely simply just not really going to directly engage with this fight here. Like, this is definitely not the place to be right now. Ooh, if Aerox dies, that's really bad. That's 10 poison, actually. Is there any Shroud? There is a little bit of Shroud for Aerox, so not that much, though. That's going to be the end of that. And still a Torment Sack, a good cleanse there, but all 2 poison and a Torment. Is that enough? Does have the Withdrawers holding on right now, but Nazio is here. Oh, this is a really, really bad death. This is not the time to die for Aerox, actually. Oh, boy. Yeah, Bell about to pop up. Ooh, but they do compensate for by getting rid of Vans. Honestly, Van's probably the worst death in this situation, actually. Again, like, they're having that Blade Storm for the team fight really is unbelievably important. It absolutely is a super important thing to have. Our red team continuing to pressure hit. They're going to try and get this Bell. Again, no Blade Sworn, so they've got an opportunity. That Deadeye really putting in the work there. Tempest from blue, unbelievably pressured. Ooh, that's going to be a kill, actually. Ooh, that is a big moment. That's a huge moment. Red do not want to concede this Bell. And getting the Tempest is massive, because now Nazio, he can't get out. Core Necro, there's no way you're escaping there. And now blue's in a... They're going to have to concede this. Blue need to concede this, to be honest. Like, fighting here is going to be tough. Although, actually, we did see, again, a revive chain there coming through. We saw... so I'm not even paying attention. However, the revive chain is not good enough. Because sometimes, even when you get that revive chain, the momentum doesn't necessarily shift back in your favor. But there was a very big shallow grave into the revive from the glyph there. But is it going to be... I'm just not sure. There's so much focus on Nazio. He cannot do anything. He's totally useless. The Deadeye is pew-pewing. Everyone's going absolutely insane right now in this fight. Nazio manages to desperately grab a Bastion of the Earthshield just barely. But no, it's not enough. And I think we are going to see red team cleave that kill out. They've got no possession on the map there as well. Urantian cleaving there, getting that big untamed maul landing. Tempest can't do it. Bazil in a lot of trouble there as well. Pimap trying to hold on very low on corns on Blaze. One gets a few abilities now, has to pop them very, very soon. Can we get the look at that? What a disgusting reheal. Blade Sworn sustain, my friends. It is very, very good. Pimap gonna beat down a Tempest there as well on Blaze. Actually, that was like a weird falling damage meme there, I believe. That is quite amusing. Well, that might have been the Ellie bug as well, actually, to be fair. The Ellie downstate bug. Very funny. But anyway, now Bazil's going to have to leave that. And yeah, that's a big victory. Bear in mind, we're also halfway through this game as there's a lot going on. And another Bell's about to come up. So this could potentially even be segueing into a double Bell situation, which, of course, would be absolutely delicious for our red team. And oh, no, yeah, Bell is now... Oh, well... Bell is up in another minute, so these deaths aren't the end of the world, but that's 50 points for red because they got the first one for free. And I think this game is slipping away from Team Nazio, my friends. I do believe it is slipping through their fingers. That's such a big lead on a map like this, and the Bell's up again in 40 seconds. One kill here ends the game. If Nazio dies, if the Herald dies, the next Bell will go to red, and that means the game will go to the Suwon Slayers, and they will move on to the Global Finals. They will uphold the honor of NA. They will not let an EU team qualify for the NA Global Finals. That will be unacceptable to the upstanding citizens of the NA server. Oh, and yeah, Nazio so very low here in the downside. That's the end of that. The kill does come through. Pimap cleaving that out fantastically. Yep, there it is. Peanut with the Tornado denying any possibility of a revive. Bell is up. I think we already see Urantian moving to contest that. Yeah, Bazil knows he has to do it. But the thing is, like, with a Deadeye and an Untamed, how are you going to hold that? And instead he's going to go for some decaps, but a decap isn't going to matter anymore. I really want to see one red player just free cap this. It's going to be a free cap here for Aerox in position. No, there is a chicken test from the Herald, but yeah, that is not good for the Herald. You do not want to be in this 1v1 here. 405 points with a double cap. Urantian coming into the Herald won't be able to hold on for that long. The Condi pressure will simply be far too much. Blue trying to rotate the team fight over to the Bell as best they possibly can, but I think they're a little bit too slow. They're getting completely battered on their journey towards that node. Cooldown's already being used. Earthshield is available. There is a glyph res here, so maybe blue team can somehow manage to stabilize. Can they get the stabilization and somehow turn this? They've got to win this Bell. They've got to win every fight. They've got to almost get a triple cap at this stage. They need a decap middle as well. They need to somehow find the time to neutralize the archway. If they don't do that, they're just going to bleed out on points, particularly with the Bazaar 2. Blue maybe getting the job done here, but no, not really. X-Slave in so much trouble. Tries to port out, has the shadow portal set up, but unfortunately, I think there's not really a way back into this game right now for the blue team. They can't get this bell. They can't get the decaps really in time. It's being locked down here by Urantian. Herald can't do anything there. We do see the Spectre slightly sneak around there. We'll be able to neutralize that, which, that's certainly a good thing. That's a good start, but 40 points left. I'm not seeing it. I think it's over. I think this is it, and that's actually going to be the GG officially called. Suwon Slayers take it in an absolutely breathtaking final game, though. Getting it done, making it happen. Get a 2-1 victory. That's quite the matchup. You can see those bells. That was 75 total points to the bell, right? So under 300 points. Sorry, under 400 points for Suwon Slayers. I mean, even without the bell, they were definitely still winning, for sure. But yeah, very impressive there. And of course, that means we actually now know exactly what is happening tomorrow. So tomorrow, with the global finals, it's going to be some epic gaming. First up, well, actually, the order might change, but the games we have are going to be rank 55 Dragons versus the Suwon Slayers. And of course, Zero Missing versus Ultra Scuffed. Wow, what a series of games that is going to be. I don't know about you, but I am very, very excited indeed. I'm feeling pretty hyped about that. I really, really am. And yeah, a great set of games today. I think that NA really popped off there as well. NA is often like, oh, NA, Omega, but no, really well done to all of those teams. That was incredible. Very well played by the NA teams. I cannot wait to see EU and NA battle it out for ultimate dominance tomorrow in the global finals. That will certainly be a very, very exciting matchup and series of games. Take a look at, and we're gonna be going there a little bit earlier. So listen up right now. Wake the hell up, gamers. Wake up, chat, because we have got a situation on our hands. Okay, tomorrow we're starting a fair bit earlier. We're gonna be starting at 5 p.m. BST. We've got a lot of games to do. We want to make it crisp. We want to make it fast for both EU and NA. So we're going to be here bright and early, some tournament action, and we're going to find out who the best team in the entire world truly is. Definitely stay tuned for that one, my friends. It's going to be epic. And of course, at the end now, we're going to be closing out the stream. We're going to be wrapping things up in just a moment here. I'll bring my music back as well. There we go. Music is back. But first of all, I want to give a few shout-outs. Big shout-out to the players there. Big shout-out to the admins, Jester, Plenix, and Lynn, working tirelessly to make this work. Okay. To the developers who have been helping out, and a lot of debugging, yes, last night. A bit more from me as well. I got a little bit of work to do before tomorrow, I think, but don't worry. We'll have that patched up in no time at all. So, thank you very much for Chocolapic, Noz, and me as well. And of course, Plenix too, for some additional support along the line. And actually, some of the legacy code, the really old stuff there is done by Plenix too. Very exciting. And what time tomorrow? So tomorrow, gamers, it is going to be 5 p.m. BST. Let me actually tell you. Let me show you something, gamers. Look, you can... you can share this image. This image is all you need. There you go. Look at that, gamers. We have the global finals, July 31st, 5 p.m. BST, 6 p.m. CEST, 12 p.m. ET. Although, that might, yeah, or whatever. Midday, basically, ET. So go check that out as well. Enjoy it, enjoy it, enjoy it. And right before we close out for the evening, because I got to get some sleep here. I got to get some, little bit of sleepy time here, there, and everywhere. Once again, thank you so much to everyone who has engaged with our campaign for Cure Rare Disease. We've got a pretty... Look at that number. I'm impressed just looking at it. $4,288.59. Massive thanks to Taja with the 15. Anonymous with the 3.9 as well. Rounding us out for the day. Of course, if you want to support Cure Rare Disease in their quest to cure rare diseases, go ahead and hit exclamation mark CRD in the chat. Exclamation mark donate for the link there as well. And there's also a panel below the stream that you can click on if you don't want to do that as well. That's entirely up to you, okay? You can, any method you want, get in there and support it. It's an amazing cause, and they've really helped us out by sorting us out with some prize pool stuff in terms of the real money stuff for Masters of the Arena. Truly incredible, and indeed, some truly great games there. So thank you so much for Cure Disease and everyone who has been involved with donating and supporting this incredible cause as well. Thank you so much, everyone being involved. And indeed, I will tell you the bracket for tomorrow, gamers. I will tell you what is going on. It will be Suwon Slayers versus rank 55 Dragons and Zero Missing, basically Team USA without Zeromus, going up against Ultra Scuffed. Anyway, that is just about going to do the stream today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Big shout out to Nos for showing up and casting a few of those matches. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate that. And tomorrow, stay tuned for an absolute insanity phase of casting. We're going to have Helseth. We're going to have Rom wearing a suit and tie, I'm told. We like to see. And of course, you know, maybe it's time to leak. Maybe it's time to maybe it's time for you to get a little bit excited. There may be a surprise caster tomorrow. Oh yes. Oh yes. Can you guess who it might be? I don't know, maybe you can. I'm not going to leak it. Or maybe I am. No, I'm not. It's not leak. No leaking. But anyway, gamers, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed the show. I've had a lot of fun running it. It's honestly gone extremely well. Pretty damn happy. Pretty damn happy, actually, about the way things have gone, tech-wise, production-wise, game-wise. And honestly, my friends, you have not seen anything yet. Tomorrow, the Global Finals will find who the best of the best really is. 2 EU teams, 2 NA teams, and hopefully even more fixed production. There down the line. So thank you all so much for watching. Let me know what you think of it. Be sure to give me your feedback. Send me emails. Message me on Discord. Let me know what you liked. What you thought was dog shit. Ha! Unpartnered from Hardsuck. No more Hardsuck partner there as well. And anyway, my friends, it is time for me to bid you a good evening. Once again, check out Cure Disease with exclamation mark CRD and click all the links there as well and throw your money at that cause. Spread the word about the tournament. Let's get some hype going. Let's get some big energy in the Reddit thread. Let's get everyone in. Let's get the full action, the full force of the Guild Wars 2 community supporting these players. I want to see people cheering for their teams, cheering for the action they want, okay, in Guild Wars 2 PvP. Let's show people that this game has got a bit of life in it. PvP isn't dead. PvP is alive. It is not the desert. It is not fallen to the reign of the God Emperor just yet. There is some life in the beast. There's structured PvP in Guild Wars 2, with honestly a surprisingly good metagame as well. But anyway, that's going to be it, my friends. Thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. I will see all of you tomorrow for the Global Finals of Masters of the Arena number 2. I'm just typing my tomorrow message. And now I've typed my see you tomorrow message. Time for me to go over here. That's it. A final good night, my friends. Thank you so much for watching. Take it easy. Good night. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Mark it. 5 p.m. BST. Set an alarm. Set 10 alarms. Tell all your friends. Get everyone involved. Let's make this massive. Let's get up to 3,000. Let's get to 4,000 viewers. It's certainly going to be worth it. Good evening, my friends. I'll see you all then.